Chapter 1, Prologue. The village hidden in the leaves, better known as Konoha and viewed as the strongest of the 5 great hidden villages, is a peaceful place. The Leaf Village is known for its will of fire, which emphasizes how important teamwork was. Many legends spawned due to the beliefs held in the will of fire, fighting for their village's sake with that ideal embedded in their hearts. On 1 October 10, 6 years ago, the birth of one boy would be the beginning of a new legend. That boy is a young, blonde boy named Naruto. Naruto is not an ordinary boy though, he is the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox, who attacked Konoha on the day of Naruto's birth incidentally. The attack was devastating and came out of nowhere. Many shinobi perished that night facing the Kyuubi, along with many civilian casualties. The sudden attack crippled Konoha considerably. And Konoha's destruction was imminent had it not been for the Yondaime Hokage, defeating and later sealing the Kyuubi into a newborn Naruto at the cost of his life. The Yondaime had wished that Naruto is seen as a hero, but unfortunately, that was for naught, as people viewed Naruto as the Kyuubi reincarnate. Although they did not openly hate or abuse young Naruto, his fate was worst being that his entire existence was seemingly ignored. Naruto became an orphan that night and as such had lived at the orphanage since birth. Just like with most orphans, being adopted by a family was all Naruto wanted since he could remember. Nothing was wrong with him as far as he knew. He was smart. The nice orphanage mother said he was handsome. Maybe his whisker mark like scars? No, she said those added to his appeal. So why, like every other day, was he not adopted? He could not even get one of the families to even consider him. The orphanage had a plentiful of people come in, yet Naruto still felt all alone. What did I do to get this treatment? Thought Naruto sadly. At that same instance, something strange was happening in Konoha. Nothing too major, it just seemed like the vegetation around Konoha seemed to pale a little in color. Center of Konoha. In a building, directly in the heart of Konoha, there was a man seated behind a desk in an office looking into a crystal ball. He was none other than the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen is an old man with gray hair and a wrinkled face to go along with his age. Despite that, he is still acknowledged as the strongest in Konoha and is still considered one of the strongest shinobi in the world today. Behind Hiruzen was another man with silver hair, dressed in all black with gray armor, and a dog-like porcelain mask. This was the Umbu captain codenamed Inu. With one of his most trusted ANBU behind him, Hiruzen could not keep himself from sighing from what he was viewing. "Inu, do you think I've failed the Yondaime?" asked Hiruzen. "I could not say, although if I had to say something I'd state things could be made a little easier for the hero of Konoha," replied Inu. Maybe you're correct. I could make things easier for Naruto, starting with finding people who will at least acknowledge him. Maybe I'll go to the orphanage tomorrow and walk him around the village. Sounds practical, Hokage-sama. I'm sure you will know what to do. If I may be dismissed? Of course, have your report in later, said Hiruzen. Okay. Oh, by the way, is it me, or does Konoha not seem as green as earlier, said Inu before he disappeared in a poof of smoke. It does, that's odd. It's not supposed to look like that, the only times I've seen it look like that was when Hashirama-sensei was sad over something. At times like the death of a ninja, but that was only due to his connection to nature via his Mokuton. Could it be? Stated a slightly shocked Hiruzen. The next day. Today at the orphanage started like any other for Naruto. He woke up, used the bathroom, brushed his teeth, got dressed, and ate breakfast. Then Naruto headed to one of his favorite places, the library. Naruto enjoyed reading about the history of Konoha and anything about it, and he was reading peacefully until he heard his name being called. Naruto placed his book back and took off down the stairs to answer the call. "Yes ma'am, you called me down, old man," stated a stunned Naruto noticing the Sandaime in the doorway. "Ah yes, indeed I am Naruto-kun, would you like to take a walk with me?" said an amused Hiruzen as he smiled down at the ecstatic boy in front of him. "1 second, mother, could I go with the Hokage for the day?" After an obvious yes from the woman, Naruto and the Hokage were off. The orphanage mother was proud that Naruto was polite enough, even in his shocked state, to still ask her permission despite the Hokage being in the room. As they were walking around Konoha, the Hokage decided to ask Naruto a few questions. "Naruto-kun. How have you been? I haven't seen you for a while." "I've been okay Gigi, everything's fine," Naruto said trying to mask his sadness from Hiruzen. "Really? Are you sure you're okay? You haven't been feeling a little down as of late, feeling lonely over how people seem to ignore you?" Naruto stared bug-eyed at the Hokage. "How did you know?" "I am the Hokage, I make it a point to know. How about you tell me over some lunch, Have you heard of a place called Ichiraku's?" "Sure, why not, and what's an Ichiraku's?" Several minutes later, Ichiraku's. "This is the food of gods," stated Naruto as he happily devoured his third bowl of the heavenly food called ramen. Not feeling at all depressed anymore from his earlier story to the Hokage of his lack of attention from the Konoha populace. Indeed it is Naruto, Ichiraku's has the best ramen in all the land of fire, possibly the world. And you are always welcome here, said Tuchi, the owner of Ichiraku's. Ikenji-san? Always, asked Naruto, who stopped eating awaiting a response. Before Tuchi could answer though, his young 10-year-old daughter, Ayam, answered first as she came around from behind the counter. Of course Naruto-kun, I'll always be here for you, we could be best friends, huh, as she hugged Naruto around the neck. Naruto became shocked, the girl he just met wanted to become his friend, his best friend, then he almost had a heart attack when she hugged him. It was his first hug from someone other than the Hokage and he couldn't remember being happier. His first friend his age, Naruto felt immediate happiness. At that point, the Hokage, who was happy at the scene, decided to ask another question. Hey Naruto-kun, do you still want to become a ninja? While ending his hug with Ayam, Naruto replied with, of course. I want to get as strong as you so I could protect my friends and the village. That way everyone will have to acknowledge me, maybe I'll become Hokage so you can go back to your retirement home. After a round of chuckling from everyone, the Hokage said, we'll see about getting you some training? We'll even get you an apartment close to my office so you can come to see me anytime. How does that sound? Naruto didn't answer, but due to the tearful face and the immediate hug Hiruzen was given, it was more of enough of an answer. This was the happiest moment of Naruto's young life. He was going to become a ninja. What he always wanted. As this was all going on, Konoha's plant life seemed to come alive. Trees grew seemingly immediately, flowers began blooming rapidly. Everything looked beautiful, and to the one dubbed the professor, he had a pretty good idea what was going on. I think I know the perfect sensei for you, Naruto-kun. It seems something amazing has come back to the leaf, thought Hiruzen with a smile. Several months later. It had been a few months since Naruto started his new life. That life of moving to his apartment, meeting his sensei, and beginning his journey to become the best shinobi he could be. In those 6 months, Naruto did meet a few other kids his age that Naruto got along with better than expected. Those kids were a lot of clan children since the shinobi families weren't telling their children to actively avoid him. They were Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Kiba Inuzuka, and a quiet boy named Shino Aburame. Naruto got along with those for the most, but he did get the chance to meet Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno, though it was sparse due to Sakura's mom taking Sakura away most of the time when Naruto came along and Ino leaving with her friend. Despite that, he did thoroughly enjoy his time with each of them and became quick friends. Happiness filled Naruto. He wasn't the most popular guy in Konoha, but he at least had friends that cared about him and enjoyed spending time with him. And nearly every weekend since Naruto's new life started, Naruto met with his sensei after the academy every day at a simple training ground. He only knew him because of his tiger mask and his short spiky brown hair. The Umbu was a pretty cool guy in Naruto's opinion. He was a calm, collected person. He wasn't a strict teacher, but he did instill a sense of perfection into Naruto's training. He mainly had him doing chakra control exercises, like the leaf balancing exercise, tree walking, and water walking to get his control up. Seeing how he couldn't do anything too strenuous due to not wanting to stunt the growth of a 6-year-old kid. He did notice that somehow, despite Naruto being a Jinchuriki, his chakra control was amazing. It was shocking because usually, people with higher reserves didn't have good control of it. Naruto was quite the anomaly. But one thing he did find the most shocking was when he tested Naruto's affinity. The results shocked him. Tora handed Naruto a sheet of special chakra paper and told him how it worked. That when he channeled his chakra into it, it would either burn to ashes, Katan affinity, become soaked, Suiton affinity, crumble into dirt, Doton affinity, crinkle up, Raiton affinity, or split in half, Futon affinity. When Naruto did as instructed, the paper did something unprecedented. The paper split down the middle, creating 2 halves, then one side crumbled into dirt while the other side grew damp and became soggy. Whoa! Tora-sensei, does that mean I have 3 affinities? Stated an excited Naruto. As shocked as he was, Tora didn't allude Naruto to that fact. He was an Umbu, he could handle shocks like this, but it was still impressive, and you could tell from his tone when he said, yes Naruto, that is extremely rare and very impressive. It's so impressive I think I'll teach you 2 jutsu for 2 of your affinities since they are both identical to mine. But you first have to carry out elemental manipulation for both, and we may even find some elemental manipulation on wind too, but for now, let's start with Doton. Tora handed him a leaf and told him to channel chakra into it and attempt to turn it into dirt. Alright Tora-sensei, I can't wait for it, I'm gonna steal that hat from the old man in no time, Naruto said as he began to channel his chakra. He did notice someone walking toward an abandoned-looking clan district. Hey, isn't that the Uchiha? Yes, it is. Sad what happened a couple of months ago with the massacre. Maybe it's best to stay away from him for a little while to let him cope with his loss. I couldn't imagine what he's going through, said Tora. Maybe you're right, sensei. Hopefully, he doesn't get too sad about it. But honestly, how could I know? That pain is unbearable, I bet. Naruto said as he watched him walk down the path, forgetting about what he was doing. Hopefully, but aren't you supposed to turn that leaf into dirt? Questioned Tori as Naruto's eyes widened. Hai sensei. Naruto said as he began to concentrate once again. He continued doing this for a few hours, making minimal progress, but progressed nonetheless until his sensei told him he had to leave. He did leave him with instructions to continue with his chakra control exercises and to keep at the leaf in his spare time. With that, he disappeared in a shunshin. That left Naruto to his own devices. Deciding that it was still too early to head home, Naruto went to the park to see if his friends were there. Hokage's office. While Naruto was hanging at the park, Tora arrived at the Hokage's office to give his report on Naruto's progress. Tora began with, Naruto still surprises me. Despite having enormous chakra reserves, he still maintains amazing control over his chakra. It's quite unbelievable. But that wasn't the biggest surprise of the day. Normally these reports had little merit since Naruto was just beginning his journey and did not do anything of too much substance since he was still underage. But due to the last thing his Umbu said, he was interested in hearing it. Please tell me what it is, asked Hiruzen. It was hard to keep the smirk off his face as he stated, I tested Naruto's elemental affinity today with chakra paper. I found out that Naruto has 3 chakra natures. Upon noticing the Hokage's dropped jaw, thrilled that he was able to tell him that info, he continued with, those 3 are wind, water, and earth. After a few moments of still being stunned, the Hokage stated, it seems Naruto-kun is blessed with amazing abilities. You remember when we found out he was a censor? Flashback. Now Naruto-kun, are you ready to meet your sensei and begin your training? Asked the Hokage. Naruto closed the door to his apartment as he said excitedly, yes, I can't wait to become the best. With that, Naruto and the Hokage headed to a training ground located 15 minutes away from his apartment. They sat and talked for a few moments until Naruto abruptly stopped mid-sentence and looked to his left. A few seconds later, an Umbu in a tiger mask appeared in a swirl of leaves. The Hokage noticed this and asked Naruto how he knew the Umbu would arrive right there. What Naruto said shocked him. I don't know, Gigi, I just kinda felt him coming and that was the direction he was coming from. I've always been able to do that, it's kinda weird. I also know what people are feeling too, said Naruto, unaware of what that meant exactly. That's the same as Mito-sama's negative emotion sensing, thought the Hokage. Well, Naruto, what are we both feeling at the moment then? Asked the Hokage. Gigi, you feel proud and tired. And the man with the tiger mask is feeling a little anxious and kind of excited, said Naruto. A quick nod from the Umbu, the Hokage said, Naruto, it seems you're a censor with abilities I've seen in only one person. With a look of excitement, Naruto questioned, who? Who? And is it that good? Mito Uzumaki, she was the wife of the Shodai Hokage. Before you ask, I'm not sure if you're related, I think your last names are just coincidental. And yes, Naruto, it is one of the most powerful censor abilities recorded, and with that, you're bound to be an amazing shinobi. No one would be able to deceive you, quite powerful indeed. Yada. I'll be the best shinobi in the world, said an overjoyed Naruto. Present, Konoha Park. While Tora was giving his report, Naruto had found his friends at the park. The whole gang was there, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Shino. They were all just doing nothing really when Naruto walked up and said hello. Hey Naruto, how are you, man? Said an excited Kiba with a bark of greeting from Akamaru as well. I've been great, it must be cool coming from clans like all of you do, said Naruto. What do you mean and how do you know we are from clans? Said a curious Shikamaru as they never brought it up before. Naruto was too young to know about clans, right? Well, while at the orphanage, I did a lot of reading about the history of Konoha and it gave a detailed explanation of the more prominent clans of Konoha. Like the Nara clan that you come from, Shikamaru, known for its use of shadows, producing geniuses, and it is part of the Ino-Shikacho combination. That Choji here is also a part of, he is from the Akimichi clan, whose physical prowess is unmatched with their expansion jutsu. I also heard they own a few restaurants around Konoha. Kiba here is from the Inazuka clan, known for their tracking ability and amazing taijutsu abilities. Also for the tag team of them and their partners like Akamaru there. And finally Shino from the Aburame clan, who specializes in tracking and the capturing of their enemies. They use bugs in almost all of their jutsus and they are quite formidable in battle due to those bugs and their logic in formulating plans, explained Naruto. At the end of his explanation, the group of four had varied reactions. Choji was happy that Naruto didn't talk about his weight, Kiba was happy that Naruto knew the Inuzukas were amazing, Shino gave a quiet nod of agreement, while Shikamaru was trying to figure out the enigmatic Naruto. Sometimes he was a regular, goofy kid, but other times, Naruto had moments where he seemed like a ninja due to his knowledge and movements at times. But before he could say anything to find out more, Naruto had seemed to take off with Kiba in a race during his moment of thinking. Oh well, he had ample time to figure him out, why worry about it now, plus those clouds look appealing to him. Hokage's office. Well, at least Naruto's life has become better, wouldn't you say? Asked Hiruzen to no one in particular as he watched the scene from his crystal ball. From the window, the dog Maskambu appeared. Yes, he seems happier and I'm glad for it. Am I still going to be his sensei when he graduates? Responded Inu. If all goes as planned, he'll be on the same team as Uchiha Sasuke so that you can teach them both. Minato, your sensei's legacy, and the last remaining loyal heir of the Uchiha clan. I couldn't find a better teacher and watcher of those two if I got to create him from scratch. But Naruto will continue to work with Tora, allowing you more time to focus on Sasuke and their third member. With that, Inu gestured a hand over his left eye. Sounds like a good plan. Well, if that is all, I'm off. Until next time, Hokage-sama. Bye Inu, I'll see you later, said the Hokage as he stood up and looked out over his village. While overlooking his beautiful village, Hiruzen couldn't help but think, I can't wait to see what the future holds for the Leaf Village. I'm sure it'll be one that'll go down in the history books. Chapter 2, Revelations. Time skip 4 years later, Naruto age 10, nearing 11. A young, blonde-haired boy could be seen walking through the streets of Konoha. This young man was of good height for his age, 4 feet 8 inches tall. He was wearing a sleeveless orange hoodie with a blue t-shirt underneath and matching blue shorts. He also wore a blue wristband on each wrist and had on blue shinobi sandals to complete his outfit. On his face were 6 whisker marks, 3 on each cheek, that adorned his tan skin. He had blonde hair that rivaled his hero, the Yondaime Hokage's, complete with the 2 bangs framing his face. All in all, he looked like a carbon copy of the Yondaime, except he had violet eyes that he unknowingly got from his mother. It had been 4 years since Naruto began his journey to becoming the best ninja he could be. His training was going great. Due to his sensei's training methods, Naruto had progressed well for his age. How could Naruto not be? He has had a personal Umbu teacher since the age of 6. When asked what he wanted to specialize in, Naruto told his sensei that being a well-rounded shinobi with abilities not lacking in any of the major categories was his goal. Being the best shinobi possible was the true goal, and Tora knew deep down that ninjutsu would become his favorite and the shinobi skill Naruto would be best at. Naruto had learned that he had enormous chakra reserves for a boy his age and frankly for anyone of any age. Mostly due to the fox in his belly and the intricate seal placed on him that slowly siphoned off the Kyuubi's chakra to mix into his own. Normally, when a person has a large chakra reserve, they would have terrible control over it due to the amount of chakra they have. Naruto was weird in that his control over his chakra was impressive, way too impressive for someone with his chakra level. It seemed he had luck on his side for both sides of the coin being dealt his way without any of their drawbacks. Naruto's sensei had, from day one, drilled into him how to better use shuriken and kunai. Tora taught Naruto how to throw them accurately, and how to throw them with speed and power. Even though he wasn't the most precise of shinobi, he could still hit a bullseye 8 out of 10 times with relative ease. After Naruto's 7th birthday, his sensei started to put him through physical exercises, still nothing that would halt the growth of his body. He had been given a workout to do and training weights to put on to build up his body. Naruto focused on speed as his main physical attribute. Naruto remembered reading in a book that the fastest shinobi is usually the winning shinobi. Plus the Yondaime was one of the fastest ninjas in history and he wanted to surpass him. So Naruto mainly worked on being quicker than his opponents. That's not to say his attacks lacked any power behind them. Naruto's progress in taijutsu was minimal. That being due to his teacher not being proficient in it since Tora was a ninjutsu specialist. So Naruto had only learned the katas for the basic academy style taught in the academy. Despite that though, Naruto found ways to stress his abilities better and added his mix to the style. That's what the academy style is for, just a basic set of katas that are malleable enough to change and suit one person better. Naruto could keep up with nearly any, if not all, genin at this point if it came down to a taijutsu fight, and he still had 3 more years until he became one. Naruto's progress in genjutsu was kind of so-so. Naruto hadn't been able to use any of the genjutsu taught to him by his sensei, yet. He can detect them pretty easily up to most B ranks. Naruto could even break them with ease due to the enormity and potency of his chakra. Because Naruto's chakra had a presence alone. They discovered it when he first unlocked it. As the chakra came bursting out, Naruto created a small circle of spiderweb cracks in the ground beneath him. Naruto did not have any genjutsu in his repertoire yet, but he was certain by the time he graduated, he'd be able to use the few he got tasked with learning. Naruto truly shined in ninjutsu. He was a genius in the art. And with his 3 chakra natures, it was easy for him to use most elemental ninjutsu. Naruto first learned how to do the basic Academy 3, even the Bunshin no Jutsu, clone technique. Though it did take a few chakra control lessons to get it down to the required 3. Naruto had gotten so good at the Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique, that he didn't need to use hand seals anymore. Tora even taught Naruto the Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, and it was by far his favorite. Naruto was even trying to find a way to make it battle available by improving the speed of it. He hadn't gotten it there yet, but he would keep trying. Naruto also learned the first chakra nature manipulations for all 3 of his chakra natures, turning the leaf into dirt, soaking it, and finally splitting it in half. Naruto hadn't accomplished the next step for either one as they were much more difficult and would take more time to do. His first elemental jutsu learned was the ever-versatile and defensive Doton, Doryu Hiki, Earth-style, mud wall. It was a technique that allowed the user to create a wall of mud to use as a defense, either spitting the mud out of his mouth or using pre-existing earth. Naruto also learned another versatile earth jutsu called Doton, Marurugakure no Jutsu, Earth-style, hiding like a mole technique, which allowed him to travel underground to avoid attacks. Naruto could even attack whilst underground as well. Earth was easily his favorite element so far and his go-to element. For Suiton, Naruto also learned 2 jutsus, both offensive. The first being Suiton, Hironyu, water-style, tearing torrent, which allows the user to create water that spirals in the user's hand. The water then fires at a high speed towards the enemy. The other jutsu Naruto had learned was the basic Suiton, Suidan no Jutsu, water-style, water bullet jutsu. It's a basic water technique where the user spews forth water from his mouth in the form of a bullet-like fashion. It's comparable to the Katon, Enden, fire-style, flame bullet. Naruto hadn't learned any wind-style jutsu yet, electing to just use it to add a deadly edge to his weapons. Adding wind chakra flow, Naruto's weapons gained an increase in their cutting power. His kunai and shuriken became all the deadlier, although, since he hadn't mastered the elemental manipulation for wind fully, they weren't as deadly as they could be. It was still better than not having anything. Naruto was happy with his progress in ninjutsu. He may not have over 1,000 jutsu like Konoha's copy ninja, but he did master the ones he had. So much so, that with his chakra control and the continual practice of his ninjutsu, he had shortened the hand seals down to 1 for his Shunshin, one-handed ram seal, mud wall, and water bullet, to none for his others. This increased his speed in battle as he didn't have to waste movement on all those hand seals like others may have to. At one point, about 2 years ago, Naruto received the shock of his young life. Flashback, 2 years ago, Naruto age 8. Naruto was on the training ground he'd been using since he was 6 and was nearing the end of his training for the day. He was finishing up with his Suiton jutsus. Naruto was training on top of the water while practicing so he could also further his chakra control. He was training topless on the water as to not get all of his clothes wet. A little while later, Naruto began to run low on chakra from staying longer than normal. Normally, Naruto would notice when he was running low and stop as to not get chakra exhaustion. But he was too into trying to master his jutsu that he didn't notice. So when Naruto went to draw more chakra, what he got terrified him. Instead of his normal, calm chakra, it seemed Naruto pulled from another chakra source. A source that contained powerful vile chakra that was extremely too much to handle for the blonde academy student. Naruto immediately stopped feeling the chakra and decided to end his training. As he looked down, he noticed black markings on his stomach that slowly began to fade away. Was that a seal? Why was there a seal on him? Did it hold his second chakra? Why does he have a second chakra anyway? Questions like that began to flutter through Naruto's mind and he was going to figure out the answers. After a month of researching, Naruto headed towards the Hokage Tower to speak with the Hokage, someone who could truly answer his questions. Since reading about some stuff, Naruto decided to test his theory to the one man who should know the most about it. "Hey Gigi, thanks for seeing me. I have a few questions that I think only you can answer," said Naruto as he entered the Hokage's office after being let in by the secretary. "Ah yes, it is great to see you, my dear boy. What can I do for you Naruto-kun?" asked the Hokage with a smile after hugging Naruto. With the greeting out of the way, Naruto took a deep breath, held a serious face, and said, "Am I the Jinchuriki of the QB?" The smile on Hiruzen's aged face dropped immediately at the words, Jinchuriki and QB. The Hokage immediately put on a serious face and questioned Naruto about how he came of knowledge about something like this. Naruto replied, "It's the only explanation I could come up with after doing some research. It all makes sense from my whisker marks to the fact that many people in Konoha ignore me and tell others to stay away from the fox brat. Not to mention the seal that appeared on my stomach when I was training with my shirt off. It appeared only after I had accidentally channeled some of its chakra. That's why I began researching how a person could contain 2 chakras, and the word that showed up was Jinchuriki. A title for those who house a tailed beast, and the only tailed beast that has been around Konoha since I was born is the 9-tailed fox. It was the only logical explanation. And even now, based on your reaction, I'm assuming I am correct," said Naruto sadly as he realized that he was the Kyuubi, the same Kyuubi that attacked Konoha 8 years ago, and the people of Konoha's treatment was justified. Hiruzen was heartbroken that Naruto had come to find out his status as Konoha's Jinchuriki without anyone telling him. He hadn't wanted to tell him until he was at least a Chunin, but it seemed that was too much to hope for. "Now Naruto-kun, yes, you do house the Kyuubi, but do not mistake that as being the fox itself. You are Naruto, not the Kyuubi. It's no different from a sealing scroll and a kunai. Just because you seal a kunai into a scroll, that doesn't make the scroll a kunai. It's just a scroll with a kunai in it. The same as you, although it's a very deadly kunai, with 9 tails. Do you understand?" Naruto, who had become saddened, cheered up slightly upon hearing that. Though he still had a few more questions. "Yeah, I got it, but why was I chosen as the one that housed the Kyuubi?" "Because you were the only one the Yondaime could trust the village's safety to. You were a hero ever since birth, as you protect Konoha more than any other person, including me, with being our Jinchuriki. Who were my parents? Did they just hand me over to the Yondaime for that purpose and leave me alone to handle this by myself? Can you tell me about them yet?" questioned Naruto with a teary and hopeful face. "Naruto-kun, do not think like that. I know personally that your parents were great ninjas and even better people. Whether they handed you over to the Yondaime to become the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, I cannot say, as it's an S-rank secret, just like the knowledge of your parents. You are a precious Jinchuriki, and knowledge of your heritage could be harmful to Konoha in the long run. So it's being kept secret from everyone, even you. However, I can tell you that they fought valiantly in keeping the fox from assaulting the village, and that they gave their lives protecting it. They were both exemplary shinobi and even better friends. And like I said before, I can't give you information about them. Your parents had a lot of enemies, and it would be unwise to have it somehow get out. Other villages may find out and want to attack Konoha just to get rid of you," said the Hokage with a stern face that left no room for argument. "But I promise, when you're strong enough, you'll find out their names. Is that a deal?" "Ah, they must have been awesome to have that many enemies and to give birth to the future greatest ninja ever. I can't wait for the day I get to find out who they are. I'm gonna hold you to your promise, old man," said a now motivated Naruto. "One last question, can we go see the sunset from the top of the Hokage mountain?" asked a now puppy-eyed Naruto. The Hokage said nothing as a smile came to his face. He placed one hand on Naruto's shoulder and they were off in a shunshin to the top of the Yondaime's head. As they were watching the sunset, they couldn't help but notice how beautiful the village looked at the moment. They sat in relative silence until Naruto spoke up suddenly. "I want to protect this piece," said Naruto in a low tone. So low, that the Hokage barely heard him. "You want to do what, Naruto-kun?" "I want to protect this piece, this beautiful moment, and how happy I can sense the village is. I want to protect it. I want to do everything in my power to keep this place like this. That's why I will be the Hokage, to keep this village safe. No matter what, I will protect my home, and anyone who tries to harm it, whether they are my comrade, friend, or even my parent, I will show no mercy to them in defending it. Then I'll be able to show everyone that I'm Naruto, not the Kyuubi. Then everyone will have to acknowledge me and start treating me like somebody important. I will become the Hokage, and that's a promise. And I never go back on my word, that's my ninja way," spoke a highly passionate Naruto. The Hokage couldn't speak as he saw the face of the Shodai appear in Naruto's place during his speech. Naruto had just invoked in him the same amount of passion he had when Hashirama told him what it was to become the Hokage. It was incredible to see. The will of fire burned brightest in this 8-year-old child, and he couldn't keep the smile off his aged face. "Indeed you will, Naruto, indeed you will," thought Hiruzen to himself, and he finished watching the sunset with Naruto. Flashback end. Ever since that day, Naruto's training seemed to amplify due to the effort he put into becoming better. He took things more seriously and trained harder every day. Despite that, he still made time for his friends. Mainly through the academy, since they all entered at the age of 6. In the academy though, Naruto decided that he didn't need to show all of his abilities. Thus he established himself as one of the middle students in his class. He didn't feel it necessary to become the Rookie of the Year or anything for that matter, as it meant nothing to him. Plus he had read that information was one of the most powerful tools a shinobi could use, so he hid his power to not show too much. Naruto knew that he was by far the strongest of his age group even if no one else did. He was far more advanced than his classmates, even Sasuke. But Naruto knew that if Sasuke ever awoke his Sharingan, he could catch up to Naruto quickly. But what Naruto didn't know was that he had his trump card revealed that afternoon. After finishing his day at the academy, Naruto made his way to the training ground he had frequented since 6. Upon noticing that he was early, Naruto decided he'd get started anyway. After placing on his training weights, he began to go through a few physical exercises before his sensei arrived. After about an hour of just training, Naruto sensed his sensei approaching. He immediately stopped what he was doing to see what was on the agenda for the week. "Hello Naruto, how are you today?" said Tora upon arriving. After Naruto greeted back in kind, he continued with, "Now Naruto, your training has come out fantastic and as your sensei, I couldn't be prouder. With that being said, I have a new jutsu for you to learn and I think you'll be able to use it." Naruto began to immediately get excited at the prospect of learning a new jutsu. He would have another jutsu to add to his arsenal and it would further increase his battle capabilities. "Are you ready? Good, here we go." This jutsu is an advanced version of the Bunshin no Jutsu, clone technique, where you'll be making a clone of yourself. Although unlike the standard clone, this will be a physical clone. With that in mind, the hand seals for the jutsu are tiger, dog, snake. Now you'll have to channel a bit of chakra into it as it does have a higher cost. "Go ahead, try it until you get it," said Tora as he held an anxious air about him awaiting the results. Naruto remembered the hand seals easily and did them slowly one at a time. When he finished, he channeled a lot of chakra into the jutsu while thinking of making a clone of himself. When nothing occurred, Naruto looked confused for a moment and thought he did it wrong until his sensei told him to try again as it was difficult to do. With a few pointers here and there from his sensei and an hour of steady attempts of the jutsu, Naruto finally got a result. An exhausted Naruto, for the 100th time in the past hour, flew through the hand seals for the jutsu and channeled a bit of chakra into it. Unlike other times, Naruto felt a pull at the back of his neck but it went away as soon as it came. Thinking he should tell his sensei, Naruto looked up to his sensei but his sensei was pointing behind him. Turning around, Naruto looked to see what his sensei was pointing at. He gasped at the sight of another him that had turned around at the same moment and gasped as well. It was him and they seemed to mask each other perfectly. As if he was staring at a mirror. "It's me," shouted both Narutos at the same time. "You look awesome." "This is so cool," said both Narutos at the same time. They both then proceeded to get to know one another and found out they liked the same things ironically. An amused Tora looked at the sight of Naruto and his interaction with his clone but when they started talking about ramen, he thought it had gone far enough. "Naruto, Naruto, Naruto," both Narutos got scared at the sight of their sensei having that creepy ghost teller light cast upon him. They were wondering where he pulled that flashlight from to get such lighting. "Now Naruto, you don't realize that what you have just done has only been accomplished by 2 people in the history of Konoha? Making a clone of myself? I've seen other people make clones of themselves all the time, how could only 2 people have done it?" questioned one of the Narutos since he thought it was a bunch of bull. Tora chuckled a little as he said, "Naruto, that clone jutsu you used is the Moku Bunshin no Jutsu, wood clone technique. It's a solid clone of oneself made of wood. It can only be accomplished by those that have the Kekkei Genkai made famous by the Shodai Hokage, Mokuton." At this, both Naruto's jaws hit the floor. This news surprised them since they knew all about the bloodline having seen it in many books. The ability to convert one's chakra into life. Naruto was truly happy that he was connected to someone in some way. And a Hokage to boot. With this bloodline, it meant Naruto's lineage stemmed from the first Hokage. He was a Senju. He had a clan. A family. Naruto and his clone then proceeded to start celebrating together, completely forgetting their earlier exhaustion. "Does that mean I'm a Senju sensei? It's the only way, right? Bloodlines can only be passed down to those only with the same blood, right?" After receiving a nod from his sensei, Naruto continued in his moment of euphoria with dances and the whistling of a tune. He was Senju Naruto. He was going to put the Senju clan crest on his back and wear it proudly. Throughout Naruto's jumps for joy, he didn't notice the garden of flowers that would spring up underneath him every time he landed as they were responding to his happiness. Even though Tora was happy for the new Senju, he still noticed a few flaws in Naruto's jutsu and as a sort of a perfectionist, he pointed them out. "Naruto, you did make a wood clone of yourself but it's not perfect." After seeing both Naruto's confused looks, Tora elaborated, "Well, first off, your clone looks like a puppet, that's not supposed to happen. Secondly, his arm is reminiscent of tree bark, definitely not supposed to happen. And thirdly, he's not even the same height as you. The clone must be the same, he should look like a perfect copy of you down to every detail. Just like a transformation, if it's not done properly the enemy will immediately see through the rows and use that to their advantage. After a nod of agreement from Naruto, Tora began to say goodbye for the week. Now that you have a new jutsu, I want you to practice making it perfect for the week along with the other exercises you normally do. When you complete the jutsu, I'll show you another Mokuton jutsu to add to your list. Now I'm off to have a chat with Hokage-sama, so I will see you later. Oh, and Naruto, the Senju clan is a feared clan on equal par with the Uchiha clan. Especially Hashirama because of his Mokuton abilities. So for now, refrain from telling or showing anyone your Mokuton as it could lead to dire consequences. Got it. After another nod from Naruto, Tora bid him farewell and whisked away to meet with the Hokage. Hokage Tower. The Hokage had been spying on Naruto the entire time through his crystal ball, and as Tora came out of his floorboard said, "So Naruto-kun has the Mokuton I see," said the Hokage with a knowing smile. "You don't seem at all surprised by that news, Hokage-sama. Did you know he had it all along even before you asked me to test it?" Hiruzen ended watching Naruto as he took a drag from his pipe. After blowing out the smoke, he stated, "I've had my suspicions for a while. When Naruto was 6 years old, I noticed that when he was sad, the vegetation around Konoha would dim slightly, and when he was happy, it would be abuzz with life and grow exponentially more vibrant. I had only seen that in one other person, that person being Hashirama-sensei. And that was only because of his connection to nature via his Mokuton. So I had always believed he would be able to use it, I just wanted to wait till he was mature enough to know not to blab it out for the world to know. Why do you think I chose you to train him? There's no one better to help him learn how to harness his bloodline better than you. Of course, Hokage-sama, that seemed like the best option, and I am the most inclined to teach Naruto about his Mokuton. I will teach him all I can about it in the coming years before his graduation and team placement under his sensei. Also, Naruto has decided he wants to use the Senju surname to honor his connection to Hashirama. He reasoned that being able to use Hashirama's abilities must make him a part of his family, so he wanted to use his clan's name as his own. Of course he can. I'm sure Tsunade-chan would want to hear of this since she used to be the last remaining Senju, though it is hard to get in touch with her these days ever since she left the village, replied Hiruzen. Yes indeed, I'm sure she would enjoy knowing that she has family left. Maybe it'd be enough to get her to return. We can only hope. If that is all, Hokage-sama, asked Tora as he began to sink back into the floor. Yes of course, until next week, said Hiruzen as he took another drag from his pipe. Things are looking up around here. I hope it's not bad, allowing Naruto usage of that last name. I'll be able to handle anything. Today has been good, thought the old Hokage, but he immediately regretted that thought as he saw his secretary come in with a huge stack of paperwork. I just had to think that, bring it on paperwork. The next day. On another beautiful day in Konoha, we find Naruto headed to the academy. Naruto was running a little late as had a long day yesterday. From revealing his bloodline to Tora, to his name change, to even the long process of putting the Senju clan emblem on the back of his hooded jacket. He soon arrived and knocked on the door to his class. After a moment, a voice was heard saying, "Come in." Naruto then strolled into class. As he walked in, he saw his teacher, Irika Umino, staring at him intently. Irika was a man of average height and build. He had black hair that he kept in a ponytail and a horizontal scar across his nose. He wore the standard Chunin outfit of Konoha, complete with a blue headband tied around his forehead. Irika is a kind-hearted man, despite that though, upon first seeing Naruto treated him with indifference like most. But after a while, Irika became more friendly towards Naruto after seeing his interactions with his friends and talking to him himself. Despite Naruto becoming his favorite student, Irika still took no favoritism as he was ready to scold Naruto for his tardy. "Naruto, why are you 15 minutes late to class today?" "Sorry Irika-sensei, I had a crazy day yesterday, I found out I'm from a clan," said Naruto. Naruto was not the most popular kid in school. But everyone that got to know the gentle boy knew how amazing a person he was. They also knew that Naruto was a clanless orphan. So when he stated that he was from a clan, everyone's attention glued onto him as to find out which one. Upon noticing the looks from everyone, Naruto decided to elaborate as he turned around to show off his clan crest before speaking. "I'm a member of the Senju clan. From now on, just call me Naruto Senju." Normally such an announcement would be ludicrous, but the sealed note from the Hokage with approval lessened the doubts to nil. Irika read the note and told the class that the Hokage himself acknowledged Naruto's belonging to the clan. Immediately when Irika said Naruto was a Senju, the classroom was abuzz with commotion. The Senju clan was the strongest in Konoha. Naruto's a Senju? Damn, he just got hotter. Troublesome. Amid all the commotion, Irika fainted upon hearing the shocking news from Naruto. Sasuke becomes slightly interested in Naruto. Sasuke knows all about the history of his clan and the Senju clan and the rivalry between Hashirama and Madara. Once Irika got up from his dazed state and settled down the class, it was time for taijutsu sparring. After a few fights and a give-up from Shikamaru, it came as no surprise that Naruto would be challenged by Sasuke, which he accepted. Thus we have it, Uchiha versus Senju. Of course, everyone's eyes became glued to the spar. Sasuke got into the Uchiha clan's interceptor fist as Naruto took up his slightly modified academy stance. With a quick shout of Hajime, the battle was on. Despite the signal to start, neither Sasuke nor Naruto moved for about a minute. That changed when a leaf landed on the mat and both fighters took that as the signal to begin and sprinted at each other. Sasuke started with a few quick jabs attacking Naruto in different places but grew surprised when Naruto seemed to dodge them effortlessly. Upon seeing this, Sasuke decided to kick it up a notch and throw in kicks with his punches to catch Naruto off guard. But despite all those strikes, in the end, Naruto backflipped away from a kick without taking one hit. Sasuke couldn't believe it. With the spectators. Shikamaru Nara muttered a troublesome. Upon being questioned by Ino for why he said it, he decided to explain, I knew Naruto was better than he let on. I had my suspicions since I first met him 4 years ago at the park. Plus, in all his other spars he would rarely get hit as well. It sometimes looked as if he let himself be hit. Even with that, they were only light grazes at best. He's way too good for any of us, including Sasuke at the moment. How can that be? I thought Sasuke was the best in our class? Asked a confused Ino. Naruto is stronger than what he let be known. Why is he showing us his power now? Because he has a clan to represent, spoke Shino logically. How can Naruto be stronger than Sasuke-kun? Sasuke-kun is the best, yelled Sakura, who got cheers of agreement from a few fangirls nearby. Are you sure Naruto's that strong? He could just be getting lucky, asked a confused Kiba, who was slowly watching himself become third best in taijutsu. It's too much work to explain it, said Shikamaru as he proceeded to lay down and close his eyes. Lazy ass, thought everyone. Back to the spar. Sasuke had become increasingly frustrated at not being able to touch Naruto. As a result, his style got a little sloppy and Naruto took advantage. Sasuke threw a very predictable straightforward punch at Naruto and Naruto surprised him when he grabbed his wrist. Deciding that at least he and Naruto finally touched during the spar, Sasuke decided to continue pressing forward with a high kick to Naruto's chin. Just like his punch, his kick was also caught by Naruto. Sasuke barely caught Naruto's grin as he soon found himself on his back after a leg sweep from Naruto. Sasuke then felt a kick in the ribs from Naruto that sent him skidding across the mat a few feet. Gasps were heard at the quick display of prowess from Naruto. Naruto handled Sasuke in their last exchange and frankly the spar. But Sasuke wasn't done. After catching his breath, he quickly got up and elected to come in with a feint left hook that disguised a knee strike to Naruto's gut. But it was all for naught as he was on the receiving end of a vicious elbow to his knee from Naruto that placed his leg right back down. Then Sasuke felt the quickest 2 punches he had ever received since joining the academy. From the pain in his knee to the momentary daze from the punches, Sasuke was left wide open for Naruto. Seeing Sasuke's stunned state, Naruto decided to end the spar with a follow-up uppercut to the stomach that doubled over Sasuke and finally with a quick elbow strike to the back of the neck to send Sasuke off into unconsciousness. Everyone became shocked at the display because up until that point, Naruto never showed that level of skill before. He was good but it was always believed that Sasuke was the best. Not after that brutal and quick defeat. Naruto was incredible and was now being shown in a new light. It seemed there was more to the kind boy they had come to know. What Naruto didn't know was that the ass-kicking he handed Sasuke just now would be the spark he needed to activate his Sharingan. Sasuke had his Sharingan since he was 6 years old from the massacre of his clan. He just needed enough of a catalyst to make them spring forth again. And that was more than enough. Now, Sasuke would train harder than ever. Not to kill Itachi, but to get on the same level as Senju Naruto. And with his Sharingan now activated, he was going to try to close that gap. Later that day. When the academy closed that day, since it was one of Naruto's off days for training, he decided to head to his favorite restaurant, Ichiraku's. He wanted to catch up with his first friends outside of the Hokage and devour his weekly ramen. As Naruto pushed back the flap of the restaurant, he yelled, "Hey old man. 1 large miso ramen please." "Ah, Naruto, how is my favorite customer doing these days? You look well," said Tuchi as he began to make Naruto's dish. "Old man, I feel great, I learned something about myself the other day. Something big." As Tuchi finished Naruto's ramen, he handed it off to Ayam who asked, "And what would that be Naruto-kun?" First off, Ayam-chan, did I ever tell you that having a beautiful girl, like yourself, bring me ramen is probably the most amazing thing I've ever seen. It's like a dream really, said Naruto as he began to slurp his noodles unaware of Ayam's blushing face. Hee thank you Naruto-kun, now tell us about your big news, said Ayam as she fought down her blush. Oh right, said Naruto as he had somehow gotten to his second bowl of ramen. Where did he get that second bowl from? Yesterday, I found out that I am a part of a clan, the Senju clan. Can you believe it? Naruto Senju, future Hokage of Konoha and ramen connoisseur. Believe it. Both Ayam and Tuchi froze at Naruto's declaration. Senju, as in Hashirama and Tobirama, the first two Hokages, Senju? They're Naruto, the same Naruto they had met only 4 years ago. They were so into their thoughts that they didn't register when Naruto said goodbye to them after finishing his third bowl of ramen. Wait, his third bowl? When did he get 3 bowls of ramen? Ayam only brought 1. Sometime later. As Naruto was walking home, he happened to overhear a civilian say something that put a smile on his face. Did you hear, that kid is a Senju and I heard he defeated the Uchiha prodigy with ease today. Maybe that boy is not the demon fox. Maybe he is just a kid. For him to beat the Uchiha kid, that must make him a genius as well, right? To be from the famed Senju clan, he could be. I don't want to get ahead of myself, so I'll just wait until I hear more about him. Overhearing that conversation, Naruto couldn't help but be happy. The process of getting Konoha to see him as him was starting. It was only one person today, but everyone had to start somewhere, right? Chapter 3, Genin. Time skip 3 years later, Naruto age 13, nearing 14. Today was the day Naruto would finally become a shinobi of Konoha. A prepared Naruto was ready for the Genin exam today. It had been a journey that started with him crying into the Hokage's robes when he was 6 up to this very moment now. And boy, Naruto was feeling good. Naruto had grown to a nice height of 5 feet 4 inches tall. He even changed his wardrobe due to him becoming an actual shinobi today. Naruto wore a black, unzipped tracksuit with 3 orange stripes on each sleeve with a mesh shirt on underneath. To finish his outfit, he wore black pants and black sandals. His hair was still identical to the Yandame's and his face matured more to show his age. Naruto had many good things going for him at this point. He was handsome, smart, and quite powerful for his age. His training was still progressing at a great rate. Naruto yielded incredible results over the years under the tutelage of Tora, his Umbu-sensei. Naruto felt on top of the world and was ready for whatever the shinobi world had in store for him. Naruto's chakra reserves only increased at this point. He could easily throw around jutsu after jutsu without feeling the usual effects of exhaustion like other ninjas. Naruto was a chakra monster, and it didn't help that his chakra control had only gotten better. It wasn't high enough to use something like Iryo ninjutsu, medical ninja techniques, which require precise chakra control, but it wasn't far off from it either. Naruto also found time to delve into Fuinjutsu, sealing techniques. The Sandame was messing around with Naruto after Naruto claimed to want to surpass the Yandame. Hiruzen told him that since the Yandame was a sealing master and if Naruto wanted to truly surpass him, he'd have to become one as well. He didn't expect Naruto to ask him for lessons right after, but was sort of happy he did. They met twice a month since the Hokage was a busy man, but Naruto had done well. His handwriting had become perfect, well at least good enough by Fuinjutsu standards. There were 10 levels of Fuinjutsu and Naruto was on level 2, which dealt with storage seals, and the efficiency of making them as a storage seal was one of the simplest seals. He had gotten it down to 45 seconds when making one and couldn't progress to the next level until he got it below 30 seconds. Due to his sensei's training regimen, Naruto honed the shinobi basics until he got them down to near perfection. His accuracy with using and throwing shuriken/kunai became second nature to him. He was now just as accurate on the run, blindfolded, or in midair as he was standing still. It was a perfect 10 of 10 on the bullseye. Naruto's taijutsu blossomed well along with his shuriken skills. Despite still only using his modified academy style, he was still formidable in it. His speed nearly doubled with all the exercises he did and the heavier training weights he was now using. Naruto learned to even add chakra to his strikes to make them slightly more powerful. Now it wasn't to the extreme of one of the famed Tsunade Senju punches, but it bolstered his attack strength. Tora had said that in a flat-out taijutsu fight, Naruto could best most Chunin at his current level. Genjutsu progressed nicely for Naruto as well. He finally got down the 2 genjutsu his sensei taught him. One of those being Megan, Jigaku Koka no Jutsu, demonic illusion, descending hell technique, which creates the illusion of a huge fireball falling from the sky toward the target. It is only a C rank and pretty easy to spot and dispel. His second genjutsu was more effective than his first one, the Nihon Shouja no Jutsu, Temple of Nirvana technique, which generates sleep-inducing, imaginary white feathers that upon being seen make the target fall into a tranquil state of slumber. When it comes to spotting genjutsu, Naruto had gotten better and his ability to break them had moved up to a few A ranks. He was fine with that at the moment. Like always, Naruto's ninjutsu progressed the most, so much so that he seemed like a specialist. Yet and still, Naruto managed to add a lot of new ninjutsu to his arsenal, though most were for his, still hidden, Mokuton. Naruto finally got his Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, battle ready. No leaves or smoke, just a simple after image. It couldn't catch keen-eyed or Chunin level opponents off guard, but it was still something at least. Onto his element progression, for Doton, Naruto added only one new jutsu to his list. That jutsu being the powerful Doton, Doryuden, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet, which creates a mud dragon, which proceeds to rapid-fire mud bullets at a target. Naruto still favored Doton over Suiton and Futon and as such, used them the most. For Suiton, Naruto added another B rank like his Earth Dragon. The Suiton, Suigaden, Water Fang Bullet, which creates a powerful liquid mass brought forth from the water as it becomes compacted and adds a spinning motion to increase damage. It was a great jutsu and one that attacked an opponent in a 360 around them with multiple rising fang-like water attacks. In Futon, Naruto finally learned a jutsu for his third element. It was simple but a great technique that would grow as Naruto grew. Futon, Daitapa, Wind Style, Great Breakthrough, was a technique that created a sudden gust of wind that with enough skill, could become more than just a C-rank jutsu. Its power depended entirely on the user. Since awakening his Mokuton, Naruto spent the most time getting better at it as it easily became his favorite element. Mokuton had the strength of earth and water's fluidity. It was the perfect element in Naruto's opinion. And Naruto soaked up as much on it as he could from his sensei as possible in the last 3 years. Naruto already knew the Moku Bunshin no Jutsu, wood clone technique, and had finally perfected it. After the clone technique, Naruto learned the ever-versatile Mokuton, Daijirin no Jutsu, wood style, Great Forest technique, which changes one's arms into branches. It could be used to either capture an enemy or there could be sharp stakes added to the end of the branches to add a deadly edge. Another jutsu Naruto had mastered was Mokuton, Mokujihiki, wood style, wood locking wall, which creates a powerful, domed wall made of interlocking wooden pillars. And finally, Tora taught Naruto his favorite jutsu thus far, Mokuton, Jukai Koten, wood style, nativity of a sea of trees, that creates a forest in mere moments. And he was only getting better. Naruto also learned his sensei's name, Tenzo. Naruto also figured out Tenzo could use Mokuton as well. Upon asking if he and Tenzo had any relation to one another, Naruto learned that Tenzo was a product of an experiment done by Orochimaru that gave him the ability. Despite his ability to use Mokuton, since it is injected into him, he couldn't use it on the same scale as Hashirama. Naruto didn't have that problem. His Mokuton was genetically passed down and it showed when his Mokuton was noticeably stronger than his sensei's despite just learning it. Naruto had room to grow and his power could match Hashirama's in Mokuton, given enough time. After Naruto's 12th birthday, Tenzo decided it was time for the meeting to take place between Jinchuriki and Bijou. Flashback, almost 2 years ago, Naruto age 12. "You want me to meet the Kyuubi?" asked an anxious Naruto. He was not scared or anything, more like excited to finally meet his Bijou. Tenzo smiled at Naruto's eagerness and said, "Yes Naruto, I think it's time you set up a relationship with the Kyuubi. There's no point in having all that ability and not using it." Naruto was ready. There was silence for a moment. "How do I meet the Kyuubi?" asked a sheepish-looking Naruto. Tenzo couldn't keep from chuckling at Naruto's expense. It's been said that when a Jinchuriki mediates, they can consciously enter their mindscape to interact with their Bijou, so that's what you're going to do. Have at it? So Naruto did as instructed and sat in the lotus position and clasped his hands together in a ram seal. After about 10 minutes of steady breathing, Naruto felt a tug in his mind. When he opened his eyes, Naruto noticed he was in a tunnel. Looking behind him, he saw a wall, so Naruto went down the only path, which was forward. After what seemed like an hour, which wasn't a whole second in the real world, Naruto met a cage. A huge cage. After not noticing another presence or any movement behind it, Naruto began to wonder if he went the correct way. "Hello?" After no response, Naruto thought he did something wrong and was about to leave until an eye opened. A giant, red, slitted eye. Then another opened. And finally, the shadows covering a massive fox with 9 tails lifted. "So this is my Jinchuriki. Finally, come to meet me I see," said Kyuubi after staring at Naruto. "Yes I am, my name is Senju Naruto and I am happy to finally meet you," said Naruto with a smile. Normally I'd tear you to shreds just because, but your chakra is very calming and it's soothing. Not to mention this cage and seal keeping me from doing so. So in the meantime, I'll humor you, replied the Kyuubi as it placed its head on its crossed arms. Naruto didn't show outwardly a reaction to the prospect of being torn to shreds, but he did gulp on the inside. Well, I just wanted to get to know you better. You've been in here for 12 years and I still know nothing about you besides what legends say, said Naruto as he continued with, well, when I was researching the Bijou, I found out there are 8 other like you in the world. And one thing I noticed was that the Ichibi has a name, Shikaku. So it made me wonder, do all of you have names? If so, what's yours? The Kyuubi became shocked. It had been able to hear what the boy's sensei had said this visit would be for and thought his Jinchuriki would just come in here demanding power. So when the Kyuubi heard Naruto's question, you could hear the surprise in its voice. You, a kid, are the first human to ask if I have a name for as long as I have existed in this world, for that I thank you, said the Kyuubi as he became more interested in his container. Kurama, my name is Kurama. Naruto couldn't keep the smile off his face. This had started better than expected. Well, Kurama, if I may, why did you attack Konoha? Said Naruto as he held a stern face. He had always wanted to know, since it never added up to him, that the Kyuubi would just attack out of nowhere. To be honest, a man with a Sharingan manipulated me. Just because I'm near omnipotent, I don't go around destroying places just because I can. So while hypnotized by this masked man, he set me upon your village until your yondaime managed to seal me into you. Well, it's good to know that you didn't attack Konoha of your own volition or that you're not a homicidal bijou hellbent on destruction. Can you explain why this place looks like this? I'd thought it'd be more complex like the seal on me, said Naruto as he thought it looked like a sewer. It is not a sewer, kid, said Kurama as Naruto looked shocked but then remembered, he was in his mind. So obviously his thoughts could be heard here. And for why it looks like this I cannot say. Though it is cozier in here with your Mokuton-infused chakra circulating throughout this place, permeating the air here. Well, as long as you're comfortable then I'm okay with it. Now, down to the nitty-gritty of why I'm here. My sensei sent me in here to somehow find a way to gain access to your chakra. I figured we could become partners. You do realize that with your Kekai Genkai, you could just steal my chakra at will, right? Yet you still ask me to use it? Asked a confused Kurama. I wouldn't like it if someone just stole my chakra. I'd want them to ask permission, and you know the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. So I decided to ask you if you'd lend it to me. What a surprising kid. From what I've seen of his life and his thoughts, I can tell he's different from the rest. Maybe I'll give this kid a chance. But mainly because it would be foolish for a Jinchuriki to not have access to his Bijou's chakra. Thought Kurama before he said, sure kid. But first, there are risks when using my chakra. My chakra is extremely powerful, too powerful for you to wield a lot of it at your current level. At most you may only be able to use a tail of it while still being able to control it without harming the wrong people. It wouldn't matter even if you could use more. The seal is so tight that only a tail of my chakra is accessible to you at this moment. You'd have to find a way to loosen it somehow. Even then, you'll have to earn my trust to gain further access to my chakra. Well, can't I just rip that seal tag off? Said Naruto. It's not that simple. This piece of paper means nothing unless you loosen the seal itself. Plus I wasn't going to give you more than one tail in the first place, so don't worry about it for now, said Kurama. Naruto agreed with what his Bijou said and decided he would do all he could to earn Kurama's trust. I mean, if Kurama was there, why shouldn't they be friends? He was just glad that he had been given access to his Bijou's power in the first place. After an exchange of goodbye, Naruto left his mindscape. When Naruto returned to the physical world, he noticed Tenzo still standing there looking at him expectantly. Catching the hint, Naruto channeled some of Kurama's chakra and entered his Jinchuriki state. Well, what do you think? Asked Naruto as he was now covered in a shroud of reddish-orange chakra. Tenzo became impressed. He didn't believe Naruto would be able to get access to his Bijou's chakra, but, looks great, Naruto, I can feel the oppressive chakra bearing down on me. But is that as far as you can go? If not, go as far as possible and then tell me how you feel. Naruto nodded his head as he channeled a little more of Kurama's chakra and entered a one-tail state. Instead of just a flame-like shroud, Naruto's cloak morphed into a bubbly, red chakra that took on a fox's shape, complete with a tail of chakra swishing behind him. I feel incredible. I feel faster and a lot stronger. This chakra. It's full of energy. Life energy, it feels like. Naruto performed the snake hand seal and thought Mokuton, Jukai Koten, wood style, nativity of a sea of trees. Instantly trees sprouted from the ground all around Naruto at a much quicker pace than before and were even taller as well. Seemed Kurama's chakra has its perks. My Mokuton is stronger when using this chakra. I love it, said Naruto as he moved around a little to test out how he felt using it. Seems we should spar so you begin getting used to using your Biju's chakra. This will help so you're not attacking your teammates, said Tenzo as he readied for Naruto's assault. Let's go wild. Flashback end. Good times, said Kurama in Naruto's head. Naruto and Kurama were now on good terms throughout nearly 2 years of knowing each other. It was a weird relationship. But then again, what wasn't weird about a 13-year-old human boy and a fox-shaped collection of energy that was given consciousness being friends? As Naruto was heading to the academy, a kind woman outside her shop greeted him. Hello, Senju-san. It is good to see you this morning. Today's the day of the Genin exam, correct? After a smile and nod from Naruto, she continued, well, good luck and do your best, I'll be rooting for you, said the woman as she waved goodbye with a smile. Naruto smiled and waved back as he continued toward the academy. Things changed since he became a Senju. Though it did take a month, a few blood test results, and the verbal promise of authenticity from their longest-tenured Hokage for the Konoha populace to finally accept Naruto's stature as a Senju. Even still, he still wasn't the most popular person in Konoha. A name meant nothing, even the Senju clan name, because he was still perceived as the Kyuubi that attacked on his birth. But a few people, such as the woman just now, had begun to open up to him. So into his thoughts about his training, Kurama, and Konoha, Naruto didn't realize he was stepping into his classroom. Once he noticed it, he immediately headed toward the open seat next to Sasuke. Sasuke had opened up to Naruto after that beatdown he received that day 3 years ago. Sasuke had asked if he could train with Naruto and even thanked him for helping him awaken his Sharingan, even though it was accidental. After a few times of training with Naruto and getting to know him, Naruto and Sasuke had become good friends, best friends. Sasuke improved greatly while training with Naruto. The first thing Naruto taught Sasuke was how to tree and water walk. Naruto claimed that his ninjutsu increased immediately after doing those chakra control exercises. Sasuke knew Naruto was right when he performed a katan, Gukkaku no Jutsu, fire style, grand fireball technique, and saw how much bigger and hotter it became. When Sasuke had reawakened his Sharingan, he still only had one tomo in each eye, but after spars with Naruto and since Naruto didn't pull any punches against him, it evolved into its two tomo state. Sasuke had eventually started to hit Naruto in their spars. Though there was still a gap between their skill levels, Naruto was far stronger and Sasuke wasn't afraid to admit it. But they were rivals, Sasuke had to catch up. So as Naruto came to sit down, the two shared a fist bump as they talked about the coming exam. This is the day we start our journey as Konoha ninja, as Sasuke, said Naruto to his friend. HN, came the perfect response to anything from the Uchiha. You ready? You won't freeze up again from having flashbacks? Asked Naruto as Sasuke had told him about the massacre. He was the first person who Sasuke shared his view of the story with since it happened. Yeah, I'm fine. I'll be good. Can't have you trying to outshine me here. I'm the rookie of the year, can't let that stop me from becoming a genin, said Sasuke with a confident smirk. PSSSH, I could still kick your rookie of the year ass, you know? Titles like that mean nothing in the real world, said Naruto in a challenging tone. Sasuke turned his Sharingan on as he stared at Naruto. You want to test that theory now? Said Sasuke. Ooh, so you got pink eye with a pretty eye pattern. That doesn't scare me at all. Your body can't keep up with your eyes. I find that hilarious, to see a punch coming in super slow mo and still know there's nothing you can do about stopping it. HN, said the Uchiha as he began to get mentally prepared for the exam. Meanwhile, Naruto could hear Kurama chuckling in his mind with pink eye said repeatedly between laughs. Out of nowhere, a red and purple blur came bursting into the room at roughly the same time. I win, came the shout of one Sakura Haruno as she stepped through the doorway with Ino by her side. You wish, the only hope you had in winning was because your forehead gave you a reach advantage, came the snappy reply from Ino. You're just mad because Sasuke wouldn't date pigs like you, rebutted Sakura. Before Ino could reply, one of the other civilian girls shouted, why would we want Sasuke when Naruto-kun is way cuter? Have you seen those adorable whisker marks? As Ino mentally agreed and was glad that she didn't say the same thing. Ino had wanted Sakura to become better and she knew the competition would help, so that's why she kept going along with this whole Sasuke feud, even though Ino crushed on Naruto. Ino liked Naruto ever since she was 9. One day, Naruto handed her the brightest purple lilac she had ever seen and upon seeing it, noticed his eyes matched the lilac, which was her favorite color. She had found out that Naruto liked flowers and anything dealing with plants. She also got to spend time with him when he'd volunteer at her family's flower shop. The flowers always seemed to look better when he came by. Plus he had the prettiest eyes ever and they were her favorite color. Did I already think that? Thought Ino as she looked at Naruto, chatting with Sasuke. Her thoughts ended the moment Iruka-sensei entered and ordered everyone to take a seat. After a long, arduous speech from him, the exam started. Irika and his assistant, Mizuki, began handing out the written exams. Mizuki was a man of average height and build, similar to Irika. He had white, neck-length hair and wore the standard Chunin outfit of Konoha. To complete his outfit, he wore his forehead protector bandana style around his head. Naruto had always been able to sense the bad vibes coming from Mizuki. Naruto never told anyone about it due to him just believing he was prejudiced about his Jinchuriki status. So Naruto just let Mizuki hate on him. Naruto loves his haters anyway. After the simple written exam that Naruto did the bare minimum to pass, it was time for the practical exam, which consisted of a taijutsu spar with an instructor and demonstration of the 3 basic techniques. Many of the students did well in this part of the exam. Sasuke had even managed to get a few nice hits on Irika and got a 9 out of 10 for his efforts. Kiba finished with an 8 out of 10, and so did Hinata due to her gentle fist style. Choji received a 7 with his clan's techniques. Shino got a 6. Ino, Sakura, and Shikamaru all got a 4, though Shikamaru forfeited once he got his 4th point, which was just enough to pass. Then we had Naruto's turn, who somehow got the ironic luck to get paired with Mizuki. Naruto could already tell that Mizuki would try to harm him, but Naruto wasn't worried in the slightest. He welcomed the challenge. What occurred became known as the greatest ass-whooping ever given by an academy student to a Chunin instructor in history. Mizuki never got to move, Naruto was on him too quickly, and the match ended as quickly as it started. After Irika said Hajime, not a second later, and a surprise shunshin that Mizuki could have countered had he not been overconfident, Mizuki felt pain. Left jab to the face, right cross, followed by a roundhouse kick, but before Mizuki could go to the ground, Naruto planted another kick that sent Mizuki careening past Irika. 10, definitely a 10. Since Mizuki was out cold, Irika just continued to the ninjutsu portion alone. Shino Aburame. Pass. Choji Akimichi. Pass. Sakura Haruno. Pass. Hinata Hyuga. Pass. Kiba Inazaka. Pass. Shikamaru Nara. Pass. Naruto Senju. Pass. Sasuke Uchiha. Pass. Ino Yamanaka. Pass. There were also another 18 civilian children who passed the exams as well. After Irika gave another speech on how proud he was of his students and what life would be like now that they were shinobis of the leaf, he let his students leave. The academy was over with, and now it was time to meet their senseis, which was tomorrow. "We made it," said Naruto with a smile on his face as he tied his black forehead protector around his forehead. A smile that everyone in the group of 9 reciprocated. Well, with Shino, you couldn't see, but Naruto could sense he was happy. "We should go to celebrate. Anyone want barbecue?" said a happy Choji. "Troublesome, but I'm in," said Shikamaru with a smirk. After a chorus of agreements, the entire gang that would later be dubbed the Rookie 9 headed to one of Choji's family-owned restaurants. They all shared a great time at the restaurant. They knew that this would be the last time they'd all be together for a while once they separated into teams with their senseis. Eventually, they all went their different ways. Choji and Shikamaru headed to Shikamaru's house. Kiba, Shino, and Sasuke went back to their respective houses. Ino and Sakura disappeared to Sakura's home. And Hinata had politely excused herself back to her clan compound. Several hours later. A few hours had passed and Naruto began to wander around Konoha aimlessly, determining what to do. It seemed the sun was going down soon, so he'd be able to watch the sunset from Hokage Mountain. With a shunshin, Naruto sat atop of the Yandame's head. Naruto felt at peace. He felt good and nothing would change that at all. After the sun went down, Naruto decided to head home to get some rest before tomorrow. On his way, a shinobi went flying past him and nearly crashed into him. Naruto was turning around to say sorry when he noticed the ninja had kept going. "Wait a minute, that's Mizuki-sensei. Wonder what he's in a rush for. Ah, well, wait, is that a scroll on his back? It looks familiar, where have I seen that scroll before?" asked Naruto in his head. Then it hit him, that was the Hokage's scroll of seals. A scroll that contained many dangerous techniques that are mostly kinjutsu, forbidden techniques. But why did Mizuki have it? Why would Mizuki head outside of the village with that scroll? A scroll that only the Hokage could touch? "Oh, he's stealing it and you're still sitting here trying to figure out what he's doing. It's obvious," said an irritated Kurama. Naruto had the decency to look sheepish. He made sure no one was watching him as he created a Moku Bunshin, wood clone, and gave it instructions to alert the Hokage. After taking care of that, Naruto immediately pursued Mizuki to stop him. Forest nearing edge of Konoha. Mizuki had never been happier in his lifetime. The Forbidden Scroll, he had finally gotten a hold of it. Now all Mizuki had to do was hand it to Orochimaru and he would get the power he sought. Mizuki started to get excited at how he was so close to his dreams. However, he halted when he saw the Kyuubi brat appear in front of him. Mizuki, said Naruto with a serious face. This night just got better, said Mizuki with a sadistic laugh. The gods must love me to have you, of all people, show up here right before I leave. I can finally drop the act and kill you after all these years, fox boy. Didn't I just thrash him earlier today? Is he crazy? Thought Naruto with a deadpan. It would seem so, said Kurama with a chuckle. Don't give me that look, demon. You know why the people of this village hate you, said Mizuki with an evil glare. It doesn't matter, said Naruto, whose face hadn't changed since first arriving. It's because you're the QB. You're that piece of shit fox who assaulted Konoha years ago. And now you pathetic demon, I'm going to kill you, said Mizuki dangerously as he pulled an oversized shuriken off his back. Naruto, I don't care how you do it, kill this guy. Who does he think he's talking about here, said an agitated Kurama, who was aggressively trying to send chakra into Naruto to get him to tear Mizuki apart. I can't kill him, but I'm sure Gigi will know what to do with him to appease your needs, said Naruto in his head as he denied Kurama's chakra. Are you done? Asked Naruto in a bored tone. What? Asked a slightly confused Mizuki, as he thought that the boy would have a mental breakdown at the news. I already know what's sealed into me, but I am Konoha Genin, Naruto Senju, and nothing will change that. Before I curb stomp you something serious, I have to know, why did you steal the scroll? For power? Or was it to give it to someone else, said Naruto sharply. It seems I have to give you a little credit, but even a fool is right some of the time. Since you'll be dead here shortly, why not tell you? Lord Orochimaru tasked me with the retrieval of this scroll, and in return, I would become his right-hand man. He would give me great power and I would be able to show everyone that I'm strong, said Mizuki madly as he threw his shuriken at Naruto. Orochimaru, one of Konoha's biggest traitors. The same one that performed that experiment on Tenzo-sensei, thought Naruto as he sidestepped the shuriken. That is a terrible mistake on your part, Mizuki, and I cannot forgive a traitor of my village, said Naruto as he performed the ram hand seal and slammed both of his palms on the ground. Doton, Doryuhiki, Earth Style, Mud Wall, thought Naruto as a huge wall sprung up behind Mizuki. Mizuki briefly turned his head around and looked in awe at the jutsu used by the demon. He had no idea he could use ninjutsu of this caliber. In the short amount of time it took Mizuki to turn his head around, Naruto clapped his hands together and was ready to fire off another jutsu. Suitun, Suidan no Jutsu, Water Style, Water Bullet Technique. Naruto fired off a huge bullet of water at Mizuki, who braced himself for impact as it plowed into him. Due to Naruto's mud wall behind him, Mizuki didn't travel far before impacting off the wall behind him. As Mizuki slowly overcame the effects of the jutsu, he steadied himself with a kunai in hand and charged at Naruto. Naruto pulled out his kunai and clashed with Mizuki's own. Mizuki, being physically stronger and taller than Naruto, had the advantage over Naruto and eventually managed to dig his kunai into Naruto's chest. Mizuki smirked upon seeing Naruto's shocked face, but that quickly disappeared as Naruto reverted to mud. Replacement. He barely had time to turn around to see Naruto coming right at him. Mizuki felt every bit of air leave him from the Kurama-powered elbow to his stomach. Mizuki fell on his hands and knees trying to regain his breath, but before he could recover, he met unconsciousness as his body hit the ground from Naruto's dual-handed axe punch to his back. When Naruto noticed Mizuki stopped moving, he relaxed a little and went over to retrieve the scroll. He then stomped Mizuki one time to keep with his word of curb stomping him. Naruto tied Mizuki up and carried him and the scroll back to the Hokage Tower. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen stood in his office when Naruto came in and told him about the Scroll of Seals incident and grew worried. However, he visibly relaxed when it was just a clone and the real Naruto was already in pursuit of Mizuki. He knew Naruto could easily handle Mizuki, but he did send Anbu out to make sure the scroll made it back and that Naruto was okay. Hiruzen knew that Mizuki had grown complacent and his skills had dulled, so Naruto would have no trouble in defeating him. He was proven right when Naruto came into view with a Shunshin carrying both Mizuki and the Scroll of Seals. You know, that was a pretty fast Shunshin, Naruto-kun, said Hiruzen with a smile as he was glad Naruto had come back unharmed and with the scroll. Thanks, Gigi. Well, I caught Mizuki, beat him down, and brought back the scroll, said a cheery Naruto as he fist bumped his clone, who then dispelled itself. Then Naruto got serious and said, Orochimaru is involved in Mizuki's treachery. This news startled the aged Hokage, as anything Orochimaru related was of terrible news to Konoha. His favorite student had developed into a major pain in the ass, and it was his fault for not ending it all those years ago. I'm too old for this, thought Hiruzen with an aged sigh. Nevertheless, the scroll was back and Naruto caught the traitor so he could be interrogated for more information. He might even let Ibiki pull out all of his tricks. Hiruzen shivered at the thought. He didn't know how Ibiki become as sadistic as he is, but he was glad that he was not on the other side of an Ibiki interrogation. That man was brutal. You didn't peek in the scroll, did you? Said the Hokage with authority. Of course not, Gigi, that scroll is for the Hokage's eyes only, said Naruto with a smile. Good, said Hiruzen proudly as he realized how much Naruto had grown in the past years. He was well on his way to becoming a great shinobi. Well, thank you Naruto-kun, and I say that on behalf of all of Konoha, since what you just did was a great service to the village. Now get ready for your registration and team assignment. I'm so proud of you and good luck. Hi Hokage Gigi-sama, said Naruto with a mock salute. After that long day, Naruto did nothing but walk in and plop down on his bed. All the while anticipating tomorrow's event. Chapter 4, Team Kakashi. Naruto awoke today feeling amazing. Today, it'd all be official. Naruto would register, then head to the academy to meet his Jonin sensei. After getting ready, Naruto trekked off to get his registration taken care of. After the short walk and getting his ninja face on for his photograph, Naruto headed in to give his papers to the Hokage. Hey Gigi, said a happy Naruto after spotting Hiruzen decked out in his Hokage attire as usual. Hiruzen smiled upon Naruto's arrival. Naruto seemed to always brighten people's days, or at least his. Hello Naruto-kun, I see you have your ninja registration, he said as he held out his hand to grab Naruto's papers. Well Konoha Genin, Naruto Senju, ninja registration number 012607, you are official and looking good there my boy, said Hiruzen with a warm smile. Before Naruto could reply, he sensed someone coming toward the door. After a few seconds, that person came flying through the door wielding a paper shuriken? The assailant had short, spiky brown hair. He wore a yellow shirt with Konoha's symbol on it in red, gray shorts, and a long blue scarf. He was a kid, who couldn't be older than 8. Today's the day old man, shouted the kid as he charged at Hiruzen. However, 2 steps in, he tripped on his oversized scarf and fell flat on his face. The Sandaime sighed as he stated, Naruto, this is Konohamaru. He wants to defeat me in a battle to earn the Hokage title. That was the most pathetic attempt at beating someone I have ever seen, said Kurama watching the scene in amusement. Naruto mentally nodded at Kurama's claim. And eventually, after that moment of shame, Konohamaru had gotten up and pointed an accusing finger at Naruto. You tripped me. I was this close to beating the old man but you had to ruin it, said Konohamaru in a murderous tone. You tripped on your scarf. I had nothing to do with your failure just now, said Naruto, confused about how he got into this predicament. Another person entered the room, cutting Naruto from his musings. Honorable grandson, came the voice from a man named Ebisu. Ebisu is a Tokubetsu Jonin, special Jonin, of the Leaf who wears the standard outfit of Konoha shinobi without the flak jacket. He also dons a pair of black sunglasses and wears his forehead protector bandana style. He is also known throughout the Konoha shinobi populace as a suck-up, and as such brown noses those above him or those with enough significance. Since he only heard Konohamaru yelling and didn't realize he was talking to the Senju boy, he said, You scoundrel, what did you do to the Sandaime's grandson? Upon hearing that declaration, Naruto's eyebrows raised slightly as he looked back at Konohamaru. Konohamaru smirked when he saw Naruto's face and expected he'd kiss his feet like everybody else upon realizing who he was and how the Sandaime was his grandfather. I did nothing to Konohamaru here. He tripped on his scarf. And I could care less if he's the Sandaime's grandson. That means nothing to me whatsoever. Titles like that are pointless and, even if we were going by that, he'd lose as I outrank him being related to 2 Hokages, said Naruto, who waved goodbye to the Hokage and disappeared via a shunshin. This got varied reactions around the room. Hiruzen watched the scene pleased as he knew Konohamaru liked being called Konohamaru and not honorable grandson. He had a name. Konohamaru was staring in awe, not because of who Naruto's ancestry was, but because he called him Konohamaru and not to mention how cool he looked vanishing like that. Ebisu became shocked. If he had known it was Senju-sama he was speaking to, he would have changed what he said to him. Naruto appeared at the academy, where he trotted into his class and took his usual seat next to Sasuke. After an exchange of greeting and since he was so early, Naruto decided to take a nap. After about 20 minutes, Irika walked in to give out the team assignments as Sasuke woke up Naruto. Beginning today, all of you are real shinobi. But you're still merely rookie genin, the hard part hasn't begun yet. Now you will soon be assigned duties by the village. Today, we will put you in your 3-man teams and assign each team a Jonin sensei. You will follow their instructions from this point on, said Irika with a proud smile as he gave out the team assignments. Naruto could care less about any team that wasn't his or one of his friends. So he didn't care until he heard his name called and was happy with the team. Team 7 is Naruto Senju, Sasuke Uchiha. Mentioning those 2 names, it seemed every girl in the room who hadn't been picked yet sat hoping for placement with the 2 hottest guys in their class. Sakura Haruno. Your sensei is Kakashi Hatake? Yes. Love prevails overall, said Sakura as she fist-pumped the air for being with Sasuke. There were also some incoherent mumbles of bullshit, not fair, and foreheads with my man. Irika continued after quieting down the class. Team 8 is Shino Aburame, Kiba Inazaka, and Hinata Hyuga. Your sensei is Kurina Yuhi. Team 9 is still in circulation, so Team 10 is Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, and Ino Yamanaka. Your sensei is Asuma Sarutobi, and with that said, Irika bid them all good luck and farewell as their senseis would arrive shortly. 2 hours later. One at a time, each Jonin came to pick up their team right after Irika finished speaking. However, it had been 2 hours and Team 7 sensei hadn't arrived yet. Sakura was fuming at this point, wondering why he hadn't shown up. Naruto remained calm and even shut his eyes to sleep some more. Sasuke was in between each of them. He was calm like Naruto, but his eyebrow twitched every few seconds to show his irritation. I don't care if this guy's a Jonin. Who the hell is 2 hours late? Shrieked a practically seething Sakura as she ground her teeth together. Naruto opened his eyes as he said, Sakura-chan. You're loud again. Sakura blushed with embarrassment. Naruto had told her she shrieked at times, and after everyone's agreement, she had begun to try to tone it down, though she still had outbursts occasionally. Shortly afterward, Naruto perked up slightly and stared at the door. A few seconds later, a man with gravity-defying, silver hair came through the door. He had on the standard outfit of Konoha shinobi along with a face mask that covered his nose down. He also wore his headband around his forehead, though it slanted down to cover his left eye. Team 7? After a nod, he said, my first impression of you guys, you seem like a nice bunch. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes as he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura made their way to the roof to meet up with Kakashi. Once they arrived, they noticed their sensei was reading an orange book. He looked as if he was oblivious to his surroundings, but Naruto could see the critical eye he had on them. After Kakashi noticed everyone was ready, he began. Glad you all made it. Now, how about we start by having you all introduce yourselves, said Kakashi as he put his book away. What should we say? Asked Sakura. How about your likes, dislikes, dream for the future, and your hobbies, answered Kakashi with a bored tone. Could you go first? As an example, said Sakura with a smile. Kakashi let out a sigh. Fine. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I do not want to tell you my likes or dislikes. Dreams for the future? I have many hobbies, said Kakashi as he pointed at Naruto to go. Naruto grew disheartened as he only learned his sensei's name but smiled at it being his turn to introduce himself. My name is Naruto Senju. I like ramen, forests, and gardens. I dislike the 3 minutes it takes to make ramen and traders. My dream for the future is to surpass all the Hokages and protect this village, that way everyone has to acknowledge me. Hobbies? I have a bonsai tree in training, said Naruto still smiling. He's grown up interesting though, Kakashi. Next, said Kakashi looking at Sasuke. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. There are tons of things I dislike and only a few things I do like. And I don't use the word dream, for I have an ambition. To revive my clan and kill a certain man, said Sasuke. Figured as much, thought Kakashi. And lastly, the girl, said Kakashi to Sakura. My name is Sakura Haruno. I like, said Sakura as she peeked at Sasuke. I mean the person I like is, my dream for the future? Oh my. The thing I dislike is Ino Pig, finished Sakura. Typical girl her age, love over jutsu, thought Kakashi before saying, well, tomorrow marks the start of Team 7. I'll see you all tomorrow for survival training, said Kakashi. Survival training? But didn't we do enough training in the academy, Kakashi-sensei? Asked a confused Sakura, who also had looks of confusion from Naruto and Sasuke. This training is different. I will be your opponent, but that is not all. This is an exam in which only 9 out of the 27 graduates will pass. It has a 66% failure rate, said Kakashi with a chuckle at his genin's faces of shock. You will meet me at 8 tomorrow morning. Bring your shinobi gear, and I suggest not eating breakfast, said Kakashi, and before anyone could ask him any more questions, he vanished in a poof. Naruto pondered those words before he too told his teammates goodbye and left via a shunshin. Sasuke decided to do some more training for tomorrow, and Sakura just headed home to also prepare for tomorrow as well. It would be a big day. The next day, 11 a.m. The next morning, it had been a long 3-hour wait as Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura arrived at 8 awaiting their sensei's arrival. Sasuke stood leaning on a tree scowling slightly as he waited. Sakura was inwardly fuming again. Naruto mediated as he waited, still racking his brain over what Kakashi said yesterday. Naruto then opened his eyes as his sensei appeared several seconds later. You're late, came the yell from Sakura as Sasuke and Naruto agreed, although less vocal than their pink-haired teammate. Upon noticing the questioning looks from his genin, Kakashi explained his tardiness. I was on my way here when I saw a black cat cross my path. I didn't want bad luck, so I took a long way around, said Kakashi in a tone that seemed that he was completely honest. Sasuke and Sakura immediately recognized the horrible lie. However, Naruto immediately understood, he wouldn't want bad luck either and probably would have walked around as well. Okay, it's set to noon, said Kakashi as he pulled a clock out and sat it on one of the training posts. He then took out 2 bells and said, here are 2 bells. Your task is to take one of these bells before noon. Those who cannot get a bell, get no lunch. Not only will I tie you to a stump, I'll eat your lunch in front of you, continued Kakashi as his 3 students' stomachs rumbled. That's why he said not to eat, thought Naruto as he was slowly concluding today's training. You only need 1 bell. And since there are only 2, I will tie whoever does not get a bell to this stump here. Also, that person fails and will go back to the academy. Meaning at least one of you will be going back no matter what. You may use any ninja tools you have. I recommend coming at me with the intent to kill, otherwise, you won't get a bell, said Kakashi as all of his genin got ready. After Kakashi said to start, all 3 of them immediately scattered. After a few moments of nothing, he pulled out his book and proceeded to read. Several minutes passed by and Kakashi just shrugged as he continued to read his book. They'd have to come for him anyway. Sasuke was hiding in some trees watching Kakashi with a scrutinizing eye, trying to find the best time to strike Kakashi. He then felt a presence behind him. Naruto, what are you doing here? Whispered Sasuke. We need to find Sakura. I have something I need to tell you both, said a completely serious Naruto as he took off to find Sakura. Sasuke would have argued had he not seen the seriousness from Naruto and promptly followed him. After a few minutes, Naruto and Sasuke landed near the underbrush where Sakura was hiding. After making her come over to them, Naruto started. This test is bullshit, said Naruto, completely confusing Sakura and Sasuke. What do you mean, Naruto? And hurry up. You're wasting my time. I need to get one of those bells, said Sasuke, irritated that Naruto still hadn't got to the point yet. Sakura-chan, what is the standard genin team in Konoha? Asked Naruto. After a prompt 3 genin, 1 jonin answer from Sakura, Naruto continued. Thank you, with that in mind. That makes this test even more bull. We are never going to take on a jonin in a battle coming freshly out of the academy. GG wouldn't allow it in the real world. It just doesn't happen, so why now? The only way our chances would rise is if we work together, and even then the chances are still near 0, said Naruto as Sasuke and Sakura listened intently to their friend speak. As it was rare when he did speak like this, but usually his analyses were pinpoint. Kakashi said this test had a 66% failure rate, meaning only 9 of us will pass. From what Sakura says, you can only have 3 genin teams, full genin teams. That means this test is about teamwork, not getting the bells, said Naruto, completely confident in his deduction of this test. So we need to work together. And in the case that I am wrong, you can both have the bells. I don't mind doing another year. Sasuke and Sakura merely nodded their heads. They weren't completely convinced but figured, working together with Naruto, they had a better chance of getting the bells than working alone, especially since Naruto would willingly fail for them. So after a quick plan from Naruto, they set off to face Kakashi. Several minutes later, Kakashi still stood in the same spot since the beginning of the test. He lowered his book slightly to see Naruto standing in front of him. You know it's basic shinobi knowledge to hide one's presence and strike from blind spots, right? Said Kakashi as he put his book away. He knew how good Naruto was. Naruto replied with, it wouldn't have made any difference. 1. You already knew where I was. 2. You have one of your eyes covered, so you likely have found a way to cover your blind spots as you create a huge one with only one eye. And 3. I figured out your test, it's teamwork but there is a major flaw in it, said Naruto. Kakashi grew impressed with Naruto's analysis. He was right on each point, though he did wonder what the flaw in the test was. And what would the flaw be? Asked Kakashi as he readied for Naruto's assault. You can't expect 3 fresh genin to come in and show teamwork to that level. Teamwork happens over bonding with each other through missions, team meetings, and being with one another. Though it is a great test to find out if a team holds the will of fire, it's still difficult to do all of that in just 1 hour, said Naruto as he placed a hand in the half-ram seal. Naruto performed a shunshin to begin his assault on Kakashi. Kakashi nodded at Naruto's explanation. He then turned around and blocked the kick to his head from Naruto. The speed behind his kick is immense, that's why it hit so hard due to the momentum built up, thought Kakashi as he continued to block each of Naruto's strikes. He then saw Naruto do a low sweep kick and jumped over it. He grew surprised when Naruto immediately stood up faster than before with a kunai in hand and went to cut the strings holding the bells to his waist. He cut the string slightly before Kakashi batted the kunai out of his hands and they jumped back from one another. To think he'd be able to get that close to the bells. Impressive, thought Kakashi before he saw Naruto hold the tiger hand seal. Nien Shoja no Jutsu, Temple of Nirvana technique, thought Naruto as white feathers appeared around Kakashi. Kakashi immediately recognized the genjutsu and dispelled it with ease. However, as soon as he dispelled it, several kunai struck him squarely in the back. Sasuke had been mildly surprised when his kunai hit Kakashi. He did according to the plan. Once Naruto activated his genjutsu, launched the kunai at Kakashi to catch him off guard. Though he wasn't disappointed as he saw the customary log take Kakashi's place signaling a replacement. Shortly after that, Sasuke heard a scream. It seemed Kakashi had taken out Sakura. Damn, guess we go to plan B, thought Sasuke as he activated his Sharingan when he noticed Kakashi behind him and engaged the Jonin in taijutsu. Kakashi wasn't surprised to see Sasuke's Sharingan, he had read about it in Sasuke's file. However, he was in for another shock as after a few blocked hits and Sasuke's impressive agility, Sasuke managed to touch one of the bells. Upon noticing it, Kakashi immediately disengaged and slid a few feet away from Sasuke. However, he didn't notice the 3 lines of mud on the ground around him. The lines were in a perfect square surrounding Kakashi, with the only uncovered side being the one facing Sasuke, who was going through several hand seals as Naruto landed beside him with his palms placed on the ground. Doton, Dorihiki, Earth Style, Mud Wall, thought Naruto as the mud around Kakashi rose on all 3 sides, creating a sort of tunnel facing his 2 students. At roughly the same time, Sasuke finished his hand seals and placed a hand near his mouth. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Style, Grand Fireball Technique, said Sasuke as he unleashed a huge fireball from his mouth that flew toward Kakashi. Kakashi was about to jump up to avoid the jutsu when he noticed an equally big water ball flying down towards him. Naruto must have created that before landing next to Sasuke to activate his mud wall. Damn, that's a good combo, thought Kakashi as the area inside the mud walls exploded with steam from the fireball and water ball combination. Steam continued to rise from the impact area, obstructing the 2 genins' view. Once it cleared, they noticed there was no trace of Kakashi anywhere. Underground, thought Naruto, but it was too late as a hand grabbed him and Sasuke and proceeded to drag them both underground. Kakashi soon popped up a few feet away and smiled at the 2 heads with his lone visible eye. Doton, Shinjuzanchu no Jutsu, Earth Style, Double Suicide Decapitation Technique. That was nice teamwork from you 2, a great combination. You almost had me there, but you didn't. Too bad you didn't get a bell. As I'm sure you would have been great to have on my team, said Kakashi as he then noticed Sakura charging at him. Seems Naruto must have woken her up while I was in that taijutsu battle with Sasuke, thought Kakashi. Sadly, Sakura was way too weak to face Kakashi. However, before she got to him, Kakashi found himself in a full Nelson from Naruto. Due to the shock of Naruto's unexpected arrival, he didn't notice the kunai from Sasuke cut off the bells. Sakura made a dive for the bell since Kakashi was still stuck in Naruto's grip. It was all for naught as the timer went off right as Sakura made it to the bells. So close, thought Naruto as he let go of Kakashi, and they all made their way to the stumps. They passed with flying colors, but why not find out to what extent, thought Kakashi as he tied Naruto to one of the stumps. Kakashi asked how Naruto got out of the ground so fast, and with the answer of Doton, Marurugakure no Jutsu, Earth Style, hiding like a mole technique, he nodded at the statement. At which point, Kakashi told them that they failed the test since none of them could get a bell, but since they used teamwork, he'd give them another chance. Since Naruto attacked him first, then he wouldn't be allowed lunch. So after handing Sasuke and Sakura a bento and leaving instructions to not feed Naruto, he vanished in a poof of smoke. We were so close, said Sakura as she opened her bento and began eating. Said Sasuke as he agreed and couldn't wait for another shot at the Jonin. We'll get him next time, said Naruto as he was wondering if he was wrong in his judgment of the true meaning of the test. They should have passed, right? Yet they didn't, was he wrong? Eventually, his thoughts were cut short as his stomach quaked upon seeing Sasuke and Sakura eating their food. When that happened, he was in for a shock as Sasuke offered him his bento. We need you, said Sasuke begrudgingly. Had it not been for you, we would have not been so close in the first place. So here, eat up. You will not be at full strength if you are handicapped by hunger. Naruto was even more surprised when Sakura also offered her bento. Sasuke-kun is right. You need to eat something, and you can eat from mine since I don't eat as much as Sasuke-kun, said Sakura as she placed a bit of food on her chopsticks and was inches away from feeding Naruto when, boom! A huge plume of smoke appeared and out stepped an irate-looking Kakashi. You dare defy my rules. I told you not to feed Naruto, yet you disobey my orders and do it anyway? What do you have to say for yourselves before I give out divine punishment, said Kakashi as he held the ram's seal and the sky darkened considerably and lightning danced around it. Freaked out by the sudden appearance of Kakashi, Naruto shouted, "Because we're a team. And teammates look out for one another. That's what Konoha's built upon, teamwork." "Well, if that's all you have to say, then you," said Kakashi as all the genin closed their eyes awaiting their punishment. "Pass," said Kakashi with an ice smile as the sky cleared back up. "What?" came the intelligent response from Sakura. Kakashi merely pointed to the memorial stone and stated, "Naruto was correct. This test was to find out your teamwork and willingness to work together. I gave you all a near-impossible task with rules created to make you split up and work for yourselves. Had you forsaken your teammates and worked alone, you would have failed, even if you did get a bell. You all did the opposite, and that is why we are now officially Team 7. Remember these words: those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are even worse than scum," finished Kakashi. The three genins looked on with various expressions. Sakura fist-pumped at officially being a team. Sasuke merely smirked in his cool way, though you could see his excitement. Naruto, however, was crying tears of passion at the line that would forever be engraved in his heart. They were Team 7 and nothing would change that. "Now tomorrow, we will begin missions and training to work more efficiently as a team. I expect to see you guys back here tomorrow at 9 a.m, until then," said Kakashi as he disappeared again in a puff of smoke. When Kakashi left, Naruto escaped the ropes that bound him to the stump as he asked, "So you guys want to train since we still have a whole day left?" "We all need more work, especially you, Sakura. Sasuke and I are more advanced than you, and we need all the links of our team to be better if we want to be the best team possible," finished Naruto as Sasuke nodded and looked at Sakura expectantly. After a moment, Sakura agreed. She would get to spend more time with her Sasuke-kun and become a better ninja in the process, since her lack of help against Kakashi-sensei was eye-opening. Time skip 6 weeks later. D-rank missions, chores if you asked Naruto, were horrible. Team 7 had done 48 D-rank missions in the past 6 weeks, from walking dogs and painting fences to catching the elusive Tora, pet cat of the Fire Daimyo's wife. In those 6 weeks though, Team 7 held many training sessions together. Usually, 3, sometimes 4 times a week outside of missions and teamwork training with Kakashi. Naruto stayed relatively the same, steadily trying to increase the speed of his Shunshin and master his ninjutsu arsenal. Kakashi even showed Naruto another clone technique, as he knew about Naruto's Mokuton and Moku Bunshins, wood clones, and that he still didn't want to show it. It was the simple Iwa Bunshin no Jutsu, rock clone technique. Naruto also moved to level 3 of Fuin Jutsu, sealing techniques, involving exploding seals. He began to attach them to his earth clones to add a deadly surprise to the simple clone technique. Sasuke added a few more fire jutsus. One of them being Katon, Hosenka no Jutsu, fire style, Phoenix Sage Flower technique, which emitted a volley of fist-sized fireballs from the user's mouth in an unpredictable way. He also added the powerful Katon, Ryuka no Jutsu, fire style, Fire Dragon technique, which creates a powerful stream of fire from the user's mouth that takes on a dragon's appearance. Also during that time, he managed to learn several Sharingan Genjutsu from his clan's library. For some reason, Kakashi even gave him tips. How Kakashi knew so much about the Sharingan was above him, but he accepted it with no questions asked. The person who progressed the most was Sakura. She began with physical exercises that at first were brutal on her due to her not getting the correct nutrition into her body. However, after hearing Naruto and Sasuke tell her to quit her diet since it'd make her body more capable of handling this type of training, it began to bear results. Her stamina, speed, and strength had improved greatly over the past 6 weeks. Naruto and Sasuke had also found out that Sakura had amazing chakra control, since she was able to get tree walking and water walking relatively quickly. Since her chakra control was so good, Naruto suggested she become a medic nin. Sakura was happy with the suggestion since she knew she wouldn't be able to catch Sasuke and Naruto in the other shinobi arts, but being a medic nin added value to her place on the team. Sakura had learned the beginning medical ninjutsu, the Shosen no Jutsu, mystical palm technique. Though she could only heal small bruises and cuts, it was still better than nothing, and she was proud of herself. She felt more important on the team nowadays, and her confidence skyrocketed as a result. Kakashi, noticing the progress his team had made individually, smiled because they took it upon themselves to get better. As such, he was more than happy to give out tips to help them. Due to them blossoming so well, he decided they had enough of D ranks and it was now time for their first C rank. It was a simple bodyguard duty, to escort Tsunade, a bridge builder who lived in Wave Country, back to Wave Country and guard him while he finished a bridge. It was more than easy enough for his team to handle, and tomorrow they would set out on their first C rank. Chapter 5, First C rank. It was a bright and sunny day as 5 people were walking down a road. Those 5 people were the 4 members of Team 7 and their client. They were walking in a diamond formation with Naruto in front, Sasuke on the left, Sakura on the right, Kakashi trailing behind, and Tsunade, the client, in the middle of the formation. It had been a day since leaving the village to begin their first C rank. Normally the trip to Wave would be less than a day, but with Tsunade being a civilian, they had to travel at his pace. The group walked in relative peace and silence until Naruto tripped a bit. After a light chuckle at Naruto's misfortune, Sakura posed a question. Tsunade-san, you're from Wave Country, right? After a grumble of what about it? From him, Sakura turned to Kakashi and asked, Kakashi-sensei, do they have ninjas in Wave Country? No, not in Wave Country. Though their culture and customs differ, hidden villages do exist, and as such, other ninjas as well, said Kakashi as he patted Sakura's head, messing up her perfectly groomed hair. Don't worry, there isn't any ninja combat on a C rank mission. As the group walked past a puddle in the road, Sakura visibly relaxed upon hearing that. She may have gotten stronger and better as a ninja, but she was still a little scared to face an enemy ninja. Her relaxed state changed immediately when she heard, "One down." Upon hearing those words, everyone, except a captured Kakashi, turned around to watch Kakashi be torn to shreds by two other ninjas. Those two being the demon brothers, Gozu and Meizu. Both of them had shoulder-length brown hair and dark eyes. They both wore a rebreather and poisonous gauntlet on one arm. They looked the same except Gozu had a single horn on his forehead protector and a cape, while Meizu had two horns and shaggy hair. The demon brothers, upon seeing the shocked states of the genin, took that moment to charge for the closet one, who was the blonde kid. However, when tying him up like the first ninja, they didn't notice the smirk on his face. "Two down," said the brothers, who became shocked when the kid shifted into mud as they tore him apart. "Kawarimi, replacement," thought Gozu and Meizu as they suddenly started feeling hotter. They looked up to see the biggest fireball either brother had ever seen come falling from the sky. The heat from it was intense and it almost seemed unreal. "Genjutsu," thought Meizu as he dispelled the illusion. Upon cancelling the illusion, they failed to notice that a kunai pinned their chain to a tree. Shortly after dispelling the genjutsu, Gozu received a harsh kick from the blonde, while Meizu received one from the dark-haired kid, sending them in opposite directions, snapping their chain. Despite the kicks, the brothers recovered fast enough and decided to take out their target as fast as possible and set off to deal with him. They met with the pink-haired girl and their target of Tsunade. However, when striking the two, they were just clones. Duped by some brat. Before anyone could move, Kakashi appeared and had gotten both, Gozu and Meizu, trapped under each arm. "Great job, team, you all handled that perfectly. Nice, Megan." Jigoka no Jutsu, demonic illusion, descending hell technique, Naruto. Sasuke, excellent work on breaking their chains with that kunai. And Sakura, way to get the VIP out of harm's way and even trick the enemy. Great work, my cute, little genin. "Tsunade, we need to talk," said Kakashi as he tied Gozu and Meizu to a tree that Sakura and Tsunade had come out from behind. "These are Chunin level mist ninjas," said Kakashi before Gozu interrupted him. "How did you react so well to us?" asked Gozu. "My team and I could have killed you immediately as we knew you were there for a while. First of all, Naruto, the blonde, is a censor. When he tripped, he secretly signaled to us where you were. And even if Naruto wasn't, it hadn't rained in days. So on a nice day like this, there wouldn't be a puddle on the ground," said Kakashi as he leveled a one-eyed glare at Tsunade. "We didn't kill them because I wanted to find out their target. Care to explain why two Chunin are trying to kill you? Our mission dictates protecting you from thugs and thieves. Ninjas are a B rank mission at least. Looks like we'll have to return home. This mission is out of our scope," finished Kakashi as he walked over to his team. "Wait," said Tsunade in a pleading voice. "I'm sorry I deceived you all, but I had no other way to get protection. Our country is very poor and as a result, I can't pay for anything over AC rank. As I said before, I'm a bridge builder who's now building a bridge that'll connect Wave to the mainland. Because that'll keep us away from the shipping industry's monopoly and Gato. Gato is an evil man, who has a stranglehold on the economy of Wave by controlling the shipping industry and raising costs for those trying to move products. He makes life hell for anyone in Wave because of it. Please, I beg of you, please help me, because, without that bridge, things will only get worse." Kakashi looked indifferent at Tsunade's plea. Sasuke and Sakura felt bad for him, but Kakashi-sensei did say it was too difficult for them. Naruto was sobbing anime tears after Tsunade's plea. Naruto couldn't help it. The other three members of Team 7 had gotten used to Naruto's affliction. He was a sucker for sob stories and even Kakashi's excuses for being late. "How is Naruto so strong?" thought Sasuke as he looked at Naruto crying his eyes out. Before Kakashi could stop him, Naruto spoke with conviction when he said, "Don't worry, old man, we'll continue the mission. We'll kick Gato's ass, save your country, and look awesome while doing it, or my name's not Naruto. Tsunade looked hopeful after hearing Naruto speak. Kakashi just let out a sigh. They could have gone home and done something else. But since Sasuke and Sakura looked more into continuing, he kinda had to go now. Well, it seems we are going, but I expect full payment when you get the necessary funds for whatever the mission ends up being, understood? Said Kakashi to Tsunade. After a thank you and a yes from Tsunade, Team 7 continued their now B-rank mission. Several hours later, Team 7 and Tsunade had finally hit the home stretch of their journey. After crossing a huge body of water and Tsunade's slightly built bridge, they were nearing Tsunade's house. However, Naruto sensed a presence to the left and immediately flung a kunai directed toward it. Kakashi, who had felt the same thing, went to investigate. Upon noticing a snow rabbit, Sakura hounded Naruto for almost killing the cutest rabbit ever. Naruto immediately fell into a depression from Sakura's scolding. While that was going on, Kakashi realized that the bunny was a replacement and was on high alert. Get down, said Kakashi as Naruto grabbed Sakura before ducking. Sasuke grabbed Tsunade and brought him to the ground as Kakashi ducked his head. Had they have been a second late, a large, spinning sword would have cut them in half. The sword continued over their heads as it smashed into a tree. Suddenly, a man appeared standing on the handle of the sword, looking down on the group. This man was tall and had a muscular frame with pale skin. He had short, spiky black hair, brown eyes, and small eyebrows. Bandages covered the lower half of his face like a mask. He wore his forehead protector sideways around his head and was shirtless with only a belt around his chest that held his sword on his back. He also was wearing baggy pants with the striped pattern typical of Kirigakure and mimetic wrist warmers extending up to his elbows, with matching leg warmers. The man then spoke. No wonder the demon brothers failed. They were facing the copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake, also known as Sharingan no Kakashi. Sharingan no Kakashi? Does that mean? Thought Sasuke as he saw Kakashi stand up. Zabuza Momochi, also known as the Kirigakure no Kijin, demon of the hidden mist, said Kakashi as if he was uninterested in him. Well, I have to ask, what do you want? Nothing too big, just the old man's head. If you give him up, I won't kill you all, said Zabuza with an equally as carefree tone. Kakashi rose a hand to his forehead protector as he said, protect the bridge builder with your lives. Form a manji formation around him and don't join this fight as it's out of your league. He's a Jonin just like me, finished Kakashi as he team did as instructed with Naruto in front, Sasuke on his left, and Sakura on the right. I believe I'll need to use this against you, said Kakashi as he lifted his forehead protector to show a 3-tomo Sharingan in his left eye. This got varied reactions. Sakura was wondering if Kakashi was an Uchiha. Naruto's deduced that Kakashi had it all along since he could give tips to Sasuke about it and wasn't shocked at the revelation. Sasuke was an internal wreck. How did Kakashi acquire a Sharingan? He was no Uchiha. He shouldn't have that eye, it's a birthright. Sasuke had some questions for Kakashi. Oh, the Sharingan so soon, I'm honored. Well, let's get to this, said Zabuza as he vanished to appear on top of the lake with his huge sword in tow. He landed with his left hand extended upwards while holding a half-ram seal with his right hand. Kirigakure no Jutsu, hidden in the mist technique, said Zabuza as a heavy mist blanketed the area. The mist was so thick that it hid Kakashi from his genin. 8 choices: liver, lungs, spine, jugular vein, carotid artery, brain, kidneys, or heart. Which do you want to die by? Said Zabuza with a disembodied voice that seemed to come from every direction. Everyone in the area immediately reacted to Zabuza's killing intent as it placated the area. Tsunade nearly crapped himself. He was Zabuza's direct target and only a civilian, not trained to handle fear like a ninja would be able to. Sakura grew scared out of her mind but believed that Kakashi-sensei would save them. Naruto seemed calm on the outside, but inwardly he was sweating slightly. Sasuke seemed the most panicked. Zabuza's killing intent brought back memories of Itachi and that night. He even pulled out a kunai to end it before Zabuza got the chance. Don't worry Sasuke, said Kakashi with an ice smile as he put his hands in the ram seal and a shroud of blue chakra surrounded him. That maneuver cleared the area around him in a 15-foot diameter, clearing the mist from his team so they could see him. I promise to protect you guys with my life. Nothing bad will happen. Sure about that? Questioned Zabuza in the middle of the manji formation. He was ready to sever all the heads of everyone in the formation until Kakashi immediately stopped him with a kunai to the stomach. Zabuza became shocked for a second until he turned into water. Mizu Bunshin, water clone, thought Kakashi in a panic as Zabuza appeared behind him and promptly sliced him half. Zabuza's grinning face didn't last long as he realized he sliced a Mizu Bunshin. It's over, said Kakashi as he readied to slit Zabuza's throat with a kunai if he moved. Kakashi wasn't ready for another Zabuza to appear behind him and the one in front of him to dissolve into water. "I'm not that easy to take down," said Zabuza as he swung to cleave Kakashi in half. Kakashi ducked the swing and put his hands up to block the follow-up kick from Zabuza that sent him sailing into the water. Zabuza smirked when he realized Kakashi was staying in the water and performed a shunshin to appear above him. "This water is so heavy." "Oh no," thought Kakashi urgently, but it was too late. Zabuza had already completed the hand seals for his jutsu and Kakashi found himself trapped in a sphere of water. "Suetun, Suiro no Jutsu, water style, water prison technique," said Zabuza, creating a dome of water that immobilized Kakashi completely. Zabuza then created another water clone as he looked at the remaining people. "Kakashi, I'm going to allow you to watch me kill your students and client before I kill you," stated Zabuza as his clone stalked toward the genin slowly. "Run. Get out of here. Leave me, protect the client," said Kakashi before Naruto interrupted him. "Why should we run?" said Naruto as he readied to fight. "First of all, the first thing you taught was to never abandon your comrades. I am not worse than scum. And secondly, if we ran, what's to say a Jonin wouldn't find us, so we'd have to deal with him anyway. So, why not fight him now? Sakura, stay with Tazuna. Sasuke, you ready to do this?" said Naruto as Sasuke activated his Sharingan, signaling he was ready. Naruto started by flinging several shurikens at the real Zabuza that his clone in front blocked. Any shuriken that passed the clone Zabuza blocked himself with his free hand. It seems that he can't remove his hand from his jutsu or move for that matter, as it would probably disrupt it and cause it to disperse. "We'll aim for that, we need Kakashi," thought Naruto quickly as he and Sasuke charged in to engage Zabuza in taijutsu. Zabuza's clone began to chuckle as he was easily defending against the two brats. After a minute, he got bored with defending and violently kicked Sasuke away and ready to slice the other one, but saw him backpedaling rapidly. He noticed that he was going through a few hand seals. "Doton, Doryuden, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet," thought Naruto as he spat out some mud that quickly rose to form a huge dragon's head. The dragon proceeded to fire off several bullets of mud at the Zabuza clone, which he blocked with his huge sword. However, upon blocking the last bullet, he noticed that the blonde had disappeared and the Uchiha brat was standing in front of him wielding a Fuma shuriken. Sasuke held the shuriken in his hand and opened it up fully and ready to fling it. As Sasuke let it go, Zabuza's clone noticed that it wasn't headed for him but rather Zabuza in the back. Zabuza chuckled as he easily caught the shuriken. His chuckle disappeared as he noticed another shuriken headed toward him that had been hidden in the shadow of the first. Zabuza jumped over the shuriken in an impressive display of agility. "Too easy," said Zabuza in a snobbish tone. He wasn't ready for the shuriken to poof and turn into the blonde-haired kid, who flung a kunai at him. The kunai was perfectly aimed as it required him to move his arm out of the way lest he take a high-speed kunai to the arm. Despite moving, the kunai still nicked his cheek. Naruto got behind Zabuza as he had used a henge, transformation, to change into that second shuriken that Sasuke tossed to outwit Zabuza. Naruto was standing on the water when he noticed Zabuza become enraged and look at him with a murderous glare. As he was ready to fire the still-held Fuma shuriken back at Naruto, an incredibly serious Kakashi blocked that attempt. "Great job Naruto and Sasuke. That was an ingenious plan and I couldn't be prouder," said Kakashi as he still held his glare toward Zabuza. "Heh, I got distracted and let go of my jutsu, big deal," said Zabuza trying to downplay that two genin outwitted him. "Don't flatter yourself, you were forced to drop it," said Kakashi as he batted away the shuriken in Zabuza's hand. Zabuza jumped away from Kakashi, who mirrored him, and went through a plethora of hand seals that Kakashi was executing at the same time and speed of him. They even shouted Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu, water style, water dragon bullet technique, at the same time as two huge water dragons appeared and cancelled each other out when they clashed. How did that happen? The Sharingan allows the user to copy and recreate what the other is doing, but we finished at the same time. What's going on? Thought Zabuza as he went through a few hand seals for another jutsu but stopped when he noticed himself standing behind Kakashi. What? Thought Zabuza when he saw Kakashi go through hand seals for the jutsu he was about to use. Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu, water style, great waterfall technique, said Kakashi as a huge torrent of water crashed into Zabuza and sent him careening into a tree. As soon as he hit the tree, four kunai from Kakashi pinned Zabuza's arms and legs to the tree. How are you doing that? Can you dash? Said Zabuza before Kakashi interrupted him. See the future. Yes, and your future is death, said Kakashi as he walked over to Zabuza to finish the job, but two Senbon needles struck Zabuza before Kakashi could get to him. You were right, came the voice of a hunter Nin that suddenly appeared. He is dead and I thank you for weakening my target as I've chased him for a long time. The hunter Nin grabbed Zabuza's arm and placed it over his head. Allow me to dispose of this body elsewhere so your genins don't have to watch, finished the hunter Nin as he disappeared in a swirl of mist. Well anyway, said Kakashi back to his board, uninterested tone as if he just didn't fight to the death just now. He covered his left eye back up and said, Tsunade, we're almost to your house right? After a nod from Tsunade, Kakashi gave an eye smile and finished with, great. Naruto, you're on carrying duty. Naruto looked confused at first until he saw his sensei collapse. Sakura ran over and performed a diagnostic jutsu. She determined that he was only experiencing chakra exhaustion and that he'd be fine in a couple of days. With that, Naruto picked up Kakashi piggyback style and they continued on their way to Tsunade's house. Eventually, right before they made it, Naruto voiced his concerns. Zabuza's still alive. Chapter 6, Wave. Arriving at Tsunade's house that night, Team 7's exhaustion was clear from today's events. Tsunade's house had him, his beautiful daughter, Tsunami, and his young grandson, Inari, all in the same tiny home. His home was very warm and inviting as they all rested for the night after their long day of traveling and fighting. The following morning, Kakashi was left at home to recover from his chakra exhaustion. Upon awaking, Kakashi confirmed Naruto's concerns about Zabuza being alive. Though Kakashi assured Naruto it would take Zabuza at least a week to recover from his injuries given during their fight. So for the day, the rest of Team 7 followed Tsunade to the bridge to protect him. It was an uneventful day until that night back at Tsunade's house during dinner. You're all going to die, you know, said Tsunade's grandson in a matter-of-fact tone. The comment came out of nowhere and everyone in the room became surprised by his sudden announcement. Naruto was the first to respond. No, we're not. I'm too awesome to die before becoming Hokage and so is my team. Gado's going to murder you all for trying to stop him. Just like Kaiza, shouted Inari as he teared up remembering Kaiza, the first to stand up to Gado and was killed for it. No, I doubt it very seriously. We'll protect your grandfather with our lives. Just you watch kid, said Naruto with a smile, which also got a smile from Tsunade. Stop smiling. You don't know what pain is. You don't know suffering. You've probably lived a cozy life in that ninja village of yours, said Inari as he gasped seeing Naruto's happy demeanor do a 180. Listen, so what, your life is bad now? Get over it. People have had it worst. You still have a mother and grandfather who love and take care of you. A warm house to live in and a meal every night. You have no clue what it's like to suffer. The stark shift in Naruto was mind-boggling to everyone there. He was normally such a pleasure to be around but currently was cold and apathetic. I know a guy who lost his whole family in one night to his older brother, whom he admired. He was only 6. There's also a guy whom his entire village hated him for something out of his control. Where his existence has been ignored since being born. But you know what, they didn't mope all day long. They got up and did something about it, so they can move forward in their lives. Naruto then put his utensils down as he stood up from the table. Sensei, I need to blow off some steam, I'll be in the forest training. Naruto vanished in a poof of smoke as he left the home. It was quiet for a few moments after he left until Sakura spoke up. Kakashi-sensei, the first person Naruto was talking about was Sasuke-kun, right? Who is the other one? The other one is Naruto? What? He always seemed so happy. How could he have had a terrible life like that? Indeed, he was Sakura. Naruto had a pretty rough life until the Hokage personally stepped in. He's done so much to gain the village's love, but it's hard to change people's viewpoints. Naruto can change a person's viewpoint easily, but people are a different story. Maybe one day that will change. Though it has gotten better in recent years, said Kakashi as he wanted his genin to wonder what it was. What could Naruto be hated for, thought Sasuke as before he remembered to ask Kakashi about his Sharingan. Next morning, with Naruto. The following morning was absolutely beautiful in Wave Country. Naruto had stayed out all night and fallen asleep from his training session. He was snoring heavily as he laid sprawled out on the forest floor. An extremely beautiful girl in a pink dress with long black hair and chocolate brown eyes walked into the clearing Naruto was occupying. Upon noticing Naruto snoring, she decided to wake him up. That almost proved fatal as Naruto woke up and pinned her down underneath him with a kunai at her throat. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to attack you. It's just this country has a bad crime rate, said Naruto with a smile as he put his kunai away and removed himself. Such pretty eyes, thought the girl before noticing his hand out. She took it and was helped into a stand. Oh, it's fine, I understand completely. Wave is a pretty violent place. My name is Haku, nice to meet you. Naruto, a pleasure to meet you, Haku. What are you doing here all alone? You said you knew how dangerous this place was, said Naruto confused at the girl's logic. Oh, my friend needs medical attention and there are some herbs around here that can help him. Want to help me pick them? Asked Haku with a small smile. Of course, just tell me which ones, and I'll get them for you, said Naruto, reciprocating the smile. Haku pointed out a few plants as Naruto began to grab them and place them in Haku's basket. Eventually, Haku popped a question. Are you a ninja? Why do you ask? Because I noticed your figure was suited for combat like a ninja's, said Haku. She tried to say forehead protector until she noticed I didn't have mine on. I took it off last night so I wouldn't be recognized, thought Naruto as he said, there are plenty of people with bodies like mine who are just regular civilians, but yes, I am one. I thought so. Do you have something precious to protect? I believe true strength comes from wanting to protect those precious to you, said Haku, fondly thinking about her own precious person, the one in need of medical attention. I do, my village and my friends are all precious to me and I'll protect them with my life. But you should know something, Haku, we have to face an extremely powerful foe named Zabuza. He's trying to kill us, said Naruto as Haku gasped, but don't worry. We already found him and my team is about to kill him now, said Naruto as he was watching Haku with a critical gaze. Upon seeing Haku stiffen slightly, Naruto knew he had her. I wish. If only it were that easy, said Naruto as Haku relaxed at the news. True, Naruto-kun. Thank you for your help, but I need to get this back to my friend, said Haku with another smile. Before fully disappearing, Haku turned around and said, oh, and by the way, I'm a boy. Naruto never even reacted to the shocking news as he said, no, you're not. I'm a ninja, remember. I noticed you have on chest bindings to hide your figure. Let's not forget when we first met and I had you pinned underneath me. My leg was in your business. Either you have a weird boy part or that was a lady part 1 pressed into, said Naruto, still smiling. Haku had the decency to blush upon realizing that they were that close at first. Seems I can't fool you. Either way, I need to go now. I hope to see you in the future, Naruto-kun, said Haku as she began walking away again. Tell Zabuza I said hi, said Naruto as Haku froze in place. I know you're that hunter Nin. You fooled us all back there with that trick. I could have killed you earlier with that kunai and been done with it, but I didn't want to kill such a beautiful girl like yourself. Especially when I can't sense your want to kill me or my friends, even when I said we killed Zabuza. So please don't ruin this chance, don't come back for the old man and that'll be the end of it. We could even become friends, but, said Naruto as he took on a more serious face, if you come to kill the old man or my friends again, you or Zabuza, I will not hesitate to beat you to a pulp, said Naruto as he walked away. Haku stood still. Naruto figured everything from just a few minutes. He had easily deduced who she was and everything. He could have killed her when he first pounced on her and there was nothing she could have done about it. Figured out she was a girl, sensed her lack of wanting to kill someone. Her clever cover blown after a few seconds of meeting him. She had to tell Zabuza about this troubling news. 6 days later. The week had passed with no incidents. Kakashi had recovered a few days ago and began accompanying his genin to the bridge. Today would be the day that Zabuza would strike. However, Naruto wasn't there. Naruto had asked to stay home as he thought Gato would attack Tsunade to get to Tsunade. Naruto was proven right when he heard a scream and immediately set off to find out why. Naruto landed atop a building. Upon looking over the building, Naruto saw Tsunade tied up by a rope and Inari being held down by a tall man. That man was carrying a sword and another accompanied him, also carrying a sword. Naruto deemed it necessary that he should take care of this as fast as possible before something bad happened. Naruto placed his hands in the tiger hand seal and thought, Nien Shoja no Jutsu, Temple of Nirvana technique. The thugs were laughing as it was too easy to take the bridge builder's family. Even those ninjas would stop when they noticed the hostages. Their laughing ended with a yawn when they began to notice white feathers floating down. They looked confused for a second until they both passed out into a deep slumber. Tsunade and Inari grew confused. What just happened? Why did those goons just fall asleep? Their questions became answered when Naruto landed in between them. Told you I'm awesome? Now I have to go help my friends as they will need me, said Naruto as he went through 4 hand seals and ended in the ram seal. Iwa Bunshin no Jutsu, rock clone technique, said Naruto as 4 pieces of rock peeled off Naruto's body and formed into 4 Narutos. My clones will keep you safe until it is all over. Inari, if they need it, help protect your mom. It's time to stop moping, you need to become the next Kaiza around here, said Naruto as he vanished with a shunshin, leaving only an afterimage behind. Tsunade's bridge. At the bridge, a battle had broken out almost as soon as they arrived. Kakashi had gone off to face Zabuza. Sakura was left guarding Tsunade as Sasuke went in to face the Hunter Nin. Sasuke was dismantling the Hunter Nin in Taijutsu. He had a clear advantage in that aspect with his Sharingan. You're good and fast. Your eyes allow you to adjust perfectly in the middle of a battle, impressive. However, I wonder if your body can keep up with my true speed, said the hunter Nin as she placed her hands in a unique hand seal. A thin sheet of ice appeared in between Sasuke and the foe hunter Nin as she said, Makio Hyosho, demonic ice mirrors. Sasuke soon found himself trapped in a dome of 21 identical ice mirrors. He then saw the hunter Nin step into one of the mirrors and appear in all the mirrors. After a moment, Sasuke had to dodge a barrage of Senbon needles. Sasuke still managed to get hit by several Senbon though, 2 in the shoulder and 4 in his leg. Sasuke stood up and determined that fire trumps ice, so he was going to melt the mirrors. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball technique, said Sasuke as he sent a huge torrent of fire into one of the mirrors. He became surprised when the mirror was only lightly melted at the corners though. The mirror then regenerated right before his eyes. That level of jutsu will do you no justice here, said the hunter Nin as she pulled out more Senbon to toss at Sasuke. I need to end this fight quickly. This jutsu is very chakra taxing and he already proved he can keep up by dodging that first attack. Before I get tired and slow down, I need to put him down, thought Haku as she was ready to end Sasuke. Haku fired an unavoidable amount of Senbon at Sasuke that would surely finish him. I'm sorry Naruto-kun, but I follow Zabuza-sama's wishes, thought Haku sadly as she knew Sasuke would meet his end. That was all for naught as a flash of yellow appeared in her ice mirrors. Naruto appeared with his hands clasped together as he thought, Futon, Daitapa, wind style, great breakthrough. A sudden gust of wind appeared and blew all the Senbon away. You okay Sasuke? Asked Naruto with his eyes locked on Haku. Or at least her reflection. HN said Sasuke as he continued with, these mirrors are tough. My fire does not affect them. We might have been able to break one if you had stayed outside, but it's too late for that now. She's too fast to let you out of here without a fight. Hello, Naruto-kun. It seems your arrival is very untimely, but you're in my domain now and here I reign supreme, said Haku as she continued to send out Senbon after Senbon. Naruto and Sasuke were dodging them with ease as Haku had to split up her targets. Eventually, Naruto got tired of dodging and decided to end the fight. Haku, it's over, said Naruto as he flared his chakra. The effect was instantaneous. The area inside of Haku's jutsu cracked as well as the mirrors. All the fighting stopped immediately at the display of raw power. Sakura was feeling the sheer power behind the chakra and hoped it was on her side as she couldn't see through the mist. Kakashi and Zabuza both stopped at the feeling of the chakra. Kakashi grew scared thinking the Kyuubi was breaking out. That turned into awe as he realized it was only Naruto. Zabuza grew concerned for Haku inwardly. He knew Haku wouldn't be able to handle such power, he was doubting if he could. Sasuke stared in disbelief at Naruto. He had never seen this from Naruto. After 3 years of training together and being friends, Naruto still had tricks. It was during that moment that Sasuke realized the gap between him and Naruto was still too big, if not bigger. Naruto was amazing. Haku stared shocked when she saw Naruto flare his chakra. It had cracked all of her mirrors from just chakra presence alone. The kind, gentle look and the pretty violet eyes from yesterday were gone. The coldest, violet eyes replaced them with an equally chilling glare. He just broke her jutsu in mere moments. It seemed he was serious about beating her to a pulp if she came. Sasuke shoot a fireball at 10 o'clock, said Naruto as Sasuke flew through the hand seals and breathed out another huge fireball without hesitation. Haku knew that even in their cracked state, her mirrors could stand to Sasuke's attack. She wasn't ready to see an entire corner of her dome obliterated by Sasuke's jutsu. How? Asked a shocked Haku. Katan, Choshinsei, fire style, supernova, it's a beautiful collaboration jutsu of Sasuke's fireball and my great breakthrough. It's pretty powerful and now we know this fight is over, said Naruto as he channeled a bit of Kurama's chakra and vanished in front of the mirror Haku was in. Haku had no time to gasp as she attempted to speed to another mirror but her leg got caught by Naruto. Naruto then proceeded to swing her around and smash her through the mirror she just came out of. She skidded across the ground a bit until she managed to backflip back up. Upon landing on her feet, a fist met her chin. A powerful fist from Naruto sending her even further back. Naruto had performed a shunshin and appeared in Haku's face and upon her looking up, Naruto landed a debilitating blow on her. He knew he smashed her mask because he channeled chakra into that fist. A lot of it, from him and Kurama. She wouldn't be getting up for a little while after that. He walked over to Haku and took a knee next to her prone form. Why Haku? Why would you work for Zabuza when he's trying to damn a whole country by killing a bridge builder for an evil man? You're not like this, so why go so far? Asked Naruto sadly. Zabuza gave me purpose. I was an orphan when he found me. He trained me to be his tool and I have failed him. I am broken and no longer of use to my master. I cannot further aid my master in his goal of taking down Kirigakure's Yondaime Mizukage to keep him from killing off all the bloodline users in my home. Zabuza isn't that bad to do that, Naruto-kun. Zabuza-sama feels his home is more important to him than this country's. I'm sure you'd do the same for Konoha, said Haku as she then looked up at Naruto with a pleading look. Please kill me. Naruto grew shocked to hear what Zabuza's real goal was. Naruto thought Zabuza was just out to earn some money and didn't care about the people he affected by doing so. But after hearing Haku's answer, Naruto found a solution to solve all of this. No, Haku-chan, I can't kill my friends. Besides, if you died here, you'd never get back to helping your homeland with Zabuza. Now get your pretty little buns up, we have to go save your sensei before Kakashi kills him, said Naruto as he offered Haku a hand. Haku was speechless as the kind, gentle eyes she had met came back again. Her body felt rejuvenated after looking into them. Haku took Naruto's hand, blushing slightly from Naruto's warmth, and set off with him to find Zabuza. Sasuke stood in disbelief. Was I just forgotten? How the hell does Naruto know that Hunter Nin's name? And she's a girl? I would have been defeated by a girl if Naruto hadn't come? I need to train harder, I won't let Naruto stay so far ahead of me, thought Sasuke. With Zabuza and Kakashi. Kakashi had just trapped Zabuza in an awkward position. Zabuza had 9 dogs attached to him all over his body and was at Kakashi's complete mercy at the moment. Kakashi had just told Zabuza about showing him his only original jutsu when a yellow flash appeared in between them. Yo sensei, said Naruto as Haku appeared a few moments after him. Hello, Naruto. It seems you've reached a compromise with Zabuza's help. Care to explain, said Kakashi as his dogs still held firm to Zabuza. Naruto replied, well, I came in to save Sasuke, though I'm sure he could have won if the match lasted longer. I defeated Haku and she told me about Zabuza's goal. Zabuza's actually fighting for a good cause. He wants to end the reign of the Yondaime Mizukage, finished Naruto as Kakashi looked incredulously at Zabuza. I thought he was just doing this for money, it seems Zabuza does fight for good, thought Kakashi. Even though he thought that his dogs were still holding down Zabuza. So what are you saying we should do, Naruto? Asked Kakashi. I say we let them go after Tsunade completes the bridge. Killing them now would be unnecessary as it's clear they can't defeat us, said Naruto as he trailed off when he felt over 250 chakra signatures approaching the bridge. Haku and Zabuza stared at Naruto until Kakashi said, Sensor. Must feel someone coming. Upon hearing that, Zabuza and Haku both looked in the direction that Naruto was. About a minute later, a group of about 250 people appeared with a short man in front clapping. Gato, what are you doing here? Said Zabuza still with Kakashi's ninja dog pack on him. It seems the demon of the mist was a farce in the end. I knew you couldn't complete the mission. And even if you had, I would have killed you anyway. What do I look like paying a punk like you? So I waited until you all tired yourselves out and now I'm going to have my men dispose of all of you, including the bridge builder, said Gato as he laughed. It seems we are no longer enemies, Kakashi, said Zabuza as Kakashi nodded and his ninja dogs dispelled in a poof. Zabuza was still pretty roughed up though and couldn't use his arms at the moment. He looked at Naruto and said, Hey kid, spare a kunai. Naruto looked at Zabuza for a moment until he said, Sure, as long as I get to use your sword. Zabuza chuckled at Naruto's naivety. He wouldn't be able to pick up that sword, and even if he could, he wouldn't have the strength to use it. Sure, whatever kid, I just need it back after we're done, said Zabuza as he caught Naruto's kunai in his teeth. Kakashi lowered his headband back down as he wouldn't need it for this fight. Haku also stepped up by Zabuza's side as she was willing to take out a few. Sasuke appeared on Kakashi's side as well, believing he might as well take his frustration out on something, and Gato brought the perfect opportunity. In the middle, wielding the Kubikira Bocho, decapitating carving knife, was Naruto. Naruto had to channel some of Kurama's chakra to augment his strength just so he could wield it. It felt so good in his hands. Looking to his right and seeing Zabuza and Haku, then to his left to see Kakashi and Sasuke, Naruto smirked. Let's go wild. 2 days later. How did Zabuza kill the most people and even Gato with no arms? That's outrageous, said Naruto as he was reminiscing about the battle at the bridge a few days ago. I'm good like that kid, I'm good like that, said Zabuza. Well Kakashi, it seems me and Haku are done from doing this type of business. Maybe we will go and see how Kiri is doing since it's been almost a decade since I left. The bloodline rebels may have an organized front we can join. Kakashi nodded as he had heard all about Kiri's internal issues. Until next time Zabuza, hopefully on friendlier terms, said Kakashi as he waved goodbye. Zabuza then turned to Naruto and said, Kid, you could have let us be killed. But you didn't, and for that I say, you suck as a ninja, said Zabuza as he looked shocked to see Naruto slump over and fall into a terrible depression. Could this kid not take a joke? But you're a hell of a person and I'm glad to call you a friend. Thank you for giving us the chance to live. Maybe one day I'll teach you how to use a sword. Just ask and I'll try to arrange something. Until then, don't be such a punk ass, said Zabuza as he fist bumped Naruto. Naruto-kun. Thank you so much, I don't know what would have happened. I could have died, Zabuza-sama could have died. But none of that happened, because you're such a forgiving person. Thank you for the chance we didn't deserve. I hope to see you in the future sometime, said Haku as she got bold and hugged Naruto. So warm, thought Haku. And I the same. See you later, Haku. And kick some ass in the war, said Naruto as they broke apart and waved goodbye. As Naruto watched them walk away, he turned around to see his team halfway down the path already. Guys, wait up. My team shows me no love, said Naruto crying as he raced to catch his teammates. As he was trying to reach his team, Naruto didn't get to hear the naming of Tsunade's bridge. The Great Naruto Bridge, in honor of the most recent hero of Wave. Chapter 7, Chunin Exam Start. Time skip 2 months. It had been an eventful 2 months for Team 7. They had gone on 5 more C rank missions and even a B rank. 3 of their C ranks were simply escorting missions, no ninja contact like the Wave mission. The other 4 were eradicating bandit camps, with one having a few missing ninjas, making it their first B rank. Normally a ninja's first kill would haunt them, but Kakashi dealt with it perfectly. Before their first kill, Kakashi had acquired 3 of the cutest baby birds he could find. He then handed each of his students 1 bird. Naruto, Sakura, and even Sasuke became mesmerized by the 3 birds' cuteness. They knew they wouldn't want anything to ever harm them, they were theirs forever. However, Kakashi told them to kill their bird or it was D ranks for life. With heavy hearts, except for Sasuke who acted indifferent on the outside, Team Kakashi silently killed their baby bird. Needless to say, neither genin became haunted when they killed during their bandit eradication missions. They had succeeded in all of their missions with great efficiency and minimal injuries. Team 7's genin also progressed individually during that time span. Sakura had progressed mainly in medical ninjutsu. She could heal light injuries with ease now and became a very important member of Team 7, more so than ever due to her abilities as a medic. Sasuke progressed as well. Sasuke had strengthened his taijutsu some more by getting faster because he still wanted and needed his body to catch up to his eyes, mainly because Naruto still exploited that fact in their spars. Sasuke had also honed his fire release and Sharingan genjutsu. He tried hard to gain the 3rd tomo in his eyes, but they hadn't come yet. Naruto had done amazing in the 2 months. Tenzo had finally made contact with him again since Team 7 became Team 7 right after his coming back from Wave. As a result, he taught Naruto the jutsu that made Hashirama so great, Kakwan Nit Ten Sui Shu, 10th Edict of Enlightenment. The power to tame tailed beasts. The technique used the power of Mokuton to forcibly suppress a tailed beast's power. Tenzo showed Naruto the jutsu for when he ever came across another Jinchuriki or Bijou. Naruto had learned the jutsu by the end of the first month and was only getting better at it. Not only had he learned that jutsu, but Naruto's speed at using the Shunshin had also finally reached an incomparable level. He had gotten it down to no need for hand seals and could use it against opponents in battle. Kakashi still could keep pace easily, but that was because he was an elite jonin. Chunin and below would have trouble with Naruto's speed increase. Kakashi knew his team was easily Chunin exam material. Naruto was a sure-fired Chunin, maybe jonin for that matter. Sasuke was at least a Chunin as well. It'd take some luck for Sakura, but he was positive his team could handle the exams. As a result, his team received his recommendation for the exams tomorrow. Several hours later, after receiving his form from Kakashi, Naruto decided to eat at his favorite restaurant. After his fill of ramen, Naruto began to walk out of Ichiraku's and head nowhere in particular. Naruto was walking alone, so he thought. He chuckled slightly when he noticed a rock was following him. A perfectly square rock, with 2 eye holes in it. Upon recognizing the chakra signature and sensing 2 more within it, Naruto decided to talk to his followers. "Come on Konohamaru, I know you can do better than that," said Naruto. After he finished, the rock came flying off as a huge plume of smoke billowed out. As it cleared, it revealed Konohamaru and 2 other children his age. The kid to Konohamaru's right was a boy with short, brown hair and black eyes. He wore round glasses and had an ever-present drip of snot from his nose. He wore a simple blue t-shirt that zipped up the middle, a pair of brown pants, sandals, and a pair of blue wristbands to represent his membership in the Konohamaru Ninja Squad. The kid to Konohamaru's left was a girl with orange hair, tied up by 2 red elastic bands, into 2 very large pigtails and a perpetual blush on her cheeks. She also wears a red tank top over a pink t-shirt layered at the bottom, her pants are gray and she wears the traditional ninja sandals. She also wears a pair of blue wristbands to honor Naruto as a member of the Konohamaru Ninja Squad. Naruto had given Konohamaru his blue wristbands one day when he visited him. Ever since, Konohamaru had donned them and seemed to acquire 2 more members. Impressive. Konohamaru spoke up upon the smoke dissipating, told you he was amazing. Guys, this is Naruto. Boss, this is Udon and Moegi. We are the Konohamaru Ninja Squad, finished Konohamaru with a pose of authority. Hi, I'm Moegi and it's nice to meet you, Naruto-san. Konohamaru has told us great things about you, said Moegi with a smile and a deeper blush as she noticed Naruto smiling back. He's hunky, thought Moegi looking Naruto up and down. I'm Udon. It's nice to meet you. Oh no, I screwed up, said Udon ashamed at his first time talking to Naruto. Boss, come play ninja with us, you haven't played with me since the Konohamaru Ninja Squad became a squad. Playing ninja, Naruto? I thought being a ninja stopped you from pretending to be a ninja, said Sakura as she had come over when she spotted Naruto. Oh hey, Sakura-chan. There's nothing wrong with playing ninja. Plus Konohamaru's better than most of my opponents, said Naruto when he noticed Konohamaru had his pinky held up. Boss, is that your girlfriend? Said Konohamaru. Naruto laughed when he realized what Konohamaru meant with that pinky. Oh, probably not, since you're laughing. I'd laugh at that hair. I mean, who has pink hair? Does she dye it? What a weirdo, finished Konohamaru as he was hit by a vicious killing intent. Konohamaru looked up to see Sakura seething. Naruto whispered in Konohamaru's ear, run. Not needing to get told twice, he took off in a full sprint. Sakura was in hot pursuit as she rounded the corner Konohamaru just took. Upon doing so, she noticed Konohamaru bump into someone. Ouch, I'm sorry, sir. I was running and wasn't paying attention to where I was going, said Konohamaru as he then found himself picked up by his collar. Watch where you're going, punk, said the older boy grabbing Konohamaru. He had black eyes and purple facial paint on. He was clad in a black, baggy, full bodysuit with a red and yellow circle on the front. He also wears a black hood that covered his head completely and had cat-like ears and his forehead protector on his forehead. Stop it, Kankuro, he already said sorry. Leave him alone, said a teal-eyed girl with sandy, blonde hair in 4 ponytails. She was wearing a single light purple-colored, off-the-shoulder garment that extended to halfway down her thighs, with a scarlet sash tied around her waist. In addition to incorporating fishnet worn over her shoulders and legs, specifically on her right calf and her left thigh, she also wore her black forehead protector around her neck. No, Temari, I plan to teach this punk a lesson, said Kankuro as he readied a fist. Sakura was going to speak up until Naruto appeared beside her in a shunshin. Excuse me, sir, I would recommend putting him down, said Naruto. Yeah, what are you going to do about it, Blondie? Said Kankuro as he turned his head to look at Naruto. Naruto gasped as he said, oh my, I'm sorry, miss. I thought you were a boy at first. Temari chuckled slightly as Kankuro blurted out, what the hell are you talking about? I'm a guy. Then why the hell are you wearing all that makeup? Said Naruto, causing Temari to laugh a little harder. It's war paint, not makeup. Why does everyone say that? Asked Kankuro before he was hit by a rock. That shocked him enough to drop Konohamaru, who immediately dashed for Naruto. Konohamaru, I don't think you need to stay here now, go on home, said Naruto to Konohamaru, who hurried home afterward. Sasuke landed next to Naruto as he said, you should pick on someone your own size. Kankuro looked irate at Sasuke as he touched the bandaged object behind him. Sasuke pulled out a kunai as he readied for Kankuro's assault. Temari made a move for her fan until she felt her hand land on another hand. I wouldn't do that, let's let them do something stupid, said Naruto, who was standing behind Temari smiling. I didn't even see him move, thought Temari as she noticed an image of Naruto in place of where he was. Was that a shunshin? That was way too fast. This guy's good and he's not too bad on the eyes, thought Temari as she blushed slightly looking at Naruto. Then blushed harder when she realized her hand was still on his. She took it off and turned away back to Kankuro. Kankuro had noticed Temari's dilemma but continued when he realized Naruto wasn't going to do anything. However, before he could start on the bandages, he froze when he heard another voice. You both are embarrassments, said a new voice who appeared in a swirl of sand via shunshin. He was a short male with short, spiky red hair. He had black rings around his blue-green eyes with no pupil or eyebrows. He wore a black full-body suit with t-shirt-like sleeves, 3/4 length legs, and an open neck. He also wore a white cloth over his right shoulder and the left side of his hips, and a wide leather band system over the left shoulder and right side of his hips. With this leather band, he carried around his gourd that contained his sand. He also wrapped his black forehead protector over the band. Gaara, said Kankuro as he stopped what he was doing upon Gaara's arrival. Stop speaking before I kill you, said Gaara as he turned to look at Naruto. You, with the blonde hair, my name is Gaara, what is yours? My name is Naruto. That is Sasuke and Sakura, said Naruto as he pointed to his two teammates. Are you competing in the Chunin exams? Asked Gaara. That we are, I'm assuming you all are as well. Being Tsunade shinobi in Konoha, said Naruto, still behind Temari. Of course. It'll be entertaining going against you Naruto, said Gaara before he started walking off. Temari, Kankuro. We're going. Naruto moved out of Temari's way as he said it was a pleasure meeting you Temari-chan. It was a pleasure meeting you too, said Temari, blushing as she left. I would have kicked that cross-dresser's ass, said Sasuke. Naruto laughed as he said, I'm sure you would have. I'm sure you would have. Unless he kicked your ass with that bandaged-up makeup kid on his back. Either way, we have a big day ahead of us tomorrow. I'm gonna get prepped for it. Peace out, said Naruto as he vanished. Sasuke and Sakura did the same as they left to get ready for the Chunin exams tomorrow. One day later, Team 7 arrived at the academy the following morning for the Chunin exams. They had instructions to go to room 301 and headed upstairs to get to their room. Upon arriving, they noticed they were only on the second floor and spotted a door with 301 on the sign. Immediately recognizing the genjutsu and henge, Naruto thought, must be a test. If Genin can't spot a simple genjutsu like that one, they don't deserve to be in the exams. We should just Wakaru. Sasuke cut him from that thought when he spoke. Drop the henge and genjutsu, you're not fooling any of us good ninjas with it, said Sasuke as both techniques dissolved. Naruto palmed his face as one of the now Chunin spoke up, seems we have a cocky one Kotetsu. Kotetsu then said, indeed we do, looks like I'll have to put him in his place said Kotetsu as he kicked out at Sasuke. However, a kid in a green, spandex jumpsuit stopped the kick short. Hello, my name is Rock Lee, might I have your names? Said Rock Lee, the kid in the green jumpsuit, to Sasuke, letting Kotetsu's leg go. I'm Sasuke Uchiha, this is Sakura Haruno and Naruto Senju. We are Team Kakashi. Who are you all? Said Sasuke in reply. As I said, I am Rock Lee, this is Tenten and Niji Hyuga. We are Team Guy, said Rock Lee. Well, we hope to see you in the exams, said Sasuke as he and his teammates both walked off. Seems they are a strong team with the Uchiha and Senju. Wonder how good they are, thought Niji to himself. Damn. That Senju kid is smoking hot, but I'll beat his ass if we come across each other, thought Tenten as she and Niji noticed Rock Lee was gone. Team 7 was just about to turn the corner to room 301 when they heard a shout. Please stop, said Rock Lee as he landed behind Team 7. Sasuke Uchiha, I would like to challenge you to a spar. I am the best genin in the class this year and I would like to test my skills against you. You are a natural genius and I am a genius of hard work, and I would like to test myself against you, finished Rock Lee as he got into a beginning stance. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and was about to say yes until Naruto said, Sasuke. I believe it's unwise to face him without knowing what he can do. He seemed extremely fast when he blocked that kick earlier and if I'm not mistaken, that's the Goken fighting style. Very formidable taijutsu. You would suffer unnecessary injuries battling him. Let us continue without this, we'll face him later, said Naruto as Sasuke agreed. My teammate is right. We don't have much time to get to the exam. We'll save that spar for later, said Sasuke. Before Rock Lee could respond, a grown-up version of Rock Lee appeared landing beside him. Guy-sensei, why are you here? Asked Lee to Guy. Lee, my beautiful student. I came to make sure you weren't starting trouble. What are you doing to these fine, youthful ninjas? Asked Guy. Nothing Guy-sensei, I challenged Sasuke-kun to a spar here. But he reminded me that we had little time to get to the exams, so we scheduled it for later, replied Lee as he looked to see his sensei's face cringing up. What a beautiful display of youth. To remind you of your pressing exam, so you wouldn't be late. It's so beautiful to think about it, isn't it Lee? Said Guy, face full of tears. Lee immediately starting crying looking at Guy crying. Lee, Guy-sensei. Lee, Guy-sensei. Team 7 bore witness to a horrifying genjutsu. Rock Lee and his elder clone were hugging on a beach cliff, complete with waves crashing against it and a beautiful sunset. Sasuke's Sharingan couldn't even dispel the genjutsu. Naruto tried to even use some of Kurama's chakra to forcibly dispel the illusion but it was to no avail. Nothing worked. They stayed and watched the genjutsu until its end. Slightly disoriented at what they just watched, Team 7 finally made it into room 301. Upon arriving, Naruto was immediately pounced on by a purple blur. Naruto-kun, how I've missed you, said Ino as she rubbed her cheek with Naruto's. Hi, Ino-chan. It's nice to see you too. Yo, Shika and Choji, said Naruto as the boys from Team 10 showed up after Ino. Troublesome. Of course, Naruto's in this exam, said Shikamaru as he fist-bumped Naruto. Choji did likewise after wiping the chips off his hand. Ino pig, what are you doing to Naruto? Did you finally give up hope on Sasuke-kun? said Sakura with a smirk. Ino immediately stopped and was going to respond until another person made his presence known. What's up everybody? Seems the gang's all here, started Kiba. You know what, they should call us the Rookie 9. As we're the first rookies in the Chunin exams in the past few years, said Kiba loudly as he fist-bumped Naruto. Shino and Hinata were walking up beside him. Naruto was about to respond again, but an older boy appeared and spoke to the group. You should talk more quietly. You're drawing a lot of attention to yourself, said the boy as Naruto noticed that everybody in the room was staring at them. Sasuke looked at the guy for a second. Who are you? I've never seen you in the Leaf Village, said Sasuke as he noticed the boy's leaf forehead protector. The boy was older than the Rookie 9. He looked about 20 years old and had on a pair of round glasses. He had onyx eyes and ash-gray hair, which was in a ponytail that extended to his upper back, with bangs framing either side of his forehead. He wore a dark purple shirt with a high collar, a white undershirt, dark purple fingerless gloves with armored plates on the back of the hand, a white cloth waistband worn at an angle, dark purple pants, blue sandals, and a shuriken holster on his right leg. I am Kabuto Yakushi. I haven't seen everyone in Konoha either, so it's not hard for me to not be seen either, said Kabuto before he continued with, I've been in a lot of these exams, I figured I should help you guys. Shikamaru noticed he said a lot and wondered how many exams have you been in? It's a biannual event and this is my 4th year trying. I'm on my 7th attempt, said Kabuto smiling. Damn. You must suck, said Kiba in a brash tone. What? Everyone was thinking it. Maybe you're right. But like I said, it is a pretty tough event. Since I've been in so many of these things, I've amassed a bit of knowledge. I could even share some if you'd like. I've got it all down on these cards, said Kabuto as he pulled out a stack of blank cards. Sasuke perked up slightly. He had a few names. Do you have info on Rock Lee, Gaara, and Naruto Senju? Said Sasuke as everyone gasped when he said Naruto. So you know their names, well that makes it easy, said Kabuto as he pulled out 3 cards and channeled a bit of chakra into them. Okay, first up, Rock Lee. Konoha Genin with tremendous ability in taijutsu. Says his nin and genjutsu are nil. He is a member of Team 9 led by Might Guy as his sensei. Niji Hyuga and Tenten are his teammates. Says he has completed 42 D ranks and 35 C rank missions. Has been a Genin for a year, graduating a year before you guys, said Kabuto as he shifted to a different card. Gaara of the Desert. I have little on this guy being from a different village. Says he mainly uses sand in all of his attacks and is very formidable in battle with it. He has done 12 D rank missions, 52 C rank missions, and even 1 B rank mission. Whoa, it says here that he hasn't received an injury, ever, said Kabuto as a few of the Genin got shocked faces at the news. Kabuto finally shifted to Naruto's card. Naruto Senju. From the famed Senju clan of the 1,000 skills. This is impressive, says he is proficient in all the shinobi arts with ninjutsu being his favorite. His chakra levels are off the charts and it even says his control over it is just as impressive. Seems he is a chakra monster. He is a member of Team 7 led by Kakashi Hatake. His teammates are Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. Says he has completed 48 D rank missions, 6 C rank missions, 1 B rank, and even an A rank. Has been dubbed the hero of Wave and he's only been a Genin for about 4 months. Quite impressive. He's probably the strongest person here, said Kabuto, a little loudly when he claimed Naruto was the strongest. A gasp was heard from everyone in the Rookie 9 besides Team 7 and Shikamaru. Naruto was that strong? His team had gone on an A-rank mission? How did he become the hero of Wave? Troublesome, I already knew Naruto was that good. Now, this guy had to go off and say it. Now Naruto has all these people in here targeting him. Oh well, I hope he gets taken out before he comes our way. But how does this guy know so much? Thought Shikamaru to himself. Glad I threw the focus to Naruto while also gaining more information on my enemies, thought Sasuke. This guy knows too much to be a Genin. Plus I can feel the bad vibes coming off him. I need to find a way to tell Gigi. Having information of that quality could make this guy a spy, thought Naruto before he saw a mummy come past his face. The mummy's target was Kabuto as he threw a punch. Kabuto dodged it easily but soon fell to his knees as his glasses cracked. He's not the strongest one here, don't doubt us from sound, said the mummy to Kabuto. That instrument on his arm. Seems it emits a sound that damages the body. I'll have to look out for that, thought Naruto before a poof occurred in the room. Sit down and shut up. I am Ibiki Marino, the proctor for this first exam, welcome to hell, said Ibiki as he signaled for his helpers to place the Genin in their seats and start handing out the tests. Naruto noticed that he was nowhere near his team. He was in the middle, Sasuke behind him in the back rows, and Sakura in the front. Seemed every team was split like that. As the tests got handed out, Ibiki gave out the rules for the first exam. You will all have an hour for this first test. You'll have 45 minutes for the first 9 questions on your test. In the last 15 minutes of your test, I'll give you the 10th question. If caught cheating, you and your team's disqualification and exam end are next. You may use whatever abilities you have to gain your answers though, just remember to not get caught. Begin, said Ibiki as the clock ticked perfectly at 9 hours. Right on time. Naruto heard writing immediately as Ibiki said that. He looked down at his test and immediately realized something weird. These questions are way too hard for any mere genin to answer. I wonder if any jonin could answer them. The guy a row below, and 3 seats to the left seems to not have trouble. Actually, I can see an imprint of a flak jacket on his shirt. He is a Chunin placed in here with the answers. So it seems they are testing our stealth for this exam. Clever. But I wonder what the 10th question is like. Oh well, might as well get my 9 questions over, thought Naruto. Naruto waited for the Chunin to turn his paper over, signaling his finish. Naruto's foot merged with the wooden floor below him as he created a Moku Bunshin, wood clone, into the floor. The Bunshin traveled underground with Doton, Marurugakure no Jutsu, Earth style, hiding like a mole technique, to get underneath the Chunin's desk. Right underneath the Chunin's paper, the Bunshin's eyes appeared and took note of every one of his answers. It then proceeded to head back to its original undetected. After merging back with its creator, Naruto immediately received information from his clone. He then finished his test as he waited for the 10th question. Sakura had already known the answers to the test and was writing them down like the boss she was. Finally. All the knowledge that I studied hard for is paying off. And they thought I was a weirdo for trying to learn everything, thought Sakura as she swiftly finished her 9 questions. Sasuke noticed just like Naruto that there were Chunin with the answers sitting in the exam. He activated his Sharingan and began copying the Chunin's pencil movements to get the answers. Worked like a charm. Eventually, the 45 minutes were up and Ibiki stood up to give the 10th question. Listen up maggots, there are rules to this question. First off, if you decide to stay for this question and miss it, you will immediately fail and you and your team are all gone. Secondly, if you do fail this question, you cannot take another Chunin exam ever again, said Ibiki as he heard gasps and a shout. Some genin have been here before, how is that possible if they missed the question, said a genin from Amigakure. This is my exam. I make the rules, so deal with it. Now is there anyone who wants to leave? If you leave now, none of that applies to you and you can always take another test at a later date, said Ibiki as he watched about another 8 teams leave. Seems 28 teams are still in the exam, 84 kids. Anko will never let me live this down, thought Ibiki as he looked at Naruto. You sure you want to stay, Blondie? This is your last chance, said Ibiki as he saw Naruto smile a little. I wouldn't mind. Being a Chunin or higher is not necessary to become Hokage. However, my teammates need me here and I have a bigger prize for becoming a Chunin. This test won't stop me. Not to mention that I figured out your test, said Naruto. Oh, and what would that be? Said Ibiki. This is a test to see if we had Chunin level abilities in stealth. Hence, the task of trying to gain answers in a crowded room with spectators watching us, said Naruto as he continued with, your 10th question is also a test. A test to see if we had the willingness to go on with the risks. As Chunin, we may have to go on missions that have risks as severe as the one you gave us. You're trying to find the ones who would stay and that would mean we pass the 10th question, as staying was the answer to it, finished Naruto, who received a high five from Kiba in the row behind him. Damn. That kid is good. That was definitely Chunin level thinking. Kids going places, thought Ibiki before he began to say, well, the brat's right. Anyone still here has passed. Congratulations on passing the first exam. Before the next proctor comes, I want to tell you the dash. Boom. Ibiki was interrupted when the wall exploded and a huge banner came flying in. Accompanying the banner was a woman with violet hair and light brown, pupil-less eyes. She was wearing a tan overcoat with a purple inseam, which has a pocket on both sides, and complete with a fitted mesh bodysuit that stretches from her neck down to her thighs. She wears a dark orange miniskirt, as well as a forehead protector, a small pendant that looks like a snake fang on a thick cord, a wristwatch, and pale gray shin guards. She also wore a dark blue belt around her waist that connects to her skirt that has an appendage-like sash. On the banner was a sign that said the sexy and single Anko Mitarashi. Hello kiddies, I am your proctor for the second exam, Anko, said Anko as she stared at the genin. Your arrival was early, said Ibiki as the clock struck 10 hours at that moment. You also let 84 brats pass, so it's fine. I'll cut M in half, at least, before the third exam, said Anko. You have 15 minutes to get to training ground 44, which is a straight line through this wall. Move it, finished Anko as she disappeared with a puff of smoke. Well damn, she's hot, said Kiba as he and Naruto shared another high five as they saw how good Anko looked in her clothing. They were 14 years old, who wouldn't notice Anko's hot body, especially in that outfit. Soon all the genin were out of the room and headed toward Training Ground 44. 15 minutes later, Anko appeared and proceeded to hand out instructions for the next test. Welcome to my home, brats. This is Training Ground 44, better known as the Forest of Death. Anko smirked at seeing the genin's shocked faces. However, she did notice that Naruto wasn't caring in the least. Seems he needs some more motivation, thought Anko as she threw a high-speed kunai at Naruto. The kunai was so fast that no one even saw Anko move her arm or see the kunai fly through the air. A few did, including Naruto, and as a result, Naruto leaned his head to the side as the kunai flew by his face. He then felt Anko appear behind him with another kunai at his cheek. Seems I can't scare you with this big, scary forest. So I'll have to do it myself, said Anko. She was about to press the kunai closer to Naruto's cheek when she felt a kunai on her inner thigh. Seems you can't either. Thanks for the warning though, but I believe I'll be safe, said Naruto in a whisper so no one else heard him. The kunai was also situated where nobody could see either. Hell yeah, I handled that like a champ, thought Naruto before he lost his composure completely. Anko had moved closer to Naruto, which pressed her ample chest into his back and placed her lady business over his hand and kunai. Seems I can't. If only you were a little older, brat, you might have gotten a prize. I saw you high-five that dog boy after his comment on my looks, said Anko as she licked Naruto's face with a long tongue. Naruto immediately stiffened and turned red. She's not wearing underwear, thought Naruto, flustered for the first time in his life. Still got it, thought Anko as she immediately pointed a kunai at the most creepy-looking genin she had ever seen. She wasn't weird-looking, she just looked too normal, it was creepy. Here's your kunai back, said the Kusagakure genin as Anko took back her kunai and walked back to the front. Now for this exam, each of you will be handed a scroll, said Anko as she held up 2 scrolls. You'll either get an earth scroll or a heaven scroll. Whichever scroll you get, your team must get the opposite. After obtaining the other scroll, your team must make it to the center of the forest with both scrolls to pass. You'll each be given a gate to go ahead from where you will sign a death waiver. Anything goes in the forest and the death waiver is so we're not blamed for your lack of skills. Goodbye for now, finished Anko with a wink at the still red Naruto. I can still feel the warmth, thought Naruto, cut from his musings by a tug from Sakura. Team 7 arrived at their gate and a ninja gave them their earth scroll, which Naruto gladly took. Soon Anko sounded the horn that started the second exam. Chapter 8, Forest of Death. It had been about 3 hours since the start of the exam. Team 7 was leaping high above the ground, from treetop to treetop. Team 7 eventually came to a stop as Naruto landed in the middle of a clearing. Naruto, why did you stop? Asked Sasuke as he landed next to Naruto. Naruto put a hand behind his head and turned around with a sheepish look. I have to pee. I told you to go before we left, said Sasuke as he pinched his nose. Give me the scroll. Don't need you to get ambushed. Naruto handed Sasuke the team's earth scroll. Naruto was about to take off until he heard Sakura voice her concerns. Why Sasuke-kun? Naruto's still the strongest. He'd have a better chance going against a whole team than me and you together, said Sakura before she saw Naruto shiver slightly. Naruto looked toward Sakura with a creeped-out look. Sakura-chan, I would freeze up. That's a fear of mine. Fighting someone with my junk out? Naruto shivered once more. I've never pissed the same since Kakashi-sensei brought that up. Naruto disappeared into the wilderness as Sasuke and Sakura conversed for a bit. About 4 minutes later, Naruto appeared back in the clearing. Yo guys, I'm back. Let's get to this, said Naruto as he landed. Sasuke nodded as Sakura said, Naruto. You didn't give me a kiss before you left. What? Am I not your girlfriend anymore? Said Sakura with a pout. Naruto looked shocked for a second until he said, sorry Sakura-chan. Slipped my mind. Naruto puckered up and leaned in for a kiss. Instead of lips, he met a foot. That foot was a part of Sasuke's leg. Whoa, what's going on Sasuke? Said Naruto as the kick sent him sailing back. Sasuke looked bored as he said, you're a terrible henge user first off. Naruto has 3 stripes, not 2 on his sleeves. Secondly, Naruto would have dodged that kick, you trash ninja. Thirdly, we already knew you were here. Naruto's a censor, he found all 3 of you. Him saying he had to pee alerted us to your presence. Me and Sakura made that girlfriend thing up to test for the real Naruto and sadly, you failed, finished Sasuke as Naruto looked shocked. Sasuke then tied up the hurt Naruto. 1 kick and you're already finished. You must not dance well. Not a second after Sasuke finished speaking, 2 Amekagure genin came flying into the clearing. Though they were unconscious and tied up. Another Naruto followed after them as he came jumping back into view with his teammates. Naruto handed Sasuke 100 Ryo as he said, damn, I was too slow. Shouldn't have taken that piss. Naruto dropped his henge, Seems we were careless, said the now revealed Amigakure Genin. Naruto showed his teammates the Earth Scroll he acquired from the AIM Genin he was facing. Seems it is useless. But the more scrolls we have, the less people who pass. Sorry, finished Naruto as he knocked the last Genin out cold. After tying the AIM Genin to a tree, Team 7 was once again jumping through the forest. About 30 minutes later, they made contact with another team. And a huge snake. That's a big snake, said Naruto, surprised he couldn't sense it beforehand. The snake's ambush took Naruto far away from his teammates as they disappeared through the forest. Sasuke and Sakura were immediately on edge when they noticed the 3 Kusugakure Genin standing in front of them. It was the creepy-looking girl again. She said, "You two, deal with the Senju kid. Kill him if you can. I'll deal with these two." Following orders, both Kusugakure Genin disappeared, following Naruto and the snake summon. Upon seeing the 2 other ninjas leave, Sasuke asked a question. "Seems you're the leader. So which scroll do you have?" The Kusugakure Genin pulled out a Heaven Scroll. "You want my Heaven Scroll, right? Since you have an Earth Scroll." "Well," said the Genin as she swallowed her scroll, "let's battle for the scrolls." "With our lives?" "With Naruto." Naruto was taken for a ride by the snake, eventually ending up nearly a mile away from Sasuke and Sakura before stopping. "I couldn't even sense that snake until it was too late, plus it popped up out of nowhere. That means it is a summon. Snake summons usually mean something bad if they're from the guy I think they're from," thought Naruto. Naruto had to dodge the snake as it lashed at him in an attempt to eat the golden blonde Genin. "I need to get back to my teammates. It seems that separating us was on purpose. I have no time to play around," thought Naruto. He put his hand in a half-ram seal and channeled some chakra. Underneath the snake were a dozen explosive notes. Naruto had dropped them when he evaded the snake's lunge. Boom. "Wow, that was huge. That snake is gone for real," said Naruto. Naruto whipped out a kunai as he blocked the strike from the arrival of a Kusugakure Genin. "Seems you're pretty good. However, there are 2 of us," said the Genin who was clashing kunai with Naruto. Naruto looked shocked as he spotted the other Genin. "Hello Naruto Senju. We are here to end you. Our leader said you must die, so be gone," said the Genin not clashed with Naruto. That Genin pulled out a sword as he lunged at Naruto. The sword pierced Naruto cleanly through the stomach. The 2 Genin smirked at the sight of Naruto's facial expressions, but those smirks dropped when they noticed Naruto turn into mud. Both Genin felt a hand grab their leg. "Doton, Shinjuzanchu no Jutsu, Earth Style, Double Suicide Decapitation Technique," said Naruto underneath both Genin. He then proceeded to drag both Genin up to their necks in the ground. "Thank you Kakashi-sensei," thought Naruto as he popped out of the ground behind the 2 immobilized Genin. "Seems I am pretty good," said Naruto as he took the sword dropped by the Genin. "Before I kill you, who is this leader out to kill me?" asked Naruto as he faced one of the Genin. "I won't tell you anything, you Konoha scum. You may as well started the Genin until Naruto cut him off by piercing him through the eye, killing him immediately. "Well then. On to you. Who do you work for?" "I may not kill you if you tell me," said Naruto as he stared at the remaining Genin. The Genin was absolutely terrified. He had just killed him. Legitimately killed him, no torture, nothing. He had no chance at all. He wasn't going to make the same mistake. He needed to live. "Orakorochimaru," said the Genin trembling. "I figured as much," said Naruto as he killed the Genin as well. "I do not like killing, but it is necessary. I will kill any traitor to the leaf or anyone who works for that traitor," said Naruto as he channeled a massive amount of chakra. He was gone in a high-powered Shunshin. With Sasuke and Sakura. The Kusugakure ninja pulled down her eyelid as she said, "Let's begin." Sasuke and Sakura were immediately assaulted by visions of their death. The visions were so shocking that they were both paralyzed immediately. "Is this a genjutsu?" thought Sasuke in a panic. "No, this is just killing intent. The intent is so powerful that it's induced fear on this scale. We have to get out of here." Seems neither of you can move." "Pitiful," said the Kusugakure ninja as she threw 2 kunai at Sasuke's and Sakura's heads. Sasuke had somehow managed to take out a kunai, which he proceeded to use for stabbing his own leg. That shock to his system enabled his body to respond to his commands. He immediately rescued Sakura while dodging both kunai and fled behind a nearby tree. The Kusugakure ninja smiled slightly. He stabbed himself in the leg to allow himself control over his body. "Seems he is more special than I thought." After being rescued, Sakura looked to Sasuke. "Sasuke-kun, you saved." Sasuke placed a hand over Sakura's mouth, keeping her from talking and potentially giving away their position. He then placed a finger over his mouth in a shushing way. "We must run before we are found again. Where is Naruto? He'd really be of help in this situation," thought Sasuke. So into his thoughts, he barely dodged the snake that had appeared in between him and Sakura. Damn it, I was panicked so much that I forgot to check my surroundings. Now she's found us again. The snake then opened its jaws as the Kusagakure Genin appeared coming out. Sasuke threw a dozen kunai into its mouth to catch the ninja off guard. It was all for naught as the Genin just burst out of the side of the snake. You shouldn't relax for even a moment. Prey should always try to run in a predator's presence, said the Genin as she slithered toward Sasuke. However, before she could get there, she halted due to a barrage of shuriken landing in between her and Sasuke. Sorry Sasuke. Didn't mean to take so long, said Naruto as he landed on a nearby branch. Naruto, said Sakura, relieved at his arrival. That meant he had dealt with his opposition and he looked relatively unharmed. Must have been easy. Should have known he'd be here so soon. Those useless idiots stood no chance against him, thought the Chunin. Naruto. This ninja is way too advanced to just be a Genin. She's on a totally different level than anything we've ever faced. We need to run away, said Sasuke. Hee. Looks like you successfully defeated that giant snake and my two teammates, Naruto-kun, said the Chunin. Yeah. She is Orochimaru, thought Naruto before he said, seems you're picking on Genin now, Orochimaru-san? What makes you think that I'm Orochimaru, questioned the Chunin. The snake summon at first. Only Konoha held that contract or used to as Orochimaru took it away. Secondly, the way you move is reminiscent of a snake. Meaning you use the Hibi-style taijutsu taught by the snakes, which Orochimaru uses. But you could have taught someone those things. So I finally had your lackeys confirm my suspicions before I killed them, finished Naruto as he made eye contact with Sasuke's Sharingan for a moment. The Chunin showed no outward reaction at the deduction but inwardly grew pleased. That kid is incredible. To be able to deduce things so easily, and with only one look. That's thinking on a level fit for a Kage. He's too good. Even getting the information out of my subordinates that fast. Boy must have incredible talent. If only his body could be mine. That damnable bijou would possibly mess up my transfer. And even my curse seal. Too bad, looks like I'll have to dispose of him as he'll become a major threat in the future. Or maybe I could get him to side with me, thought Orochimaru, still disguised as the Chunin. Orochimaru? The S-rank missing nin from Konoha. One of the legendary Sannin, we stand no chance. I'll just give him the scroll, Naruto already has another Earth Scroll so why bother with him, thought Sasuke as he took out the Earth Scroll. Here, I will give you the scroll. Please, take it and leave us, said Sasuke as he tossed the scroll toward Orochimaru. The scroll only made it halfway when Naruto snatched it out of the air. Instead of a lecture of why Sasuke was a punk, Orochimaru became shocked to see a fireball coming his way. They tricked me. They knew I'd be expecting Naruto to scold Sasuke but it was actually a feint. A feint to hide Sasuke, long enough for him to fire off a jutsu. How did he tell him the plan, pondered Orochimaru before it hit him. When they made eye contact. Sasuke must have placed him under a genjutsu to figure out a plan. Fantastic teamwork, thought Orochimaru as he easily evaded the fireball. Impressive you too, I expected no less, said Orochimaru as he bit his thumb and ran it along a tattoo on his arm, which was really a seal. Kuchios no jutsu, summoning technique, said Orochimaru, slamming his hand on the ground. Another huge snake appeared with Orochimaru atop its head as it stared menacingly out at the three genin in front of him. Not this again, said Naruto as he dodged the snake's assault at him. Shit, thought Naruto. Dodging the snake placed him right where Orochimaru wanted him and the snake Sannin took full advantage. Orochimaru threw a jaw-breaking punch that leveled Naruto's entire body. Upon being viciously punched by Orochimaru, instead of his jaw cracking from the punch, Naruto converted into mud that dispersed immediately from the haymaker. Replacement. Amazing, said Orochimaru as he turned to see Naruto slice into the snake's head with a sword, the sword he had from the Kusa Genin from earlier. That shouldn't have happened with that piece of junk sword that flunky had. So how did he cut through? I see, he used wind chakra to slice into the snake's head. He's more impressive than I thought. Orochimaru, upon seeing his snake being sliced into, took off for Sasuke. Let's see what you do, Sasuke-kun, thought Orochimaru as he approached Sasuke rapidly. That assault stopped upon a yellow flash appeared in his face. Naruto had performed a shunshin and threw out a speedy kick to Orochimaru's face. That kick, despite its speed and abruptness, was blocked and grabbed by Orochimaru. That was an incredibly fast shunshin. He actually almost had me there, thought Orochimaru as he smiled. If this boy joins me, he'll be one hell of an asset. If he opposes, I'll kill him before he gets the chance to ruin my ambition. For now, I need him out of the way so I can get to Sasuke. Orochimaru then extended his tongue to restrain Naruto. Naruto grew shocked at the strength of the tongue as he found himself completely immobilized. Damn, that was a mistake trying to catch him off guard. He's a Sannin and at one point, was in the running for Hokage. This'll hurt, thought Naruto as Orochimaru slammed 5 fingers into his gut before Naruto had the chance to use the Kyuubi's chakra. Gogyo Fuin, 5-element seal, thought Orochimaru. Naruto immediately fell into a deep sleep after its application. He was then cast away to the forest floor as Orochimaru turned to Sasuke and Sakura. Back to just 2, show me what you're made of, Sasuke-kun, said Orochimaru. Sasuke looked spooked that Naruto could be so easily beaten. If he could beat Naruto, then what chance did he have? Naruto always won their spars, so he was clearly no match for Orochimaru. Slap. Sasuke looked shocked to see Sakura slap him. What are you doing, Sasuke? Stop acting like a punk. What would Naruto do if he was in your situation? He wouldn't sit there doing nothing, thinking he was going to die? He'd fight to the end. He's not a coward like you. You're just trying to run and cling to your life. Now man up and kick his ass. I'm gonna check on Naruto, said Sakura as she fell down to the forest floor to check on Naruto. Sasuke was shocked from what he heard Sakura say. She had never spoken to him like that, let alone strike him. It finally snapped in Sasuke when she said he was running and clinging to his life. That was what Itachi told him to do on the day of the massacre. Maybe Itachi was right, he should run away. No, he wouldn't back down. He had to fight and protect his team. He wasn't going to die here, he still had so much to do. Sakura's right. I have acted like a coward. But no more, if I can't defeat you. How can I ever hope to defeat him, said Sasuke as he closed his eyes. I will protect my friends and teammates. I am Sasuke Uchiha and I'm going to kick your ass, finished Sasuke as he opened his eyes. Upon opening them, Sasuke's Sharingan shifted slightly as a third Tomo appeared in both eyes. Kukukuku. Seems the blood of his clan is beginning to boil. His third Tomo has appeared. Impressive, thought Orochimaru. Show me what you can do. Sasuke pulled out a myriad of throwing weapons and flung them at Orochimaru. Despite that, Orochimaru easily slithered out of the way to avoid all of them. I can see, thought Sasuke as he saw Orochimaru's movements perfectly. I can see his movements so clearly now. Sasuke flung another shuriken at Orochimaru, who jumped out of the way. Orochimaru had to dodge again as Sasuke flung another kunai directly at him. Seems he can see me now. He's reading my movements perfectly and aiming for vital areas, thought Orochimaru before he noticed Sasuke pull a string. Sasuke pulled a couple more strings as every projectile he tossed came flying back to wrap around Orochimaru. The strings wrapped around Orochimaru and pinned him to a tree. This is the Sufushisan no Tachi, manipulating windmill triple blades, thought Orochimaru before he saw Sasuke go through 4 hand seals. A huge stream of fire appeared and fired off down the string at Orochimaru. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu, fire style, fire dragon technique, said Sasuke. The powerful stream of fire blew out the back of the tree with Orochimaru in the middle of it. Sasuke blew out a sigh as he thought it was over. He turned around to head towards Naruto and Sakura when he paused at a voice. Just perfect. To be able to use your Sharingan so well at this age. You'll be everything I need, said Orochimaru. The jutsu from earlier managed to burn half of his face off to reveal another underneath. What? How did he survive that, thought Sasuke before he realized he couldn't move. Not again, Sasuke-kun. I had fun testing your abilities. You and Itachi are truly brothers. Though I can tell you have a higher ceiling than him, said Orochimaru. Orochimaru threw up his heaven scroll and then proceeded to burn it in his palm. Are you really Orochimaru of the Sannin? Asked Sasuke, struggling to move his body. Yes, I am. Naruto-kun already figured that out. Of course he's better than you, so it's not far-fetched to see him figure it out faster. However, I can give you the power you want. The power to surpass Naruto and kill Itachi, said Orochimaru as he placed his hands in a unique tiger seal. Orochimaru's neck stretched out far toward Sasuke as he bit down on his neck. After a few moments, Orochimaru removed his teeth from Sasuke's neck and recoiled his neck back to its original length. A black seal, that took the shape of 3 tomo, began to appear on the back of Sasuke's neck. After its appearance, Sasuke immediately screamed in pain. Eventually Sasuke blacked out from the pain and anguish of the new seal. Sasuke will seek me for power. He'll need my guidance to ever hope to catch Naruto Senju, thought Orochimaru as he looked down at the prone Naruto. I would kill him myself as he could throw a wrench in my plans, but then the Akatsuki will come after me for tampering with their property. So he'll live today. I'll let the Sound Trio in these exams handle those two. Maybe I can get both to join, though one would be more than enough. Orochimaru then sunk into a tree to leave the area. 1 day later. It had been a day since Team 7's encounter with Orochimaru. Sakura had retrieved Sasuke and taken him and Naruto to a clearing. Naruto and Sasuke were still unconscious though from yesterday's run-in with Orochimaru. Sakura had administered first aid and medical ninjutsu to help, but sadly, she wasn't advanced enough to awaken them. She could only keep them underneath a tree as she waited for any sign of them waking. Sakura had set traps in the area to make sure her teammates remained safe for when enemies showed up while she wasn't alert. A squirrel appeared in the area and Sakura fired a kunai at it. The squirrel had almost set off a trap prematurely and luckily she scared it enough to get it away from the area. Sakura then had a heart attack as she heard a voice whisper. "Sakura-chan, don't acknowledge that I'm awake. There's an explosive note on that squirrel. Meaning there are enemies in the area. Whatever Orochimaru did to me affected me good as I can feel my chakra going haywire. I won't be of much help to you," said Naruto. "Must have been the seal he placed on me. Placing an odd number seal over an even number seal creates an imbalance. I can't even talk to Kurama. I need to find a way to get this off," thought Naruto as he remained still. Shortly after Naruto's announcement, 3 new arrivals appeared in the clearing. It was the trio from Sound. "Hello. Have you been up all night?" asked the mummy of the group as his teammates flanked him on both sides. "But don't worry, you can rest now. I, Dosu, and my teammates, Zaku and Kin are here to kill Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Senju. Sakura, be careful. I'll help you as best I can," said Naruto before he felt another presence rapidly approaching. "I know Orochimaru is pulling the strings," said Sakura as the Sound trio looked shocked. "What does he want with Sasuke-kun and Naruto? What is this mark on Sasuke-kun's neck?" asked Sakura as she pulled out a kunai. "I wonder what he's thinking," said Dosu as he pondered Orochimaru's thought process. "You give the kid a cursed seal. But want to kill him? Oh well, they were here to kill them so that's what they'll do. It doesn't matter. We were given orders to kill those two, and I'm going to do it. I'll even kill this girl," said Zaku. He was about to run toward her when Dosu stopped him. "Wait, Zaku. She set a booby trap. That's why she threw that kunai at the squirrel. You didn't notice the explosive note, you were just protecting your pitiful trap. You're a talentless girl who should have left to save her own life. Kill her," said Dosu as the trio jumped over the trap. The trap proved to be fake as Sakura smirked while cutting a wire next to her. That wire triggered a huge log to come barreling toward the airborne trio. However, Sakura's smirk dropped when the log exploded from Dosu merely touching it. "As I said, you're a talentless girl. People like you have to work harder to face guys like us," said Dosu as he and his team were still heading for Sakura. Their progress stopped short of Sakura as several well-placed kicks from a green blur ended their approach. "Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind," came the voice and arrival of Rock Lee as he landed in front of Sakura. "I guess you guys should work harder as well," said Lee as he stood in the beginning stance of the Goken fighting style. "Who are you?" asked Dosu. "I am Konoha's beautiful green beast, Rock Lee," said Lee as he then addressed Sakura. "Do not fear, Sakura-chan. I will protect you with my life. I'll always be there when you're in trouble." Sakura became shocked when she realized Lee was assisting her. "Well, thank you for saving me and my team," said Sakura as Rock Lee nodded before turning back toward the Sound trio. "Zaku, you take out Sasuke and Naruto. They're both down so it should not fail to get past the girl," said Dosu as he tossed a heaven scroll to Zaku. "I'll take the new guy." Rock Lee wanted to face all 3 of them at the same time. But due to Dosu's jutsu, his attention needed to be focused squarely on him. "Sorry Guy-sensei, I'll have to use that move. I can't let Sakura-chan get hurt," thought Lee as he unwrapped his bandages slightly. Lee vanished to appear underneath Dosu and kicked him under his chin. The kick launched Dosu into the air where Lee appeared behind him. Dosu then found himself wrapped up in bandages and tilted headfirst toward the ground. "Omote Renge, Front Lotus," said Lee as he hugged Dosu and plummeted them toward the ground. When he smashed Dosu into the ground though, it felt odd. "Heh, seems I made it just in time," said Zaku as he had his hands planted into the ground. He had pushed air into the dirt to create a softer landing for Dosu. "To think that technique was still that powerful, even on a sponge surface," said Dosu as he got up. "However, it's my turn," finished Dosu as he charged at Rock Lee. "This is bad. My bodies," thought Rock Lee as he dodged Dosu's punch. He was still stricken by his melody arm, the same as Kabuto. Rock Lee fell to a knee as the jutsu took effect. He looked up slightly in pain to see Dosu staring at him. "You may move at high speeds but our abilities move at the speed of sound." Dosu raised his arm as he said, "I'll show you a wall that you can't surpass with hard work alone." Before Dosu could strike down Lee, a yellow flash appeared. Along with that flash, was a high-speed kick that sent Dosu sailing past his team into the woods behind them. "Sorry for my tardiness," said Naruto as he placed his leg back down. "It took a while to gather the ability to use a technique. Thank you for protecting us, Lee." "I'm grateful." Before anything else could start, a strong chakra burst into the clearing. Naruto turned to see Sasuke basked in a vile, purple chakra. Sasuke also had black flame-like patterns appear on his skin. That's what Sakura meant by the mark he received from Orochimaru. Seems it gave him a power boost, but there has to be a catch to all that power, thought Naruto as he saw Sasuke stand and look at his surroundings. Sakura, said Sasuke as she looked happy to see him awake as well. However, Sasuke also noticed that Sakura looked to have been in a fight. And it was true, in the brief moment Lee was fighting with Dosu, Sakura had been going against the other two from sound. Who did that to you? Asked Sasuke. Zaku, wanting to goad Sasuke, responded with, I did chump. What are you going to do about it? Zaku placed his palms toward Sasuke and said, Zankaha, decapitating airwaves. A powerful stream of air blew towards Sasuke, ripping up the ground as it bellowed toward him. Once the dust cleared, Sasuke's body was nowhere to be found. Heh. He wasn't so tough. Now for the Senju, said Zaku as he pointed his hands at Naruto. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu, fire style, Phoenix Sage Flower technique, came the voice of Sasuke as a dozen fireballs flew toward Zaku. Zaku smirked and fired off another blast of wind that quelled the flames but did nothing to stop the shuriken hidden within. What? Said a surprised Zaku as the shuriken pierced him several times across his body. Upon putting down his guard, he found both of his arms held behind him with a foot pressed squarely into his back. This is for hurting Sakura. You seem to love these arms. So let's get rid of them, said Sasuke as he began to pull on Zaku's arms. Kin tried to help her teammate but a swift chop to the back of her neck from Naruto sent her into unconsciousnness. After hearing a sickening pop, Naruto had enough. Sasuke. Stop, said Naruto as Sasuke looked toward him. Naruto, this power. It's Orochimaru's. A traitor to the leaf gave you that power. Do you not think it comes without a price, Sasuke? You need to quit using it, said Naruto completely serious. Sasuke was feeling amazing. The power coursing through his body made him feel unstoppable. But Naruto was right. This power was corrupted, he could feel it attacking his will. Sasuke forced the seal to recede just as Dosu came back into the clearing from Naruto's earlier kick. If you let us live, you can have our heaven scroll, said Dosu. Naruto looked at Dosu for a second before he took the scroll from Zaku's injured form and flung him back over to Dosu. Dosu grew shocked that they were getting off scot-free and promptly disappeared with Kin and Zaku in tow. Sasuke looked at Naruto in disbelief. Naruto knew those guys worked for Orochimaru, so why did he just let them live? Naruto. Why didn't we kill them? We know they work for Orochimaru. We could have done away with them right away. Why'd you agree? Said Sasuke before he heard an explosion. Naruto was holding a half-ram seal as he said, I never agreed. Sasuke smirked at Naruto's actions. He then activated his Sharingan when Naruto spoke again. I know you're here. Neji and Tenten. So come out, said Naruto as he then pointed to the opposite side of the clearing. You as well, Shika Inoue. Neji landed on a nearby tree branch along with Tenten. You should hand over all of your scrolls. And maybe we'll let you leave peacefully, spoke Neji confidently. You do realize that me, Sasuke, and Sakura-chan are fine, right? It's 3-on-2 and not to mention. Your teammate is wounded right here. What's to say I don't kill him now? Asked Naruto as Neji took the hint. He carefully walked over to Rock Lee and carried him out of the area with Tenten. Neji did check Lee for an explosive note first before departing. Naruto-kun. You were so amazing just now, said Ino as she was about to jump on Naruto when Shikamaru stopped her. Ino. At this moment, Naruto is the enemy. He could have harmed you and taken our scroll just now if you went toward him. Be careful. He plans to negotiate with us since he called us out. So what do you have to say? Asked Shikamaru, wary about Naruto and his intentions. Hee. Can we team up to get to the finish? We're rather handicapped at the moment and need help getting to the tower. We have an earth scroll if you need it, said Naruto sheepishly with a laugh. What? Asked Choji because Naruto had just threatened Neji. It was a bluff, Choji, and rather well played, said Shikamaru as he thought over teaming with arguably the best team in their class. Fine, we'll team up. We do have a heaven scroll, so your extra earth scroll will get us into the tower as well. But now we have to watch our backs more since you two have hits out on you. Troublesome. Finished Shikamaru as the group of 6 headed toward the tower. Several hours later. What do you mean you never liked Sasuke-kun? Yelled Sakura. Ino laughed and said, the only reason I pretended to like him was so you'd be more confident. With me as a rival you always did strive to be better, so that's why I did it. Plus Naruto is way better anyway, finished Ino with a smirk. She still could get Sakura's blood to boil. Is not? Is too. Is not? Is too. Troublesome, said Naruto as he realized something. I see why you say that all the time, Shika, said Naruto, now on Choji's back piggyback style. Shikamaru had Sasuke on his back as he said, yeah. Having to carry you guys here is already bad enough. Now we have to listen to Ino and Sakura, bitch. What? Said Ino and Sakura at same time as they looked murderous toward the Nara clan member. Shikamaru let out a sigh before speaking. Troublesome. Looks like we are here, said Sasuke as he and Naruto climbed off their backs. They were still having trouble from their encounter with Orochimaru, both with their own respective seal. Adrenaline earlier allowed them to move to defeat the Sound Trio. After reading the message, Shikamaru and Naruto easily realized they had to open both the scrolls at the same time. The scrolls began to smoke as out popped Iruka. "Why'd I get summoned twice?" said Iruka before he realized there were two teams before him. "Oh, you guys worked together, that's why. Well, congratulations you guys. You passed the second exam. You still have 2 days left until the third exam. So get some rest. You'll need it," finished Iruka with a smile. All three rookie Genin teams passed so far, amazing. "Thank you," said Shikamaru as Team 10 walked off into the tower. Upon noticing Team 7 still standing there, Iruka voiced his question. "Why are you guys still?" He stopped when he saw them all have serious faces. "We need Gigi. Orochimaru is here." Chapter 9, Prelims. The Sandaime Hokage had rushed to see Team 7 when he became knowledgeable of the events that occurred in the Forest of Death. After a telling of the story from Naruto and Sasuke's perspective, Hiruzen made sure it was all correct. "So you were found by Orochimaru in the forest?" asked Hiruzen, to which Team 7 nodded. "He defeated you all, placed a cursed seal on Sasuke, and just left with orders to his team to kill you both?" After another nod, Hiruzen blew out a sigh. "Well, at least you all are still alive. Sasuke-kun, Kakashi has a plan to deal with your seal," said Hiruzen as Kakashi walked in with a yo. "He's going to place a Fujihoin, evil sealing method, on you to suppress the influence of the seal. However, due to the power of the cursed seal, it'll take your willpower to control how effective the Fujihoin is," finished Hiruzen as he saw Naruto smirk. "So basically, Sasuke got a hickey from a pedophile. That hickey is imbued with the pedophile's power. Kakashi is going to suppress the hickey's power to keep Sasuke from using said hickey." "Got it," said Naruto as Sasuke turned toward him with a glare. "I'm not gonna use this curse seal. But it's nice to have an additional safeguard to keep the influence down. I don't need somebody else's power. I am an Uchiha," said Sasuke, turning toward Kakashi while also showing Naruto the Uchiha crest on his back. After Kakashi finished snickering at Naruto's hickey remark, he and Sasuke both exited the room to take care of his cursed seal. Sakura had left Naruto and Sasuke earlier to get some rest from staying up while they were incapacitated. It was just Naruto and Hiruzen left in the room. "Gigi," said Naruto as he lifted his mesh shirt and channeled some chakra to show off his seal. "Can you remove this seal? I didn't want to bring it up in front of my teammates because they don't know about my status yet, but Orochimaru placed it on me during our fight," finished Naruto as he was struck in the gut sharply by Hiruzen. "Gogyo Kaian, 5 elements unseal," said Hiruzen as Naruto fell asleep again. "Of course I can, Naruto-kun. Now get some rest before the finals. I want to see you impress me, my dear boy." Hiruzen then picked up Naruto and took him to his room. After laying him down in his bed, the Sandaime disappeared back to his office to prep for the third exam. 2 days later. The 2 days since Team 7 finished the test was relatively uneventful for Kakashi's Genins. Sasuke had his seal suppressed and Naruto finally had control over his chakra again. Nothing else really happened besides that until today. Team 7 had been given instructions to go to an arena, where they were met by 5 other teams. The 2 other rookie teams from Konoha, Team Guy, the Sand Siblings, and Kabuto with his team. Seems there was only 18 Genin left, including them, and 15 were from Konoha. They were all situated in a huge arena with platforms on either side. On the platform directly facing them was the Hokage. Upon all of the Genin arriving, Hiruzen addressed them with kindness. "Congratulations to all the Genin who have passed the second exam. Before you can continue to the third exam, I will now inform you on a few things," said Hiruzen. In years past, the Chunin exams were and still are a contest. A contest that pitted each nation's aspiring Chunin in a duel between each other to show their village's strength outside of wars. This final exam is observed by many people, including potential clients and daimyos all across the elemental nations. One does not have to win the tournament to be promoted to Chunin. Just display skills that may qualify them for promotion. Hiruzen was about to continue until he was interrupted by a sickly ninja with a prevalent cough. "Excuse me, Hokage-sama, if I may interject, I would like to take over from here," asked the ninja as Hiruzen nodded. "Hello all, I am Heir Gecko and I shall be your proctor for the third exam," said Heir as he coughed a few times. "Due to the number of you all, there will be preliminary matches immediately to dwindle the numbers," finished Heir as he was met with a complaint. One of Kabuto's teammates spoke up, "We just got here 2 hours ago. Do we not get to rest first?" "No. Unfortunately, you will be handicapped, but those are the rules." After answering the Genin's question, Heir continued with, "We will have one-on-one duels that will pit you against one another. Too many of you finished this time, so we must do this to weed some of you out. That way we'll finish with less than 10 competitors to begin the finals. Now is there anyone who would like to forfeit right now? Quitting now doesn't affect your team as you all are individuals from this point forward, asked Heir as he only saw Kabuto's hand raise. You may leave, thank you for coming. After Kabuto departed, Heir pointed to a monitor behind him. Now that that's settled, each of you has been placed into a randomizer that will display your names on the board in pairs. When your name shows up, whoever's name is on there as well shall be your opponent. You will battle each other until one of you quits, dies, or I rule it over due to a tie or your inability to continue. My word is law, and if I say it's over, it's over. Am I clear? Asked Heir as all the genin nodded. After Heir spoke, the monitor started flying through names until it stopped on Sasuke Uchiha and Yoroi Akato. Will Sasuke Uchiha and Yoroi Akato remain here while all the other genin move to the platforms that surround the arena floor? Following instructions, all the other genin moved up to the platforms as Sasuke, Yoroi, and Heir were the only ones left on the arena floor. Heir coughed a few more times as he looked to each fighter. Are you both ready, Hajime? Said Heir as he backed away to give the genin some space. Yoroi twitched slightly but noticed Sasuke stood motionless besides crossing his arms over his chest. Yoroi moved around a little but Sasuke still stood with his arms crossed and his Sharingan active. I thought he wouldn't be able to use that without being affected by the cursed seal. It doesn't matter, he won't be able to stop my technique, thought Yoroi. Yoroi's left hand began to emit a blue aura of chakra as he took off in a sprint towards Sasuke. Sasuke didn't make a move to defend the still approaching Yoroi. So Yoroi just slammed his hand onto Sasuke's forehead and smashed him into the ground with force. Sasuke's face changed to one of shock as he could feel his chakra leaving him. Yoroi smirked as he realized how easy this victory was. Yes, I have the ability to suck out a person's chakra through my jutsu. You never had a chance, said Yoroi as Sasuke started to struggle with less power. Yoroi thought he had it in the bag until he felt several kunai pierce his body. Yoroi screamed in pain as he looked up to see Sasuke still standing with his arms crossed. He was confused as he looked down to see that Sasuke turn into dust. What is going on? I know I hit you with my technique. I felt your chakra leaving you, said Yoroi as he began to lose consciousness from blood loss. Seems you don't know about the power of the Uchiha clan. Too bad, said Sasuke as Yoroi collapsed on the floor unconscious. Heir looked at Yoroi and then called it. Shausa, Sasuke Uchiha, with the spectators. I need a Sharingan, said Shikamaru. Naruto stood beside Shikamaru as he looked amused at his comment. Why's that, Shika? Asked Naruto as around them, people were wondering how Sasuke just won. All Sasuke did was lock eyes with him and he passed out without neither of them moving a muscle. Yoroi didn't even get touched by Sasuke or even harmed but still got defeated. If I could do that, beating people by staring, I'd be so happy. If only, said Shikamaru as Naruto burst out laughing. Kakashi decided to quell everyone's questions as he told them about Sasuke's victory. The Sharingan is a powerful dojutsu, techniques, that allows the user many abilities. One being, the ability to cast powerful genjutsu with a mere glance. Sasuke defeated Yoroi in a genjutsu and Yoroi must have passed out from the mental belief of actually losing. That's why Sasuke won without harming Yoroi, or moving for that matter, said Kakashi with an ice smile as a member of his squad passed. Seems his eyes have gotten stronger, did he get his third tomo, pondered Kakashi as Sasuke walked up the platform to stand by Naruto. Sasuke smirked at Naruto while walking up with his Sharingan still active. I'll be seeing you later on, it seems, Naruto, said Sasuke flaunting his improved Sharingan as his tomo began to spin slightly around his pupil. Heh, maybe. I haven't gone yet, I could lose, said Naruto with a straight face as he stared at Sasuke's straight face as well. They held their poker faces until he and Sasuke started laughing. Don't worry, Sasuke. I'll be there to kick your ass again for the world to see, said Naruto as he heard a voice in his head. A voice he hadn't heard in a while. So the Uchiha boy has a better Sharingan now? Means nothing compared to what I've seen you do, said Kurama in Naruto's head. Kurama. You're back. By the way, you were so right about Fuinjutsu. I got hit by 5 fingers twice and passed out both times. Fuinjutsu is scary, replied Naruto as he heard Kurama laugh. Told you it was. Took that snake to beat some sense into you for you to get my point. I could have kicked his ass, I bet, if I used all of my abilities, said Naruto as Kurama agreed, though it was debatable. Naruto was easily one of the strongest in Konoha when using his chakra and Mokuton abilities. But Orochimaru was Orochimaru, one of the Sannin and definitely not a pushover. While Naruto and Kurama were conversing, the board landed on 2 more names. Temari and Tenten. Naruto paid no attention to this match as soon as he saw Tenten firing weapons. It's pointless. Temari-chan is carrying a fan which I'm sure she uses proficiently. She'll just blow all of your projectiles away. Sorry, Tenten, she's your worst matchup, thought Naruto as he saw Temari continue to blow away Tenten's projectiles. Eventually, Temari had enough and finished Tenten by catching her in a tornado of wind that tormented the brown-haired girl. Heir called it once he saw that it was over. Shausa, Temar. You made that fan look so sexy. I need one in my life, said Naruto loudly, getting a smirk from Temari as she walked back up. After the medics moved Tenten, the names started spinning again. Choji Akimichi vs Shino Aburame. Sucks for Choji. He'll be a big target for Shino's bugs, and since his only techniques involve chakra-induced expansion, he'll lose, thought Naruto. Naruto was proven right as Choji kept smashing into Shino. Though they were only mushy bunshins, bug clones, which proceeded to empty Choji's reserves after about 2 minutes. Shausa, Shino Aburame. Naruto perked up slightly at the next match, Neji Hyuga vs Hinata Hyuga. Though Naruto became disappointed at Hinata's lack of fight going against her cousin. Neji didn't have that problem as he dismantled Hinata viciously throughout the fight. Though Naruto got fed up at the end when Neji went for the kill. Neji was stopped a few feet from Hinata by several people. He was locked in a grip from Guy while Kakashi held his left arm and Kurenai held his right. But everyone was surprised to see Naruto in between Hinata and Neji with a fist held firm, inches from Neji's face. Seems the main branch gets special treatment again, said Neji before he got the chills at Naruto's glare. Neji, I have nothing against you as a person. But for what you did to Hinata-chan here, knowing Heir would have called the match regardless of her will to fight, is unbecoming of a Konoha nin. You better hope I don't see you in the finals as I promise to deal out tenfold to you what you gave to Hinata-chan, said Naruto as he clenched his fist that held a bit of Hinata's blood in it. Neji was taken away shortly afterward by Guy. Hinata was assisted by medics as everyone else returned to the stands. The next fight was between Shikamaru Nara and Sakura Haruno. Many people believed Sakura would have an easy victory against the dead last of his class. However, Naruto knew better. Shikamaru's the smartest person I know. He is only the dead last due to his unwillingness to do school work. I want Sakura to win as her teammate, but Shikamaru's too smart, thought Naruto as Sakura charged Shikamaru and lashed out with punches and kicks. Shikamaru dodged Sakura's attempts as he eventually backed up far enough to place his hands in the ram seal. Kagemain no Jutsu, shadow possession technique, said Shikamaru, once his and Sakura's shadow connected. Shikamaru made Sakura pull out a kunai as he said, Sakura, forfeit. I placed my kunai holster on my left leg before this match started, so as you can see I'm not holding one. You are, and I'm not afraid to make you harm yourself, so give up? Sakura looked dejected as she realized she couldn't stop Shikamaru. So with reluctance, she gave up to keep herself from harm. Shausa, Shikamaru Nara, said Heir as both Shikamaru and Sakura walked back up the platform. Good job, Sakura, maybe you'll get a better opponent next time. Shikamaru's tough, said Naruto as Sakura smiled slightly. Upon noticing Shikamaru's face, Naruto asked a question. What's up with the face, Shikamaru? Shikamaru sighed. I should have lost. I could have been done with this tournament and slept for the rest of it. Now I'll have to fight again. Troublesome. Hopefully, I don't go against another girl, troublesome, said Shikamaru as he likely jinxed himself. Naruto laughed slightly as he saw the board shift to another pair of names. Kankuro and Masumi Tsurugi. Naruto found the match hilarious when Masumi realized he had been fighting a puppet the whole time. After receiving a bone-crushing hug from said puppet, Masumi was done. Shausa, Kankuro, said Heir as he looked wary for the next match. Gaara vs Rock Lee. Gaara v Lee. Yosh. Now I can show everyone the power of youth, claimed Lee excitedly. Lee felt a hand clasp his shoulder and looked up to see a blinding smile. Atta boy, Lee. Show them that you're in the springtime of youth, claimed Guy just as excited as he patted Lee on the shoulder. Lee did a salute as he leaped down to the arena floor. Gaara arrived in Asuna Shunshin, standing with his arms crossed, looking uninterested in Rock Lee or this tournament for that matter. Heir looked at both competitors as he started the match. Hajime, said Heir as he backed away. Lee took to the beginning stance of the Goken as Gaara popped the cork off his gourd. Sand seeped out of the gourd and surrounded Gaara on the ground in a crude circle. Lee, having enough of just standing around, vanished to attack Gaara. Gaara looked shocked to see his sand blocking Lee's strikes, but not seeing Lee. Is he moving that fast? Questioned Gaara as he kept swiveling his head to see sand dispersing after being struck, but no Lee. In the stands. Sasuke handed Naruto 100 Ryo as he said, thanks for keeping me from getting my ass whipped before the first exam. That speed is ridiculous. Naruto smirked at Sasuke, who was keeping his Sharingan eyes glued on the match. Seems he's trying to copy Lee. A smart idea, as that's the best taijutsu I've ever seen, thought Naruto watching Lee trying to beat on Gaara. Shikaku, said Kurama in Naruto's head. Shikaku? As in the Ichibi. He's here? Where is he? Asked Naruto as he kept watching the match. Gaara. Yes. I can feel Shikaku's chakra seeping out of the boy. Not to mention he's from Suna, and Suna's bijou is Shikaku. He's likely the Jinchuriki. Those black marks around his eyes are bags. Shikaku doesn't allow his hosts to sleep, so it's even more likely now, finished Kurama as Naruto mentally nodded. Why would Tsunade send its Jinchuriki to a Chunin exam in a foreign village? Said Naruto as he pondered over it. I don't know. But be wary of him if you're not using your full power. Jinchuriki, no matter how small the bijou, are extremely dangerous when they're using their bijou's power, said Kurama as Naruto noticed something. Are you helping me? Seems you aren't that big, scary beast. You're just a fluff dash. You finish that sentence, I'll kill you, said Kurama dangerously as he cut off Naruto. Okay, I love you too, said Naruto. I'm gonna tear you to SHR started Kurama before Naruto cut the connection to focus on the fight. Arena floor. Sometime during Naruto's inner conversation with Kurama, Lee had taken off some weights and received a huge boost in speed. With his weights off, Lee's speed began even more unbelievable. He was now able to land blows on the Suna Jinchuriki. Despite Lee's powerful blows, Gaara's sand armor proved to be durable as he was still standing and able to fight. Sensing the need for a powerful finisher, Lee resorted to the move designed to beat Niji. Seems like I'll have to show my trump card. Even after smashing him with the front lotus, it still couldn't defeat him. I wish I could save it, but I need to put him down with something more powerful, thought Lee as he crossed his arms in an X. Hashiman Tonku, Simon Kai, 8 inner gates, gate of life release, said Lee. Lee's skin immediately turned red and a swirl of chakra circled him. Shomon Kai, gate of pain release, said Lee as a green aura surrounded him. Everyone could feel the power emanating from his body. It was incredible. A few moments after Lee said that, he vanished to appear underneath Gaara. Lee planted a foot into Gaara's chin that sent him sailing in the air. Lee appeared above Gaara and looked hellbent on causing harm. Gaara's sand shield couldn't keep up as Lee proceeded to bash Gaara around multiple times in the air. Eventually, after a dozen or so hits, Lee decided to finish Gaara. This will be the end. Tomon Kai, gate of closing release, said Lee as he vanished again to hit Gaara with a series of quick gut punches. Before Gaara could hit the ground, Lee pulled Gaara back up by the bandage wrapped around his waist. Yura Renge, reverse lotus, said Lee as he hit Gaara with an open-handed palm strike and kick at the same time. Gaara went crashing to the ground as Lee landed a little ways away. There's no way he could get up from that, thought Lee as his right arm and right leg were in pain from using that last move. The same arm and leg were now in more pain as sand crept up his arm and proceeded to squeeze down on them. Sabaku Q, sand binding coffin, said a weak Gaara as his sand crushed Lee's arm and leg. He was trying to move it further around his body, but Guy showed up and quelled that movement. That's enough, said Guy as he took Lee away to the medics. Due to an interference, Shausa Gaara, said Heir as Gaara was grabbed by his sensei and taken back to the platform. His bijou would assist in healing him. Since there are 3 competitors left, there will be a 3-way fight between Ino Yamanaka, Kiba Inazaka, and Naruto Senju, said Heir as the 3 walked down the steps. Shit. I got to fight Naruto. I would try to team up with Ino, but I know she'll take his side. Looks like it's me and Akamaru. It's no worries, we've gotten better since the academy, we got this, thought Kiba as he arrived on the destroyed arena floor. Oh no, I have to fight my husband. Life isn't fair. If I lose, he'll think I'm too weak to be his wife and he'll never date me. If I win, he'll hate me for embarrassing him. What do I do? Said Ino in a panic over fighting Naruto, totally forgetting that Kiba was fighting as well. Let's see how good my comrades have gotten, thought Naruto as he got into his ready stance. Ino and Kiba did the same as Heir lowered his arm. Hajime. Naruto began with a speedy shunshin and planted a powerful punch into Kiba's jaw that rocketed the Inazaka back to the wall. Naruto then turned to Ino and saw her holding a unique seal. Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind-body switch technique, said Ino as she fired her jutsu at the surprised Naruto. Ino's body fell to the ground as her jutsu flew at Naruto. Everyone was then shocked to see Naruto rush over and catch Ino before she fell, before eventually setting her down gently. That was easier than I thought, came the voice of Naruto as everyone became even more shocked. Naruto was hit by Ino's jutsu. With the spectators. Wow, Ino got her jutsu to hit Naruto, said Shikamaru, shocked to see the result. She can make Naruto forfeit. To think Naruto would allow himself to be hit by that jutsu. He knows all about it too. Sasuke looked shocked to see Naruto get struck by that jutsu so easily. Sakura was surprised her rival could catch Naruto off guard like that. Naruto was never caught off guard usually. The Konoha Jonin all looked dreadful as they knew that since Naruto was a Jinchuriki, his bijou would be in there with Ino. They feared the worst. Everyone looked hysterical as they saw Naruto tying Ino up with a rope. Back at the arena. Nice try Ino-chan, gotta be a little faster. You almost had me there, said Naruto as he felt Kiba approaching. 2 Kibas. Getsuga, double piercing Fang, said Kiba. He and Akamaru, who was transformed into Kiba, came flying at Naruto in a spinning display of death. Naruto managed to toss Ino back up into the stands to her sensei right before spinning out of the way of the first Kiba. Naruto tried to evade the second but received a cut on his hand for his troubles. Almost had you, Naruto. Let's see how good you do when blind, said one of the Kibas as he dropped a smoke bomb. Both Kibas barreled into the smoke in another Getsuga, double piercing Fang, to catch Naruto full force this time. Eventually, the smoke cleared and you could see 3 Kibas standing in a triangle. One of the Kibas smirked as he decked another Kiba with a punch. I can smell you, Naruto. You can't hide from my nose in a simple henge, transformation, said Kiba before realizing there were 2 more Narutos. I knew that, said Naruto with a kunai held to both Kibas' necks. The Kiba that got punched, converted into Naruto before turning into rocks, signaling an IWA Bunshin, rock clone. Damn it, how did I not smell you until it was too late? Asked Kiba. It's easy to pinpoint my location with your nose. But if I'm underground, I'm sure it makes it tougher to find me through the earth. So while that cloud of smoke was in the area, I replaced myself with a clone and hid underground. Then popped out to catch you off guard. Give up, said Naruto as he pushed the kunai closer to Kiba's neck. After a forfeit from Kiba, Heir called the match. Shausa, Naruto Senju. Will all the winners please come down to the arena floor? We have a few announcements, said Heir. Kiba left the arena floor as Naruto stayed. Sasuke, Temari, Shino, Shikamaru, Niji, Kankuro, and Gaara arrived at the arena floor as Heir addressed them again. Congratulations. You 8 Genin are the finalists that will compete in the Chunin exam in 1 month. It will be just like this except we will find out your opponent right now through selection. You will pull a number from the hat and announce what number you received. We will pair you by numbers. Anko brought the hat toward Naruto as he pulled first. 1, said Naruto as Anko brushed past him. I still remember, kid, whispered Anko as her hips brushed up against Naruto's lower regions. Nice package, that lady again. Is this rape? Wait, is it rape if I like it? Thought Naruto, freezing up again as he felt his blood flowing. Naruto would need a cold shower later. Sasuke pulled his card next. 6, Temari 8. Shino 5. Shikamaru 7. Niji 2. Kankuro 3. And Gaara received 4 by default. Match 1, Naruto Senju vs Niji Hyuga. Match 2, Kankuro vs Gaara. Match 3, Shino Aburame vs Sasuke Uchiha. Match 4, Shikamaru Nara vs Temari. Match 5, winner of Match 1 vs winner of Match 2. Match 6, winner of Match 3 vs winner of Match 4. Match 7, winner of Match 5 vs winner of Match 6. Now that all your opponents have been figured out, use this month to prepare for the finals. Your village will be represented, so fight with that in mind, said Heir as all the Genin vacated the arena. 1 day later. The next day, Naruto was walking around Konoha, headed to find someone. Naruto was wearing a simple gray long-sleeved shirt with the Senju clan crest on his back and black pants that connected to his black shinobi sandals. He wasn't wearing his forehead protector at the moment, so his hair was covering his eyes a little. Kakashi had taken Sasuke away into the mountains to prepare him for the finals. Naruto had asked Kakashi for help, but Kakashi informed him that there was already someone capable down by the hot springs, plus they had already called dibs on teaching him. So that's who Naruto was headed to find/meet. Upon arriving at the hot springs front door, Naruto heard a weird noise coming from around the corner. Naruto turned the corner to see a man with white hair giggling. Before Naruto could say anything, Ebisu appeared and began berating the man. Excuse me, sir, it is improper to peek on the women in the hot springs. I'll have to ask you to leave, said Ebisu as the man never moved. Ebisu noticed the man didn't move, so he went to forcefully remove him. Ebisu reached for the man's collar to grab him and drag him away. However, the man jumped into the air, causing Ebisu to overreach and stumble underneath him. Ebisu was shocked at the man's swift movement as he was then crushed by the sudden appearance of a toad and rendered unconscious. Wow, that was so cool, mister. Was that a summoning? Asked an excited Naruto as he approached the man. Oh ho ho! So you like what you see, huh? Asked the man as he turned to face Naruto. He was a tall man with waist-length, spiky white hair tied back into a ponytail, with 2 shoulder-length bangs that framed both sides of his face. He had red lines that ran down from his eyes and wore a horned forehead protector with the kanji 4 oil. He also had a noticeable wart on the left side of his nose. The man wore a green short shirt kimono and matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that showed out of the sleeves and legs of his outfit. His outfit was completed with handguards, a simple black belt, traditional Japanese geta, wooden sandals, a red haori with 2 simple yellow circles on each side, and a scroll on his back. Naruto recognized the man immediately. He had his suspicions when he saw the toad, but the oil forehead protector cleared all doubt. You're, said Naruto before he was cut off. I am Mayuboku Mountain's monk of the Toad Spirits, also known as the Toad Sage. Jiraiya of the Sannin, claimed Jiraiya as his toad disappeared. Naruto had stars in his eyes as he looked at the sage. You're better than what I've read about. You taught the Yondaime Hokage, who is my hero. But I never pictured you to be a pervert, said Naruto a little perverted. Jiraiya looked slightly shocked to see Naruto be perverted. Sadly, Naruto didn't know the first rule of peeking, no loud talking. Inside the baths, one woman said, "Pervert. There's a pervert outside, da. Ah. Geez, they figured out I was peeking. But I'm not a pervert," said Jiraiya. "I'm a super pervert," boasted Jiraiya proudly. Right. Well, Kakashi-sensei said there was someone here that would oversee my training for the month. Are you that person? If so, could you please train me for the finals? Asked a hopeful Naruto. Heh, the kid looks exactly like Minato does. Except he has his mother's eyes. He even knows how to ask for training. Why not see what he can do? But I need lunch, thought Jiraiya before he said, buy me lunch every day I train you, and I'm in. Naruto pulled out his toad wallet, affectionately named Gamachan. After opening it, he proceeded to cry at how much money he'd lose over the month, but it'd be worth it. 2 hours later. Hey kid, you should definitely hit that, said Jiraiya to Naruto as he and Naruto exited a dango restaurant. Naruto's face turned red as he remembered the incident. Flashback, 40 minutes ago. So you're telling me pancakes are better than waffles? Asked Jiraiya as he finished giving his order. Yes, I could eat pancakes all day. Especially with blueberry syrup, said Naruto as he and Jiraiya were conversing. Naruto and Jiraiya were already talking like good friends after only knowing each other for an hour. Naruto was about to continue speaking until he paused and twitched a little. Your hot chick senses going off too? Asked Jiraiya as he felt a beautiful woman approaching due to his own sensing abilities. Naruto went red in the face as he felt Anko arrive, literally. She appeared sitting in his lap with a kunai to his neck. Anko greeted Jiraiya, hello Jiraiya-sama, I see you're hanging out with the gaki, brat. Indeed I am Anko-san. It seems you need a moment, I'll be back, said Jiraiya as Anko thanked him. Naruto was mouthing help me to Jiraiya as he left Naruto alone. Jiraiya only held both thumbs up as he disappeared around the corner. If you needed help Naruto-kun you could have just asked. I'll definitely assist you with anything, said Anko as she looked back toward Naruto. She then looked down. Anything, said Anko a little suggestive. It took all of Naruto's willpower to keep himself from reacting to Anko. Naruto and Jiraiya's dango arrived as Anko took a stick from Naruto's plate. Seems you're better than I thought. But I'll get you gaki. Just you wait, said Anko. She placed the dango in her mouth seductively as she slowly ground her way out of Naruto's lap. By Anko-chan, said Naruto as he sat frozen. She's still not wearing underwear, thought Naruto as Jiraiya sat back down. Have a nice talk Naruto? Asked Jiraiya with a smirk. Naruto merely nodded as he ate the rest of his dango in silence. Flashback end. I have to learn how to handle those situations better, said Naruto as Jiraiya laughed. We'll add that to your training brat, said Jiraiya as Naruto and he arrived at a training ground. Naruto, before we start, give me a rundown of your abilities. Okay, well I am pretty good at all the shinobi arts, I've been told ninjutsu's my favorite. Taijutsu, I'm still using the basic academy style but I'm not shabby at it due to my speed. Genjutsu, I know how to dispel them and I can cast a few. Though I rarely use them on any ninjas as they can be broken easily. Ninjutsu comes easy to me as I have 3 chakra natures. I have a pretty nice arsenal of jutsu but I do need some heavy hitters. I'm a level 3 Fuinjutsu user and that's pretty much it, said Naruto until he saw Jiraiya laugh slightly. Kid, I'm Konoha's spy master. I know all about your abilities, even your untold abilities, said Jiraiya as leaned in to whisper, Mokuton and the Kyuubi. You're quite the special kid. Naruto had a shocked face as only Kakashi, Tenzo, and Hiruzen knew about both of those. I should have known you'd know. Yes, I can use Mokuton and about 1 tail of my Biju's chakra. Great. Now that that's out of the way, let's get to your training. Since you have ninjutsu down and I suck at genjutsu, we'll focus mainly on taijutsu and even Fuinjutsu, as I'm a level 8 seal master. That'll only be with your time with me. I'm sure your other sensei will help you with your ninjutsu. Though I may show you a few special jutsu of mine. Since you don't have a taijutsu style, I'm going to teach you Kawazu Kumite, Toad Fist. It's taijutsu only used by Toad summoners, said Jiraiya as he paused for Naruto to catch his drift. It took Naruto a few seconds to understand Jiraiya. I'm gonna be a Toad summoner. But why would you choose me? Asked Naruto, confused at Jiraiya's intentions. They had just met. What made him so special? Well, it's been a while since I've had an apprentice. I'm getting old and I've been watching you. You seem perfect to become a Toad summoner, said Jiraiya as he poofed out a scroll. All you have to do is draw a little blood and write your name in this space here. Place all 5 fingers here, and you're golden, said Jiraiya as Naruto did all the required steps. Naruto noticed he placed his name next to Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage. I have a new title to add to my name. I am Naruto Senju, future Hokage, ramen connoisseur, and Toad summoner of Konoha, said Naruto as he puffed his chest out a little bit. Not exactly, you first have to summon the Toad boss and get his approval. To summon, you need to bite your thumb to draw blood, perform these hand seals, boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and slam your palm onto a surface while channeling a huge amount of chakra, said Jiraiya before he continued with, you may not get it on your first dash. Kochios no Jutsu, summoning technique, said Naruto, cutting off Jiraiya as a huge plume of smoke appeared. Jiraiya, why did you summon me? Asked a huge red toad wearing a blue vest carrying a huge sword. The toad also had a pipe in his mouth. Hello, I am Naruto Senju. I was the one who summoned you. Would you happen to be the chief toad? Said Naruto as he leaped off the toad's head to land in front of him. The toad looked down at Naruto and almost had a heart attack. Is this Minato's kid? He's grown up so big. And he seems like a capable shinobi. Where is Jiraiya? I have a few questions for him, thought the toad before he spoke. You summoned me? Heh, well, what do you want? As I am the Toad Chief, Gamabunta, said Gamabunta. Naruto smiled slightly as he said, well, I was told that I needed your permission to become an official Toad summoner. So how do I go about doing that? Do I ask or is there a requirement? Pfft, this kid. If he's Minato's kid then of course, but why not mess with him, thought Gamabunta as he said, of course you can be a Toad summoner. If you share a drink with me? A drink? Heh, he has to be 20 to drink alcohol. He'll probably panic about being too young to dash, thought Gamabunta until he was cut off by Naruto. You supplying? Said Naruto, completely willing to go along with it. Gamabunta looked shocked for a second until he smiled. Summon me back in 15 minutes, said Gamabunta as he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya peeked his head around from a nearby tree as he said, I heard y'all were drinking. 1 month later. The next month passed quickly as Naruto was headed toward Konoha's stadium, where the Chunin exam finals were being held. Naruto was wearing clothing similar to an umbu as it was a gift from Tenzo. Tenzo had given Naruto the outfit when he visited him last week. Naruto was clad in a black t-shirt, black umbu-style pants with umbu-style sandals on. He also had on a gray flak jacket like Konoha umbu. To complete his outfit were matching gray arm guards with black forearm warmers underneath. He wore his forehead protector around his forehead like normal as he walked into the stadium. He was halted from going farther as he was directed to the area for the finalists. Yo! Sup Shino? Ready for today, said Naruto to the only other person there at the moment. Hello, Naruto-san. I believe I'm adequately prepared for the fights. Are you ready for the finals? Responded Shino in kind. Naruto smiled slightly. Of course I am. This day means a lot for me, said Naruto, thinking about learning about his parents. Naruto conversed with Shino a little more until he felt a trio appearing. Temari-chan, Kankuro, and Gaara, said Naruto as the trio walked in. Kankuro grunted in response. Temari smiled a sweet smile at Naruto in return. Gaara looked toward Naruto warily. Gaara was eyeing Naruto as he was talking to Temari. Gaara eventually interrupted Naruto's flirting with Temari with a statement. Mother says to be wary of you. She wants you to die, if possible, said Gaara as Naruto heard Kurama laugh. Kid thinks Shikaku is a girl. Huh. That's perfect, said Kurama, laughing with Naruto mentally. Kurama had told Naruto about the other Bijou. Their gender was also brought up and Shikaku was considered a boy. Well, maybe. But you never know. You could be dangerous as well, Ichibi, said Naruto as the Sand trio gasped. He knows about Gaara? How much does he know? Does he know about the war? I need to tell Sensei, thought Temari as her blush immediately left at hearing Naruto say Ichibi. Luckily Shikamaru came in and captured Naruto's attention with a greeting. The Sandaime began speaking to the crowd as well, since you could hear his voice emanate through the walls. A few moments later, Sasuke walked in to complete the group of finalists. Naruto took notice of Sasuke's clothing as it was identical to his own. Sasuke was clad in the same outfit as Naruto except his shirt had a high collar. Naruto fist-bumped Sasuke as he said, "Would have thought you'd make a flashy entrance? We were going to until Kakashi got a message from the Hokage saying we had to show up on time," said Sasuke. "Nice clothes," said Naruto. "Seems you got the same thing as me. I'm guessing Kakashi told you about it?" Sasuke smirked, "Yeah, I got the Umbu invite as well. We get to wear the uniforms to practice fighting in them. Yeah, they're pretty comfy. You seem rather confident. Good training month?" Sasuke activated his Sharingan as he said, "More than ready to whip your ass in the finals. If you even make it past Neji and most likely, Gaara." Naruto smiled slightly, "We'll see, she knows no pushover. Good luck with that." "You better make it to the finals," said Naruto as he heard the stadium scream with a cheer as the Sandaime finished speaking. Seemed it was starting. Stadium floor. "Hello, and welcome to the Chunin exams. I am Genma Shiranui and I will be the proctor for today's event," said Genma as the crowd erupted into cheers. "Everybody please keep your cheers to a minimum as we introduce our finalists." One by one the Genin walked out into the stadium. From Tsunade, Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara, said Genma as each Genin came out after one another when their name was called. Hailing from Konohagakure, Shino Aburame, the cheers got a little louder as Konoha was being introduced. Shikamaru Nara, Neji Hyuga. The crowd erupted as the Hyugas were a prevalent clan in Konoha. Sasuke Uchiha. The crowd went even wilder as their golden boy was introduced. Naruto Senju, said Genma as it seemed the crowd somehow got louder. Naruto looked astounded at the cheers. His eyes pondered to the Hokage as Hiruzen gave a smile. It seemed Hiruzen had gotten word around town about Naruto. And indeed he did. Konoha had been informed about Wave, who made Konoha their main trading partners, definitely boosting their economy. The claim of Naruto being the hero of Wave was prevalent as to why Konoha received such a trade partner, and the populace now knew. They were definitely grateful for that. Even a rumor had spread, also from Hiruzen, that since Naruto's body was that of a Senju's, the Kyuubi was perfectly tamed inside him. Naruto being a Senju had the power to tame the Kyuubi, so the rumors say. People began to believe that Naruto was indeed a hero, just like the fourth had wanted. It only took since Naruto became a Senju, 3 years ago, up until this point for it to spread to the entire populace. Naruto never noticed the shift in people's views as he was focused on training and missions with Team 7. He was so happy, and Naruto made a mental note to thank Hiruzen later. All he ever wanted was the village's admiration, and this was exactly how his dreams started. "Get ready, kid, you and the Hyuga are up first," said Genma silently to Naruto. Genma then spoke up loud to address the crowd. "The first match of this Chunin exams finals is between Naruto Senju and Neji Hyuga. Will these fighters stay here while the rest wait in the finalists' box, listening to instructions?" Only Naruto, Neji, and Genma remained on the field as the rest of the group moved to the finalist box. "Are both fighters ready?" said Genma as both nodded. First match of the Chunin exams, Hajime. Chapter 10, Quarterfinals. Genma, the proctor of the third exam, called the match to start, but Naruto and Neji never moved. Neither Genin even entered a fighting stance as the crowd looked on confused at the proceedings. "Senju-san. It seems you picked correct in that we would face each other," said Neji with a stoic demeanor. Naruto looked at Neji as he cracked his knuckles. "I'm about to whoop your ass something serious, and while I'm doing it, remember that it's for Hinata-chan," said Naruto as he finally shifted into a stance. Neji twitched slightly at Naruto's words. He knew that Naruto was incredibly strong, but in his mind, he still believed he could defeat him. With his Jukin, gentle fist, he could seal up Naruto's Tenketsus, chakra points, and coast to an easy win. Neji settled into the opening stance of the famed Jukin as he activated his Byakugan, all-seeing white eye. Naruto placed his hands in the ram seal as he channeled some chakra. Iwa Bunshin no Jutsu, rock clone technique, thought Naruto as around him, 8 Narutos appeared growing from the earth. Neji smirked. "You do realize that I can tell which one is you, those clones are meaningless when your chakra isn't distributed evenly," said Neji as he saw Naruto laugh. "Just because you know which one is me, doesn't mean it'll make getting past them any easier," said Naruto as his 8 clones charged at Neji. 4 of his clones arrived first as they attacked Neji all at once. 2 struck from behind as 2 attacked from the front. Seeing the clones behind him, Neji performed a front flip over the 2 clones in front, evading all of the attacks. 2 clones were on Neji as he landed. They appeared flanking him on both sides, but he easily spun and slapped away their attempts to punch him. Once he finished spinning, another Naruto appeared and lashed out with an uppercut. Neji flew back into the air as he appeared to be struck by Naruto. However, it was actually evaded by Neji at the last second with only inches to spare. Neji, having enough of dodging, decided to rid himself of the clones. So when another 4 Narutos surrounded him, he gracefully leaped into the air and performed a spinning heel kick. The kick connected with all the Narutos as they crumbled into rocks from the powerful kicks. As soon as those 4 clones were destroyed, 2 more Narutos came rushing at Neji. Neji skillfully slapped away their attacks and destroyed them with a double palm strike. The final 2 clones appeared as Neji turned and finished them with a powerful open palm to their stomachs. "Too easy," said Neji until he noticed something on one of the Narutos when it crumbled to rocks. Neji held up a guard as he was rocked by an explosion. Neji was sent skidding backward as he had a few singe marks on him from the explosion. He placed an explosive note in that clone. This is going to be difficult, thought Neji as he looked at Naruto. So the stories are true. The Byakugan does allow the user to see in a perfect 360. And he's fast enough to dodge all of the attacks. Seems I'll have to think of something. There has to be a weakness, I just need to find it, thought Naruto as he was cut from his musings when Neji spoke to him. It'll take a lot more than that to defeat me. Like I said before, my eyes see everything, said Neji. Naruto folded his arms and stared at Neji with a bored expression. And exactly what do you see with those eyes of yours? They allow me to see the truth of this world. Like how your skill is determined at birth. In other words, everything is predetermined when you're born. Bullshit, said Naruto at Neji's claim. I don't believe in any of that fate stuff. We create our own destiny in life, finished Naruto as he saw Neji smirk slightly. Amusing coming from a person like you. You're the perfect example of what I'm speaking of. You hail from the legendary Senju clan of the forest. You're related to 3 of Konoha's greatest ninjas ever produced. So it comes as no surprise that you're incredibly strong. You were strong before you were even born, said Neji. Naruto got slightly angry at Neji's words. Why do you think of people like that? I only speak the truth. You and I were fated to be stronger than the rest. That's why those imbeciles you faced, Lee, and Hinata-sama failed. They were predestined to fail no matter what. Everyone may be different, but we all have to walk the path that has been laid in front of us. The only fate common between everyone is death. Are you done? Asked Naruto, tired of talking to Neji. Neji's eyebrow arched upward slightly in confusion. What? As I said before, that fate stuff you're spilling out is complete bullshit. We make our own paths in life. I'm strong because I worked my ass off to get here and I had great teachers. But I will agree with you this time, you will have to walk the path laid before you. That path created by me consisting of an ass-whooping as I'm just getting started, said Naruto. Naruto created 15 clones this time and like before had them rush at Neji. Heh, clones again. You should know this won't work against me. I won't fall for that cheap trick again, said Neji as he began to defend the clones' onslaught. Neji was even dodging Naruto's kunai and shuriken as he had taken to throwing them to keep Neji from destroying his clones. Neji had been dodging the clones' attacks and Naruto's projectiles efficiently until he was struck from behind with a kunai to his upper back. Wonder why he didn't dodge, thought Naruto as his kunai struck Neji in his right shoulder from behind. Neji pulled the kunai out of his back as he began to counterattack against the clones. Hakurokujian Sho, 8 trigrams 64 palms, said Neji as he sped through attacks to get rid of the clones. With the blistering speed of his attacks, eventually Neji finished the clones. Neji then looked at the real Naruto standing a few feet away with a thoughtful expression. He hit me. Right in my blind spot. Though it could be seen as me not dodging in time, so I have nothing to worry about as long as he doesn't figure it out, thought Neji as he was beginning to get nervous. What if Naruto figured out his weakness? Finalist box. I thought the Byakugan allowed the user to see everything in a 360. How did Naruto hit him with that kunai? Asked Sasuke with his Sharingan activated. Sasuke knew Neji was fast enough to dodge it, so what was going on? Is there a blind spot to the Byakugan? Standing beside Sasuke, Shino and Shikamaru were thinking the same thing. In the audience. He hit Neji? Thought Tenten shocked. But how? Neji can see everything in a 360? Don't tell me he found out the weakness to the Byakugan? Thought Hayashi frantically as he saw Neji get hit in the back. Hayashi then looked shocked to see Neji's attack. To think a branch member figured out how to do that move. Impressive. Kakashi-sensei, said Sakura as Kakashi moved his head slightly to show he was listening. Why doesn't Naruto use any of his jutsu? He's much stronger than this. Well, in a tournament like this, it's more of a marathon, not a sprint. Naruto's just thinking ahead, said Kakashi as he continued to quell Sakura's confusion. He's pacing himself. In a marathon, you don't jump out the gates full speed. You pace yourself and save your energy. Naruto would still have another match, maybe 2 if he continues to win. He doesn't want to go all out in this fight, if possible, as it could lead to a loss later. Sakura nodded as she understood completely. I think Naruto's using his clones differently than that, said Asuma as everyone looked quizzical besides Kakashi and Guy. Kurenai figured out what he meant and explained. He's testing Neji while observing him from a distance. He's trying to find a weakness, and that kunai that finally landed may have given him a clue. Everyone looked back at the fight as Neji had finished the clones. Kid's pretty good. He'll have my vote, thought Asuma, thinking about Naruto. Back to the fight. Neji, not wanting Naruto to create more clones, rushed at Naruto with impressive speed. Neji attacked Naruto with a fast open palm to the stomach. Naruto looked shocked to see Neji move so quickly and couldn't evade fast enough. He was struck hard in the gut by Neji as he felt the air leave him. Neji was surprised to see his attack hit so easily, but wasn't disappointed when Naruto converted to mud shortly afterwards, signaling a replacement. Neji began to scan the area as he saw Naruto appear standing on the stadium wall. Neji then looked shocked as the mud from Naruto's replacement morphed into a huge dragon head. He won't have enough time to dodge. This will hit him hard, thought Naruto. Naruto had performed a shunshin to appear on the stadium wall as he held the dragon seal. Doton, Doryuden, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet, said Naruto as the dragon head fired massive mud balls at Neji. Not enough time to get out of the way. Looks like I'll have to use that technique, thought Neji as he began to spin around at high speeds. Kaiten, rotation, came the shout of Neji. Neji released a huge amount of chakra while spinning. Neji's spinning dome deflected the mud balls with ease as everyone looked shocked. In the audience. Father, that was started Hayashi's youngest daughter Hanabi before she was cut off. Yes, that was one of the main branch's moves, said Hayashi as he thought, to think he'd figured both of those moves out by just watching them. Must make him a genius like none other. The boy is truly blessed with more ability than any other in the clan. Whoa, he just shrugged off Naruto's jutsu like it was nothing, said Sakura as she heard Tenten scoff. Of course he did. That move is Neji's perfect defense. Nothing gets past it. It'll be the reason Neji wins this fight, why he wins every fight, said Tenten, confident in her teammate's ability. Perfect defense? How's Naruto going to get past that, said Sakura as the other rookie Genin thought the same. Naruto v Neji. Neji stopped spinning once he noticed Naruto's jutsu end. He looked toward Naruto with a smirk. That was the most powerful defense. It is an absolute defense created by the Hyuga clan, even better than Gaara's sand, it cannot be beaten. You should just give up now, said Neji. Naruto narrowed his eyes until he finally looked like he figured something out. You have a blind spot, said Naruto as all the Hyugas in the stadium looked shocked. Did he figure it out? Thought Neji in a panic. Naruto smirked slightly as he said, from your expression, it must mean I'm correct in my judgment. That means, this will hurt? Neji was panicking, scanning his surroundings for an attack. After a few moments, Neji saw Naruto appear behind him with his hands clasped together. Suitun, Suidan no Jutsu, water style, water bullet technique, thought Naruto as he fired off a huge water ball at Neji. Useless, said Neji as he performed another Kaiten. Upon stopping, Neji noticed Naruto was nowhere to be found. Neji immediately began to focus on his blind spot, trying to find Naruto. So engrossed with his blind spot, Neji didn't notice the ground beneath him crack slightly. Naruto came flying out of the ground with an uppercut. Neji felt the full impact of Naruto's punch to his chin as it lifted him off the ground. Neji's feet slightly got off the ground before his upward progress was halted by a sharp kick to his stomach. Neji was sent back as he landed on his back and slid a few more feet. As Neji was on his back, he looked up to see another water ball crashing down on top of him. I got tricked. I can barely move. I've only been hit 3 times. Are his attacks that strong? Thought Neji as he laid on the ground in pain and soaked from Naruto's jutsu. Naruto dusted himself off as he walked over to Neji. Neji was struggling to move as he said, "You were tricking me into believing that you had found a blind spot. Knowing that would make me scan my surroundings instead of focusing on the ground." Bingo, said Naruto before he whispered, "I also know that you have that blind spot in the upper right portion of your back. The kunai that landed earlier only confirms it," finished Naruto as he prepared to finish off Neji. "I was planning to thoroughly beat you to within an inch of your life, but Hinata-chan asked me not to. So I have to ask, what's going on with your family? It's clearly got you to think about this fate stuff so hard. And I'm guessing it has to do with past events involving you and Hinata," asked Naruto as he looked at Neji's down position. "You're correct in your judgment, Senju-san," started Neji weakly as he was still in pain from Naruto's attacks. "In our family, we are separated into 2 groups. The main family and the branch family. Those in the branch family are meant to serve the main family with their lives. We are even branded to forever bear the mark of a servant. We are given a seal to ensure our servitude to the main family. You wouldn't know what it's like to have a seal define you." Naruto was shocked to see Neji stand up immediately. You made a mistake. You're in my field of divination, said Neji as he took off towards Naruto. 2 palms, said Neji as he lashed out with 2 strikes. Shit, thought Naruto as he evaded both strikes. 4 palms? Neji lashed out with 4 strikes even faster than the last 2. Naruto still dodged all the strikes as Neji continued. 8 palms? Naruto finally was struck in the shoulder by one of Neji's hits. 16 palms? Neji hit Naruto 4 times as his pace continued to pick up. 32 palms, 64 palms. Naruto was struck 14 more times. Naruto even got the finishing double palm to the stomach as he was sent to the ground. Seems that I have prevailed, not even the legendary Senju clan can defeat the Hyuga. Proctor, call the match, he won't be getting up, said Neji until he saw Naruto picking himself up. Naruto was covered in an orange aura of chakra as he stood up. Well, that hurt, said Naruto as he looked completely unfazed by Neji's strikes. Where is this chakra coming from? Thought Neji as he could have sworn he saw it swirl into a fox. Finalist box. That's Bijou chakra? Is he a Jinchuriki? Thought Temari. Kankuro and Gaara were thinking the same. They knew the feeling of chakra from a Jinchuriki as Gaara was one as well. Shino and Shikamaru were trying to find out why Naruto's chakra was like that. Shino had sent a few bugs to figure out, but they died upon sucking up the chakra. What was going on with Naruto? Sasuke was the most shocked. Naruto, what the hell are you? Thought Sasuke as he looked at Naruto's chakra with his Sharingan. How powerful are you? In the audience. He's really in control of that power? Asked a random Chunin. Let's hope so, but I mean it looks like the rumor was true. He seems in control, said another ninja as he watched Naruto. Naruto? What is that? You never showed that before, thought Sakura about her teammate. Naruto-kun, thought Hinata as she coughed slightly. She was still injured from her fight with Neji. Holy hell. I can feel the alpha flying off of Naruto. What the hell is he? Thought Kiba as he felt Naruto's dominating presence. It just commanded obedience. How strong was he really? Naruto v Neji. You shouldn't have let your guard down, Naruto. You'd have been finished had I not been here, said Kurama as he funneled chakra into Naruto's system to open his chakra points back up. Thanks, Kurama. I owe you one. Though I might have been able to force it open with my chakra alone. Then again it could have been made me lose a lot of chakra to try it with my own. Regardless, I was careless and now I've shown off your chakra, now I have to answer everyone's questions. Troublesome, said Naruto back to Kurama in his head. What is that chakra? Came the slightly scared voice of the normally stoic Neji. Looks like I got careless, said Naruto as he still had that orange aura surrounding him. You shut down my chakra for a second. Had it not been for me being a Jinchuriki, this fight would have been over. The stadium was silent at Naruto's announcement. Most of the stadium already knew about Naruto's status as their Jinchuriki. Naruto's friends were confused, they had never heard of the word Jinchuriki before. Jinchuriki, asked Neji. Jinchuriki, the power of human sacrifice. It's a term that describes one who contains a bijou. To name a bijou, let's go with the Kyuubi, said Naruto as Neji was slowly getting the picture. But it was said the Yondaime killed the Kyuubi? How could you be its Jinchuriki? It should be dead. But I'm not and your Yondaime is. Kurama 1, Yondaime 0. Suck it, said Kurama in Naruto's head. Naruto had to suppress a laugh at Kurama's words as he explained how. It's impossible to kill a bijou. They are coalesced energy given a form. If the Yondaime managed to kill the Kyuubi, it would just disperse and eventually pop up again. Knowing that the Yondaime decided it best to seal the beast away, seal it into a boy. A boy who happened to be born on that day. That boy is me, said Naruto as he looked slightly dejected. So don't tell me that I don't know what it's like to have a seal placed on me that defines who I am. I've been judged since birth over something I have no control over, said Naruto as he rocketed toward Neji. Too fast, thought Neji as he resorted to another Kaiten. Naruto stopped before reaching the spinning dome as he smirked slightly. Naruto placed his hands in the boar, then tiger hand seal. Doton, Yomi Numa, Earth style, swamp of the underworld, said Naruto. Neji's spinning halted as a thick swamp appeared underneath him. Neji began to sink slightly as the mud swallowed him up to his ankles. What dash, said Neji until he was cut off by the sudden appearance of Naruto atop the mud beside him. Neji caught Naruto's punch and attempted to strike with a finger jab until Naruto caught his wrist. Due to Neji's hands being tied up and his legs still sinking in the mud, he had no protection against Naruto's knee to his stomach. As Neji was bent over from the impact of Naruto's knee, he received a vicious kick to the side of the head. Naruto had done a spin kick to launch Neji out of the swamp. His attacks have gotten stronger, thought Neji as he was laying on the ground in pain from Naruto's Kyuubi-enhanced blows. Naruto let his orange aura fade as he said, this fight is over. I can withstand your Juken strikes since I can just reopen my chakra points. And I can keep you from activating your absolute defense. Just give up before you get hurt more. Niji struggled to get up as he refused to give up. This fight isn't over, said Niji as he stumbled toward Naruto. Naruto shook his hand as he easily dodged Niji's attack. You should know when to give up. You're fighting despite being totally outclassed and already injured. If this was a real fight, it would cost you dearly. These exams are about proving your Chunin material, said Naruto as he decked Niji with an elbow to the face. Niji was on the ground, laying on his back in pain, as Naruto continued. By continuing to fight, it just shows you aren't ready for prime time. When Naruto finished speaking, he smashed a fist into Niji's gut. The ground around Niji cracked slightly as a small amount of blood flew from his mouth. Niji couldn't move a muscle as the pain was too much for him. Gunma, having seen enough, decided to call the fight. Shausa, Naruto Senju. Naruto looked up to the crowd as he waved to their cheers. I should have known you were fated to win. You're a Senju after all, said Niji weakly. Naruto looked toward Niji with red, slitted eyes. I'm sick of this fate stuff. I'm not great because I'm only blessed with natural talent. I've worked hard to get where I've gotten. And honestly, I'd rather be in the same class as Lee, cause he's not a coward. He doesn't give in to his fate. Just because he can only use taijutsu, doesn't mean he gave in to his fate of never being a great ninja. You, however, are a great ninja. Blessed with incredible talent, yet you don't let yourself fly due to your weak-ass views of the world, finished Naruto as his eyes turned back to violet. Naruto went running out of the stadium, blowing kisses to the crowd. The medics arrived to take Niji away as Gunma spoke to him for the first time. When captured birds grow wiser, they try to open their cage with their beaks. They don't give up because they want to fly again, said Gunma as Niji was taken away. Kage box. The Kazekage sat next to the Hokage as they watched the fight. Seems like you have two promising genin there, Hiruzen Dano. Especially that Senju boy, quite powerful even without using his Biju's chakra, said the Kazekage as Hiruzen smiled. Indeed Naruto-kun is. I believe he definitely showed skills worthy of a Chunin. And even though Niji is a strong ninja, I can't see him getting the nod for Chunin, said Hiruzen as he watched Naruto exit into the tunnel. True. Very true. Well, let's watch the next match, shall we, said the Kazekage as Hiruzen nodded. Arena floor, 5 minutes later. The crowd eventually calmed down and they were ready for the next match. Now on to match 2 of these finals. Will Kankuro and Gaara come down? Started Gunma until he was cut off. I forfeit, Proctor, said Kankuro as he received boos for his announcement. Okay. Winner by forfeit, Gaara, said Gunma as he just went to the next match on the list. Match 3 of the finals. Will Shino Aburame and Sasuke Uchiha make their way down? Sasuke and Shino made their way down to the arena floor. On the way down, Sasuke saw Naruto walking up. Jinchuriki, said Sasuke as Naruto looked towards him. Something like that, said Naruto as he and Sasuke looked at each other. Shino nodded to Naruto but continued walking to let the two friends speak. Sasuke stared at Naruto for a few seconds until he smirked. I'm still gonna beat you. Having that power won't help you from my onslaught. Naruto smiled slightly as he said, we'll see. I still dance better than you. Said Sasuke as he fist bumped Naruto, smiling as well. Nice of you to hide your hand seals by having your back to me. I was certainly trying to copy a few to add to my arsenal. Naruto laughed slightly as he did keep his back to Sasuke during his fight to prevent that. See you in the finals, said Naruto as he headed up to the finalist box. Of course, you just better be ready for prime time, said Sasuke as he went down into the arena floor to fight. Finalist box. Naruto showed up in the finalists box a little later as he looked around to see the other finalists stare at his arrival. Naruto looked apprehensive until Shikamaru smiled slightly. Troublesome, of course you have something like that. Don't worry, you're still Naruto. Being a Jinchuriki won't change that fact, said Shikamaru as he held out a fist to Naruto. Naruto smiled as he bumped fist with Shikamaru. He even saw Sakura and the rest of his friends looking at him with a smile. Seemed he was worrying over nothing. Arena floor. Sasuke and Shino were facing each other as Gunma looked at both of them. Are both fighters ready? After a nod from both, Gunma said, the third match of the Chunin exam finals. Hajime. As soon as Gunma finished speaking, Sasuke had to sprint back to evade the bugs flying out of Shino's sleeves. Those bugs of his are going to be troublesome. Who's to say there isn't one already on me? And then again I could be looking at a clone in the first place, thought Sasuke as he dodged again. Dodging once more, Sasuke had enough of the bugs and flew through several hand seals. Ketan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire style, grand fireball technique, said Sasuke as he fired a huge fireball that tore off into Shino's bugs. However, Sasuke was in for a surprise as he saw Shino's bugs take the fireball and not burn to death. Shino then spoke as he explained. Sasuke-san, do you believe I wouldn't prepare for your jutsu? These bugs are fire-resistant and as such, your fire jutsu is useless against them, said Shino as he sent another wave of bugs toward Sasuke. Sasuke had listened to Shino's explanation and wasn't surprised. Of course he'd have bugs like that. Now I need to find the real Shino. The one before me is a clone as Genjutsu didn't work on him, thought Sasuke as he dodged the bugs again. Sasuke, having enough of Shino hiding, decided to get rid of hiding spots. Rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, tiger, thought Sasuke as he went through those hand seals. Katan, Hosenka Mekyaku, fire style, Phoenix Sage fire annihilation, said Sasuke. Sasuke unleashed a dozen huge volleys of fire, almost comparable to 12 grand fireballs, into the trees. Upon contacting something, the fireballs exploded, creating a raging fire that blazed through the forest. In the audience. Hot damn, said Kiba as he saw Sasuke's jutsu. That pretty much summed up everyone's collective thoughts. Kakashi only eye-smiled at his student. Troublesome, said Shikamaru as Naruto looked on with a smile at his friend. Arena floor. Shino came flying out of the forest to dodge Sasuke's impressive jutsu. I didn't think he had a jutsu of that scale, thought Shino as he landed out in the open, away from the blazing forest fire. Sasuke never gave Shino a chance to do anything as he was already upon him. Sasuke threw a punch at Shino that connected with the bug user's face and sent him skidding back. Shino, after getting punched a few feet away, looked up to see Sasuke in a stance identical to Rock Lee's. Seems he's using the Goken, strong fist. I'm not that good at taijutsu and as such he would defeat me decisively in hand-to-hand combat. I need to keep him away, thought Shino as the flames began to die down slightly. Not wanting Sasuke to attack him again, Shino let loose another barrage of bugs at Sasuke. The bugs flew at Sasuke in a spiraling motion. Bojui no Jin, spindle formation, said Shino. The jutsu was too fast and widespread as Sasuke was struck in the gut by Shino's bugs. Shino watched Sasuke as his bugs were slowly gathering around him. It's over, thought Shino until he noticed something was wrong. Genjutsu Kai? Shino broke the genjutsu placed on him by Sasuke as the Sasuke in front of him disappeared from view. Attempting to find Sasuke with his bugs, Shino was too late in pinpointing the Uchiha as he felt Sasuke kick him high into the air. While airborne, Sasuke appeared behind Shino using the Kagebuyo, shadow of the dancing leaf. It's over, said Sasuke as he planted several kicks into Shino's body that sent him crashing toward the ground. Just before Shino hit the ground, Sasuke planted another kick into his midsection. Shurshur Rendan, Lion's Barrage, said Sasuke. Shino laid prone on the ground as his bug seeped back into his body to run damage control. You almost had me there, Shino. Too bad, you may have won that fight, said Sasuke. Shausa, Sasuke Uchiha, said Gunma as the crowd lit up in cheers. Gunma looked toward Sasuke as he said, you're lucky he looked at your eyes when you were being covered by his bugs. He would have never been placed in that genjutsu and you would have had your chakra drained. Those bugs were even draining you as you did that final move. You got lucky, kid? Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan as he turned away from Gunma. HN. A win's a win in my books, said Sasuke as Gunma smirked. The kid was right. Kage box. Konoha seems to produce great ninjas. Both of those kids were splendid. The bug boy had a great plan and was well prepared for his opponent. He'll likely be promoted. And that Uchiha boy, what a splendid display of all three facets of a shinobi, said the Kazekage. Hiruzen looked on proudly at his two ninjas. Perhaps you're right, Kazekage Dano. Seems it's true that the younger generation always surpasses the previous generation. Arena floor, 5 minutes later. After the crowd settled down and the fire was fully put out, Gunma announced the next match. Match 4 of the finals. Will Shikamaru, Nara and Temari make their way down, said Gunma as Temari made her way to the arena floor. Shikamaru tried to stay but Naruto pushed him over the railing so he'd get down there. After a few moments, Sasuke came into the finalist box as he smirked at Naruto. Seems you did improve over the month break. Finally got that jutsu down, I see, said Naruto upon seeing Sasuke. There's more where that came from. Just you wait. I'm more than prepared to face you. Even with your orange chakra, said Sasuke confidently as they watched the next match unfold. The match was pretty boring. Temari just kept swinging her fan at Shikamaru who kept hiding, only firing his shadow at Temari at random intervals. The fight didn't get interesting until the very end as Shikamaru pulled out an elaborate plan to capture Temari. Arena floor. Are you ever going to stop hiding, said Temari as she swung her fan once more. Shikamaru braced himself for the winds as he decided it was time. Shikamaru placed his hands in the rat hand seal as a shadow extended from the darkened area of the stadium, untouched by the sun. Temari jumped back to get out of the way of the shadow as it approached, growing farther due to the sun moving down slightly. Eventually, it stopped and she stopped backflipping. "Is that how far you can go now?" said Temari until she noticed another shadow appear at the end of Shikamaru's extended shadow. Temari looked up to see a parachuted shirt attached to a kunai. That shirt gave Shikamaru more shadow to use for his jutsu. Shit, thought Temari as she backpedaled a little more. Luckily the shadow stopped moving again as she smirked once again. "Looks like that's as far as you can go, little boy." "My turn," said Temari until a flash bomb dropped behind her. Boom. The flash bomb went off and Temari found out she couldn't move. "Kage main no jutsu, shadow possession technique, success," said Shikamaru as Temari looked shocked. Seeing Temari's face, Shikamaru decided to explain. "Before I even extended my shadow the first time, I tossed up both my shirt and that flash bomb in the air. From that point, my calculations proved correct as you went exactly where I wanted you to go. All those other moves before were just to set you up for checkmate. The flash bomb made a huge shadow of you and from there it was simple getting my jutsu to grab you. And now," said Shikamaru as he raised his hand, making Temari raise hers. "He planned all of this out, what the hell is he?" thought Temari frantic as she closed her eyes in anticipation. "I forfeit," said Shikamaru. "What?" came the voice of Temari and even Ino in the stands. "I'm done. All those times I used my jutsu made me run out of chakra. I can probably only hold you for another 10 seconds. And if I did win, I'd have to face someone as troublesome as Sasuke Uchiha, who knows exactly how to beat me as he did it in the academy. There'd be no point in me continuing in this tournament. I'm done," finished Shikamaru as his shadow did dissipate after 10 seconds. Gunma chuckled slightly. "Nara clan members, oh well. Shausa, Temari," said Gunma as the crowd booed Shikamaru for his forfeit when he had won basically. In the audience, "HN lazy-ass," said Sasuke as Naruto chuckled. "True that. But he did display enough to be a Chunin. That's what we're here for anyway." "Shika could care less about winning the tourney," said Naruto as he watched Shikamaru walk back up. "True, but he basically said he was scared of me." "Seems I already have people fearing the name, Sasuke Uchiha," said Sasuke smugly. "Right, anywho, time for me to face Gaara." "Don't let your jaw hang down to low when you see me defeat him," said Naruto as he vanished in a shunshin. "Kage box. Seems you might have 4 new Chunins Hokage Dano. Impressive even though that boy quit," said the Kazekage. "How right you are. Those 4 have shown the aptitude to become Chunins of the Leaf. I'm proud of them." "Seems it's time to see your son fight finally," said Hiruzen as the intermission between the first round was over. "This is the match I've wanted to see. Naruto Senju vs my Gaara. Sure to be an exciting affair," said the Kazekage. "Hopefully Gaara kills that boy before he can be defeated. Just because Naruto-kun can use his Biju's chakra doesn't mean he can stop a Jinchuriki who can go farther in his transformations," thought the Kazekage. Arena floor, 5 minutes later. Gunma stood on the arena floor as sand began to appear a few feet away from him. Gaara had arrived in a shunshin. Then in just a flash of yellow, Naruto appeared, opposite Gaara, in a shunshin as well. "Kids fast," thought Gunma as he prepared to start the semifinals. "Are both fighters ready?" Match 5 of the Chunin exam finals. "Hajime," said Gunma as the next round began. Chapter 11, Emergence of the Forest. As soon as Gunma started the match, Gaara's sand seeped out of his gourd as he said, "Mother wants your blood. Right. Well, why don't try to get it for her?" asked Naruto as he got into a ready stance. Gaara stood still as Naruto waited for him to make a move. "Well then I'll come to you," said Naruto as he sprinted at Gaara. Naruto lashed out with a kick that was intercepted by Gaara's sand. Naruto placed his leg back down and had to evade as Gaara's sand chased him around. Gaara stood stoic with his arms crossed as he continued to send sand at Naruto. Naruto just kept evading the sand but it never deterred Gaara one bit as he never relented. Naruto, having enough of dodging, decided to attack. Gaara watched as Naruto dodged his sand once more. Gaara was prepared to send another wave until a mop of yellow hair appeared. Naruto performed a shunshin to get close to Gaara. "Hello," said Naruto as he planted a vicious punch to Gaara's face. Gaara's sand had no time to react as Gaara was sent a few feet back. Gaara's sand armor cracked slightly as he looked up at Naruto, who was standing in the same spot he once was. In the audience, "Go Naruto-kun," came the voice of a new arrival. "Lee-san," said Sakura as Lee came hobbling in on crutches. "Hello, Sakura-chan. Nice to see you," said Rock Lee as he watched Gaara slowly get up. Naruto-kun knows that taijutsu won't beat him. "I used 5 gates and it still wasn't enough," thought Lee. Kakashi looked on as he thought, "Wonder what Naruto will do to get past that defense?" In the Kage booth. "That boy is pretty fast. The way he just appears, especially with his golden blonde hair, reminds you of the Yondaime, doesn't it? Then he's a Jinchuriki who hails from the Senju clan. He could be a powerful asset one day, said the Kazekage as he looked at the fight. Orochimaru, do you think me senile? It's quite obvious that is you. But I shall banter back and forth with you to see what you plan, thought Hiruzen as he replied to the Kazekage. How true you are. Though I believe he has more in store for us. Orochimaru looked at the Hokage as he said, you're saying there's something more special to him than being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Hiruzen only smiled as he returned his attention to the fight. Maybe. Only time will tell. Arena floor. Gaara stood up as the cracked armor on his cheek repaired itself. Glad to see you fix your makeup, said Naruto as he saw Gaara send another wave of sand. Not this again, thought Naruto as he dodged again. Punching him a million times won't help, as Rock Lee clearly proved that. I could use Kurama on him, but it's rather redundant to use the same power twice. Let's just go with plan A. Naruto dodged the sand once more as he pulled out a scroll. Naruto opened the scroll and let it fall to the ground as he placed his hands in the ram seal. Naruto stomped on the scroll as he thought, Suetun, Hahanryu, water style, tearing torrent. From the scroll under Naruto's foot, a huge amount of water came splashing out of it as it fired off toward Gaara. Gaara's wave of sand immediately rushed to defend Gaara against Naruto's water. The water and sand clashed against each other for about a minute until Gaara's sand finally held firm. Once the water died down, Gaara sent another wave of sand at Naruto. However, Gaara's sand had turned slightly muddy from Naruto's jutsu and was rather difficult to manipulate like normal. Gotcha, said Naruto as he took off at Gaara again. Gaara saw Naruto appear again, this time with a right cross incoming. Gaara was lifted off the ground again from Naruto's punch, but before he could fly away, Naruto grabbed his foot. Naruto smiled a deadly grin as he spun Gaara around and hurled him into the sky at a rapid pace. As Gaara was flying in midair, Naruto clapped his hands together and prepared another jutsu. Now time to drench that sand armor. Suetun, Suidan no Jutsu, water style, water bullet technique, thought Naruto as he fired off a powerful ball of water toward Gaara. Naruto's water ball smashed into Gaara as his, now heavier, sand couldn't get there in time to defend him against it. Kage box. Damn that boy. Gaara's sand absorbs water, making it less effective due to the added water weight. He's picking him apart, seethed Orochimaru internally before he smirked unnoticeably. Perfect. Gaara will transform and then the invasion will start. Seems Naruto's doing quite well, said Hiruzen. Yes, it does seem that way. Using water to weigh down Gaara's sand is ingenious. But it'll take more than that to stop Gaara, said Orochimaru. Naruto-kun better put him down now before he begins to access his Biju's power. Naruto might have to use his Mokuton if Gaara can transform further than him, thought Hiruzen as he eyed the match. In the audience. Kakashi, what the hell did you feed those two genins of yours, said Asuma, Team 10 Sensei, as he placed a cigarette in his mouth. He had seen Sasuke's fight too and both of them seemed unreal. Kakashi smiled as he said, nothing. I did nothing. I gave them a few pointers here and there, but for the most part, that's all them. Kiba snorted. I bet he gives them steroids. I mean, Sakura is a medic now, right? I bet she shoves a needle in their ass, started Kiba before he was smacked by Sakura. Shut up, dog boy, said Sakura as she calmed down and returned to watching Naruto. Everyone returned to the fight as they watched Naruto perform his next attack. Everyone gasped as even Asuma's cigarette fell from his mouth. Back to the fight. As Naruto was firing off his water bullet, he put his hands back in the ram seal. Iwa Bunshin no Jutsu, rock clone technique, thought Naruto as two clones rose from the ground beside him. The clones knew exactly what to do as they disappeared in a shunshin. Gaara was soaking wet as he hung in the air after Naruto's jutsu. What makes him so strong? Is it because he's a Jinchuriki? Thought Gaara as his sand was finally nearing him. Gaara's sand was too slow as both clones made it to him first and promptly gave him a bear hug. This'll hurt, said Naruto as he channeled some chakra. Boom. Both clones detonated, causing a huge explosion in midair. From the cloud caused by the explosion, rocks and a smoking figure came plummeting to the ground. Finalist box. Sasuke smirked as he saw Naruto's attack. Nice combo. But I can't forget about my part in this, thought Sasuke as he looked at Temari. Temari and Kankuro were shocked to see Gaara get taken apart so easily by Naruto. Gaara, shouted Temari. Did he kill him? Thought Temari frantically. Gaara, thought Kankuro. Okay, I'm glad I didn't have to face Naruto. I'd rather face you, Sasuke, than get that, said Shikamaru as Sasuke scoffed internally. Naruto won't know he said that, thought Sasuke as he turned his attention back to the fight. Naruto v Gaara. Naruto walked over to the smoking figure lying prone in the grass. Upon reaching it, he realized something was wrong. Replacement, said Naruto as he turned around to face the real Gaara. Gaara had left his sand armor behind and narrowly escaped the explosion. Gaara was standing on the opposite side of the stadium with his hands in the tiger seal. Gaara had a few singe marks on his clothes, but other than that was relatively fine. Seems he replaced himself at the last second with his sand armor. Must have been right as the clones got to him since he was still caught in that blast slightly, thought Naruto as he saw Gaara covering himself in a sand dome. As the sand dome was closing up around Gaara, Naruto flung a kunai with an explosive note at Gaara. Boom! As the smoke cleared from the kunai, Naruto noticed that it didn't accomplish anything. Naruto then looked up to see an eyeball appear in midair. Seems that sand is denser than the previous sand. It won't be taken down by some water or an explosion. I'm sure he can still manipulate it like normal, so there's no point in attacking straight up. That eye is probably in the sky to help him see outside of the dome. How to get past it, thought Naruto until he heard Kurama in his head. Naruto. After Naruto mentally nodded to acknowledge, Kurama continued, that's the opening phase of Shikaku's Bijou transformation. You won't get through that defense with power. But there is another way. After getting the plan from Kurama, Naruto clapped his hands together. Naruto burst with bright red chakra as he took on a one-tailed state. Here I come, Gaara, said Naruto. Futon, Daitapa, wind style, great breakthrough, said Naruto as he channeled Kurama's chakra into the jutsu. A mighty gust of wind ripped through the stadium toward Gaara, picking up dust and debris along the way, obscuring the view of the fight. Gaara's sand dome held firm against the powerful winds and didn't even look phased. However, Naruto was nowhere to be seen. The people in the crowd scanned the area for Naruto, but it was like he vanished without a trace. After about a minute of nothing, Gaara came sailing out of his own sand dome with a bloodied wound on his chest. As the dome crumbled apart, Naruto could be seen standing in the dome with a QB-enhanced claw outstretched. It was slightly covered in blood as his chakra shroud dispersed. Doton, Marurugakure no Jutsu, Earth style, hiding like a mole technique, gotta love it. That dome protected you from everywhere besides down, said Naruto as the crowd looked on amazed. What is this warm liquid? Questioned Gaara as he touched his chest. It is blood. My blood, shouted Gaara as he began to stand. As he was standing, the gourd on his back began to surround his upper body. The gourd eventually merged completely as Gaara was covered in sand across his entire left torso. He also had a large claw of sand appear over his left arm. Prove my existence, Naruto, shouted Gaara as he leaped at Naruto with his claw outstretched. So that's the Ichibi, said Naruto as Gaara was approaching. In the audience. Another Jinchuriki, shouted a civilian in the stands, and people began to panic slightly. Oh no? Senju-sama's out there with him, said another civilian worried about the boy. Don't worry, Naruto's Bijou is stronger. He'll have no trouble against him, said a Konoha Chunin as the people around him began to calm down slightly. You're right, however, Naruto's only shown a one-tailed Jinchuriki state. If he can't access more than that, then Gaara will win. A full-powered Bijou is better than a one-tailed Jinchuriki, thought Guy as he eyed Kakashi. Why is he so calm about this? His genin is in trouble. An Umbu was standing a little behind Kakashi and Guy. This Umbu was not a real one though, he was actually Kabuto in disguise. That boy is transforming here. This could be trouble, but why doesn't Orochimaru-sama want me to give the signal? Thought Kabuto as he was eyeing the Kage booth waiting. The Sand sibling sensei, Baki, was thinking the same. Gaara's transformed already, this isn't good. We need to get him to the village, but I haven't seen the signal. What are we waiting for? Finalist box. Of course that guy's a Jinchuriki too, said Shikamaru as he watched the fight. Are you one as well, Sasuke? Questioned Shikamaru in jest. He was internally worried for Naruto but figured Naruto knew when he was in over his head. Like I would need that power, said Sasuke arrogantly as he continued watching the fight with his Sharingan on. Wonder how Naruto's gonna beat him. Rock Lee pounded him and he still got up. So what's Naruto going to do? Thought Sasuke as he eyed Naruto smashing into Gaara with punches. Arena floor. After punching Gaara a few times, Naruto kicked him into the wall violently with a roundhouse. Naruto took on an uninterested look at Gaara's new tactics. Gaara came out of the cracked wall as he saw Naruto's bored look. Gaara got angry, just like everyone else. Stop ignoring me, said Gaara as his sand covered him. Gaara's entire torso, down to his knees, was covered in sand as a tail grew out of the back. Is that what Shikaku looks like? Asked Naruto as he watched Gaara. More or less. He's basically in a one-tailed state, replied Kurama. Gaara had several mouths open up along his body as he prepared a jutsu. Futon, Mugen Sajin, Daitapa, Wind Style, Infinite Sand Cloud, Great Breakthrough, said Gaara as he let loose a sand cloud. In response, Naruto slammed his palms on the ground. Doton, Doria Hiki, Earth Style, Mud Wall, said Naruto as a huge wall rose from the ground. The wall completely blocked the sandstorm. It's a shame, said Naruto from behind Gaara. Gaara received a powerful elbow to the back followed by a knee to the ribs. Naruto then smashed him in the head with an overhead kick. That kick sent Gaara to the ground as Naruto grabbed his tail and flung him back into the wall. The same spot Gaara had hit earlier. You had a defense that only the fastest could bypass and the strongest could breach, and you trade it for this? That's pitiful. Raw power only beats finesse in extreme quantities and you don't have enough of it, said Naruto. Gaara looked at Naruto in pain. Why is he so strong? I haven't even touched him once? What makes him so strong? Said Gaara as his anger started to rise. You won't erase my existence, shouted Gaara as he began to channel more of Shikaku's chakra. Naruto noticed the chakra spike and realized what Gaara was planning. Naruto clasped his hand in the snake seal as he channeled his chakra. The walls of the stadium and the grounds began to crack slightly at Naruto's chakra output. Kurama knew Gaara was trying to go full Bija mode and it seemed Naruto did as well. When Kurama saw Naruto place his hands in the snake seal, he looked shocked. Naruto, are you about to dash? Yes, Kurama. If he transforms, he could hurt the civilians. It has to be done now before he gets too difficult to put down, said Naruto as Kurama agreed. In the Kage booth. Gaara's transforming. Splendid, maybe he'll kill that boy so I can be rid of him, thought Orochimaru until he felt and saw Naruto's chakra. His chakra is so potent. And at that age. I don't even feel the Kyuubi, it's all him. And the feeling of his chakra. Don't tell me? Hiruzen smiled slightly as he felt Orochimaru's inner turmoil. Naruto-kun is about to shock the world, thought Hiruzen. Naruto v Gaara. Gaara was preparing to unleash Shikaku until huge branches sprang up from the ground and wrapped around him, restraining his arms and legs. Gaara looked shocked as the branches moved him off the wall into a circle. The circle was being created by emerging wooden pillars with spikes pointed at him. Gaara felt his chakra stop building and was wondering what was going on as he struggled against the wooden binds. As Gaara was trying to break free, he noticed Naruto standing in front of him. Gaara looked up to see Naruto placing a palm on his forehead. I cannot let you harm the people in the stands, said Naruto with a serious glare. Kakwan nit Tenshur Shu, 10th Edict of Enlightenment, said Naruto as Gaara began to scream. The crowd watched in stunned silence as Gaara began to revert to normal. I was once told that true power comes from wanting to protect those precious to you. This village is precious to me and as such, I'll protect it no matter what, said Naruto as the sand around Gaara moved back into the gourd it was before. Gaara stopped screaming as he fell unconscious. It had taken a full minute of suppressing the Ichibi but Naruto still smiled. It's over, said Naruto. Gunma had lost the ever-present Senbon in his mouth when he saw Naruto suppress a tailed beast. What the hell is this kid? Thought Gunma. In the audience. The crowd was still quiet over watching what Naruto just did. You've got to be kidding me. What the hell can Naruto not do? Questioned Kiba as everyone gaped at Naruto's display. Sakura found her voice as she said, Naruto has the same ability as the first Hokage. Mokuton, said Asuma, who dropped his second cigarette today due to Naruto. At that announcement, Ino looked up as she realized something. That's why Naruto loves coming to our shop. He's connected to nature. That's why the flowers always looked better when he was around, thought Ino. How could this be possible? Asked a stunned Kurenai, teammate sensei. Guy looked toward Kakashi as he spoke. That's why you were never worried, you knew he could do that. Kakashi only smiled in response. Though he does paint a huge target on himself. But he had to stop Gaara from hurting the citizens so it's justified, thought Kakashi proud of his student. Kage box. Orochimaru looked shocked at what Naruto just did. He has the Mokuton? That's what the monkey was saying about him having something more special than the Kyuubi. He can literally tame it. That boy is too powerful. I'll have to kill him, thought Orochimaru as he couldn't hide his shock. Orochimaru calmed down as quick as he could. With Gaara out of the picture now, a big part of my invasion is ruined. It doesn't matter. I came here to kill Sarutobi-sensei and that's what I'll do. The invasion is still on. Orochimaru signaled to Kabuto when to start the invasion as Hiruzen spoke to him. Seems the will of fire Hashirama-sama preached about really inherited itself in Naruto, said Hiruzen amused at Orochimaru's shock. Orochimaru seethed internally at Hiruzen's diction. Indeed it does. But revealing that power makes him a huge target, said Orochimaru as Hiruzen nodded. True, but I have faith that Naruto can handle it, said Hiruzen still smiling. You've grown up so much Naruto-kun. Arena floor. Gaara lay motionless at Naruto's feet as the wood from Naruto's jutsu moved back into the ground. Aganma-san, said Naruto as he waved at the proctor. Oh, right. Shousa Naruto Senju, proclaimed Gunma loudly. The crowd finally seemed to get over their silence as cheers erupted loudly. Naruto smiled and waved at the crowd as he walked back up to the finalist box. Finalist box. Naruto arrived back in the finalist box as he saw everyone staring at him. "You're kidding, right?" said Sasuke. "What do you mean, Sasuke?" replied an amused Naruto. "Forget it. I don't believe that happened, so it didn't happen. I need to get ready for my match anyway. I don't have time to wonder about your Kekai Genkai," said Sasuke, trying to downplay Naruto's new power. While Naruto was rubbing it in Sasuke's face, Kankuro spoke to Temari. "Just forfeit your match. The plan is ruined with Gaara being incapacitated. There's no reason to continue." Gunma had just announced Sasuke and Temari's fight as Temari agreed with Kankuro. "You're right. There's no need to go against the Uchiha. I'll just quit," said Temari before she heard Sasuke talk. "Are you about to quit or something, fangirl?" said Sasuke with emphasis on the fangirl part. "You probably are, just like your confused sister did." Temari and Kankuro both looked ready to dish out divine punishment at Sasuke's remarks. Seeing that he hadn't gotten her to commit completely, Sasuke pushed the envelope further. Sasuke smirked as he said, "Figures as much. I mean, I'd quit too if I was facing a man. Girls are weaker than boys anyway. And then you're from a crappy village like Suna. Weak girl and crappy village. You'd have no chance against an elite nin." "I'm kicking his ass," said Temari, cutting off Sasuke as she blew him out of the finalist box. Kankuro nodded his head until he saw Naruto smiling at him. "What are you smiling at?" asked Kankuro. "Well, your sister just fell for it. I have suspicions about things and Sasuke's gonna help me get the answers." "And who better than your sister to answer them?" asked Naruto as Kankuro looked stunned. They had just fallen for a trap. Kankuro wanted to tell Temari, but a chop to the back of the neck rendered him unconscious. "Good night," said Naruto as he placed his hand back in his pocket and looked down at the fight. Arena floor. After being blown out of the finalist box, Sasuke backflipped in midair and landed on the ground gracefully. Temari rode her fan down as she still looked heated. Gunma walked up as he asked, "Both fighters ready?" A nod from Sasuke and a slam of her fan from Temari later, Gunma started the match. Match 6 of the Chunin exam finals, Hajime. Temari wasted no time as she swung her fan at Sasuke again. Sasuke got struck by the wind as he flew back and hit the stadium wall. However, upon impact, he reverted into a log. Where did he get that log? He torched the whole forest earlier, thought Temari, wondering how logs are always around. Temari dodged as several shuriken and kunai flew past her. She turned around to see Sasuke standing there still smirking. "You arrogant piece of shit," shouted Temari as she sent another gust at Sasuke. Sasuke looked amused at the wind. "Fire beats wind," said Sasuke as he held the tiger seal. "Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire style, grand fireball technique," said Sasuke as he blew out a huge fireball at Temari. Sasuke's fire seemed to gobble up Temari's wind as it continued toward her. "Oh my," said Temari as all she could do was hide behind her fan. The fire blasted Temari as she stood behind her slightly melting fan. Eventually, the fire died down and Temari could be seen behind her decimated fan. The fan was burned in a few places and was too hot to the touch. It was utterly useless to her now. As she was fretting over her fan, Temari had to move her head to the right to dodge Sasuke's jab. "Gotcha," said Sasuke as his jab turned into a hand that grabbed the back of Temari's head and brought them face to face. "Shit, I looked into his eyes," thought Temari as she found herself pinned down with stakes. "Welcome," said Sasuke as he materialized in front of Temari. "Now you're going to tell me about your plan to attack Konoha?" Temari's eyes bulged out as she heard what Sasuke just said. It all made sense. That's why he egged me on to fight. So he could find out about the invasion. "So you are planning an invasion," said Sasuke as Temari looked shocked. "Yes, I can hear your thoughts and I can also tell if you're lying, so let's just get on with this. When's the invasion starting?" Sasuke couldn't really hear Temari's thoughts or tell if she's lying, but Temari didn't know that. Temari was content with keeping quiet until she felt the stakes dig deeper into her body. Temari screamed slightly as Sasuke said, "Please talk, they'll only go deeper if you don't." The stakes went a little deeper as Temari finally cracked. "The invasion starts when the people began to go to sleep, that's the signal," said Temari. "Good, that's all I wanted. Now rest," said Sasuke as Temari fell unconscious. Sasuke had been staring at Temari for 3 minutes until she eventually fell asleep and he let her fall face first in the dirt. "Too easy," said Sasuke as he began to walk away. "Shausa, Sasuke Uchiha," said Gunma as the medics took Temari away. She was out of chakra from her first match and was facing a fire user. She should have just quit. "I wonder, what was up with that Jinjutsu?" thought Gunma as he heard the crowd cheering at Sasuke's quick victory. Finalist box. Sasuke walked into the finalist box as he nodded at Naruto. "You were right. It is an invasion," said Sasuke as Shikamaru listened in. "Figured as much. Villages don't send a Jinchuriki to another village unless something's going down. Plus Shino said he spotted several groups of Suna ninjas and Oto ninjas on his way in. We have to tell Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto as he and Sasuke left to the audience. Troublesome, said Shikamaru, overhearing the conversation and knowing he'd have to fight in the invasion if it did indeed happen. In the audience. Since there was a 30-minute intermission before the finals, everyone was waiting patiently for the Senju vs Uchiha finale. Sakura and Kakashi were overjoyed at the two other members of Team 7. It's pretty hard to make it to the finals. They were cut from their thoughts as Sasuke and Naruto arrived. Kakashi-sensei. There's an invasion planned, said Naruto. Before Kakashi could respond, an explosion rocked the Kage booth. As everyone's attention was focused on the booth, white feathers began to fall in front of their faces. Genjutsu, thought Naruto before he dispelled it. Upon releasing it, he noticed that several Suna ninja were surrounding him and the rest of Team 7. Damn, I was too late, thought Naruto. Hey Sasuke, just in case we don't make it out of this alive. I just wanna say, I would have totally kicked your ass in that final match, said Naruto as he prepared to fight. Said Sasuke before he smirked, bet I defeat more. You're on, said Naruto as he and Sasuke charged into the group of ninjas around them. The invasion of Konoha had begun. Chapter 12, Invasion. Before Naruto or Sasuke could make a move against the enemies, Kakashi and Guy appeared before them. Kakashi and Guy disposed of the enemies surrounding them quickly as Kakashi then turned to his genin. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. This fight isn't yours. The others and I will handle the stadium. You three need to make your way to the village. Naruto and Sasuke will defend the village while Sakura attends to any wounded. Make haste, said Kakashi as he noticed Naruto staring at the Kage booth, where a huge purple barrier appeared. Don't worry Naruto. The Sandaime will be fine. Plus, he would want you to head to the village anyway. You're in charge, so get going. Naruto looked hesitant at first until Kakashi said the Hokage would want him to protect the village. Naruto turned to see his teammates nod at him. Let's do this, said Naruto as he jumped to the stadium floor followed by Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto bit his thumb midway down and slammed his hand on the ground upon landing. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique, said Naruto as a huge puff of smoke appeared. Gamabunta appeared from the smoke with the genin of Team 7 riding his head. Boss, can we get a ride to Konoha? There's an invasion happening and we're needed at the village. It's that way, said Naruto as Bunta took off for the leaf. Sasuke and Sakura stuck to the huge toad's head using chakra just like Naruto so that they wouldn't fall off. As Gamabunta was leaping toward the leaf, Sasuke spoke. We can't be friends anymore after this, said Sasuke talking to Naruto. You're the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, hold a Kekai Genkai only seen in the first Hokage, and now you can summon toads. What else can you do cause this is getting out of hand? Naruto smirked, seems I have a better dance instructor than you, said Naruto as Sasuke scoffed. Naruto kept using his dance line against him. A few moments later, Gamabunta landed at the village gate. We're here, shouted Gamabunta as Sakura nodded and headed toward the hospital. We should make sure all the civilians are out of the way. Don't want any casualties due to collateral damage, but first let's make sure Sakura gets to the hospital, said Naruto. Naruto created several clones that acted as an escort for Sakura. As Naruto was making sure Sakura was safe, Sasuke turned to see a battalion of ninja heading for the village walls. Naruto, we have about 300 ninjas heading toward the village at 3 o'clock. What do you want to do? Asked Sasuke with a smirk. It was time to fight. Naruto looked thoughtful for a second until he slammed his hands in the snake seal. Mokuton, Jukai Koten, wood style, nativity of a sea of trees, said Naruto as hundreds of newly created trees rushed toward the group of ninja. What the hell? Shouted an Oto nin as he was skewered by the rush of trees. The trees assaulted the ninjas as they were helpless to the sudden appearance of the forest. Of the 300 ninjas that were there, about 140 were left and half of those were trapped in or underneath the trees. Burn 'em. Boss, bring the oil. Sasuke, bring the fire, said Naruto as Gamabunta and Sasuke obliged. Bunta spewed the trees in a thick coat of oil as Sasuke lit the newly created forest ablaze with several well-placed fireballs. Amid the screams and the blazing forest, one Suna ninja looked fearful at the sight. This is a massacre, said a Suna ninja, who had survived the attack. An older Suna ninja disagreed. No, this scene is like the ones my grandfather told me about of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Who could have done this? Naruto and Sasuke appeared in front of the two Suna nin as Naruto spoke. We did, and we're sorry about your Suna comrades, said Naruto as he and Sasuke knocked them both unconscious. We're going to kill all Oto ninjas, but the Suna ninjas we will keep alive. Gigi is fighting Orochimaru, who posed as the Kazekage. I noticed it when I watched that purple barrier go up. He most likely tricked Suna into this invasion by pretending to be their leader, said Naruto. Before he and Sasuke separated, Naruto spoke once again, I'm winning our bet. Naruto vanished in a shunshin as Sasuke smirked, only because I let you go first, said Sasuke as he took off to defend his home. Kage box, 30 minutes earlier. Seems we'll have another Konoha finale, at Kazekage Dano, said Hiruzen as he looked toward the Kazekage. The Kazekage shifted his gaze toward Hiruzen as a smoke grenade dropped in between them. Boom! The smoke grenade detonated and created a huge cloud of smoke. After a few moments, the smoke cleared and the view of the booth could be seen. The Kazekage held a kunai to Hiruzen's neck as he lifted him to the roof of the Kage booth. The two Kages stood with the Kazekage still behind Hiruzen with a kunai to his neck. In a rectangle at each corner surrounding the two Kages, 4 Oto shinobi clapped their hands together. Shishiinjin, 4 Violet Flames formation, shouted the 4 shinobi as a huge purple barrier appeared around the two and a mini barrier formed around those 4 individuals. Seems we're not going to be able to leave anytime soon. But maybe it's for the best if we fight in this barrier without interference, thought Hiruzen. Kazekage Dano, what is the meaning of this? Asked Hiruzen feigning shock. Kukukuku, it seems you've gotten senile in your old age. Do you not recognize me? I am your favorite student, said the Kazekage as he took off his face veil. Hiruzen laughed slightly but never turned around. Well, if you are my favorite student, then I may have to send you back to the academy if you perform poorly, started Hiruzen as he dissolved into mud. Doton, Doryu Taiga, Earth Style, Earth Flow River, said Hiruzen, now behind Orochimaru. The mud from the earlier dissolved clone became a mud river that swept Orochimaru down the roof. Orochimaru tried to gain his bearings but Hiruzen was having none of that. Doton, Doryuden, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet, Katon, Karyuden, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Bullet, said Hiruzen as a huge earth dragon rose from the ground and fired off mud bullets at Orochimaru. Hiruzen added fire to the bullets as they rammed into Orochimaru. Are you done with this foolishness, Orochimaru? Said Hiruzen as he took off his robes to reveal his shinobi outfit. Orochimaru rose from the ground a ways away unharmed and smirked. Seems you were prepared to die, sensei, said Orochimaru as he took off his own robes. Well, let's get to it, shall we? Finished Orochimaru as he flew through several hand seals. Hiruzen attempted to stop Orochimaru by using the Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, Shadow Shuriken technique, but it was too late as 2 coffins rose to shield Orochimaru from the projectiles. Seems the 3rd coffin failed. No matter, these 2 will be enough, thought Orochimaru as the 2 coffins opened to show the 1st and 2nd Hokages. Orochimaru placed a kunai with seal tags into each of their heads. Shall we, sensei? Said Orochimaru as the 2 previous Kages sprinted at Sarutobi. Konoha. Ah! A snake! Shouted a civilian as a huge snake slithered toward them. The snake was preparing to eat the civilians until a huge toad appeared. Kuchios, Yatai Kazushi no Jutsu, summoning, food cart destroyer technique, came the shout of Naruto as he appeared above the snake. Naruto summoned a huge toad that landed on the snake and crushed it underneath its weight. Are you okay? Asked Naruto to the civilians who merely nodded their heads at their savior. Naruto was still clad in his Umbu outfit from earlier, but it seemed he'd picked up a new addition. An orange scarf was wrapped around his neck that flowed behind him. He had acquired it from another civilian he had saved earlier, who gave it to him as thanks. Naruto couldn't resist it, it was his favorite color. Naruto placed his hands in the ram seal as he said, Moku Bunshin no Jutsu, wood clone technique. From Naruto's body, protrusions of wood appeared and flew out of his body to form dozens of clones. Naruto gave his clones orders to spread out and continue to assist with Konoha's defense and the evacuation of the villagers. You're pretty good, bro, said a small orange toad on Naruto's head. I try Gamakichi. Though it seems that we're getting nowhere close to the end of this invasion. How many enemies are there? Asked Naruto. Naruto had tried to summon a small toad to get word to Jiraiya about the invasion, but Gamakichi appeared instead and stayed with Naruto. Naruto had no qualms with his presence as the small toad was good company. Looking good, kid, said a new voice as Naruto turned to see Ibiki behind him flanked with 2 Umbu. Nice scarf and matching toad, said Ibiki, amused at the comical sight of a 14-year-old, blonde kid, who is slowly becoming the most important ninja in the village, have a small toad on his head. Hey, we look good, said Naruto as he and Gamakichi fist bumped. Naruto then asked, the village seems empty, did you already get all the villagers out of here? I've only seen a handful since I've been here. Yeah, kid, that's village protocol during attacks like these. You wouldn't know since you haven't had to deal with something like this before, said Ibiki as he explained, it's written in the Konoha manual that during the event that the village is attacked, we move into 3 stages of defense. Stage 1 involves us eliminating all enemy forces that have infiltrated the village. If that fails, we move to Stage 2 consisting of evacuating the villagers, while slowing the enemy's advance. And finally, Stage 3. What's Stage 3? Asked Naruto since Ibiki paused for a moment. Naruto heard a few screams and Ibiki smirked. Eliminating all threats in the village, said Ibiki as screams could be heard all over. Naruto looked to see a huge Akimichi member appear towering and stomping about. Choji's dad. That means? Trailed off Naruto as he could see several shinobi caught in Shikaku's jutsu and Inoichi causing enemy ninjas to attack each other. Seems the Ino Shikacho is powerful, finished Naruto as he watched Konoha easily handling the opposing forces. You're right. We got the village, kid, you go handle the village walls. There's more out there for someone of your skill set than in here where you could potentially harm the village. Get going, said Ibiki as Naruto nodded and took off for the village walls. Kid's gonna be good one day. Strong, smart, and quite mature for his age, thought Ibiki until he remembered something, maybe not mature. You can't take a kid with an orange toad on his head serious. Village walls. Chidori, shouted Sasuke as he cut through an Oto ninja. Sasuke turned to see Naruto appear behind him. Nice scarf. And baby toad. Nice jutsu. Seems you learned more from Kakashi than you told me. Seems we all have our little secrets, said Naruto as he stiffened slightly. A few moments later, Naruto looked to see about 30 Oto ninjas surround him and Sasuke. How many people are there in this invasion? One of the Oto ninjas smirked. Hello Naruto Senju and Sasuke Uchiha. We've been given orders to capture you both and that is what's going to happen. We're the elite in Otogakure, all of us are Jonin and you two have no chance. So just surrender now and this will be over with. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and nodded. Okay, said Naruto as he and Sasuke put their hands out in a surrendering fashion. The Oto ninja looked on amused at their surrender but took it as a blessing. No unnecessary fighting. Four ninjas grabbed onto Naruto and Sasuke and prepared to take them away. Boom. Both Naruto and Sasuke detonated on the four surrounding shinobi, killing them instantly. What the hell, said one of the remaining ninja, who had a few singe marks from being in the blast radius. That's 4 more who count toward my total. I'm sure I'm kicking your ass right now in our bet, said Naruto as he had been keeping count of his kills. Naruto and Sasuke were standing on a nearby tree branch overlooking the group. Naruto and Sasuke had traded places with 2 of Naruto's wood clones, with one transforming into Sasuke. The clones then used Bunshin Daibakuha, Clone Great Explosion, to explode on the Oto ninjas. Naruto could only use that jutsu with his wood clones though, his rock clones needed an explosive note. Whatever, let's just get this over with. I'm sick of this stupid and futile invasion, said Sasuke, who had still been keeping his count and knew he wasn't beating Naruto. He hadn't caught Naruto's kills since the first attack. Naruto and Sasuke began to kill the remaining Oto Jonins easily and swiftly with kunai. They were terrible ninjas and likely given that title probably to help convince Suna to attack. Naruto finished off the last ninja as he then pointed a kunai at the appearance of another presence. Whoa. Calm down Gaki, it's just me, said Jiraiya as he landed near Sasuke and Naruto. Jiraiya-sensei. You're still here, I thought you left, said Naruto as Jiraiya had told him he'd be leaving a week before the finals started. Jiraiya smirked. Who do you think told Konoha about this invasion? I'm Konoha's spymaster, kid, plus I had to protect my home. Though I didn't know Suna would be involved, said Jiraiya as Naruto realized that's why he had come back in the first place. Jiraiya was here to warn the Hokage about the impending invasion. So are we almost done? And how is Gigi? Asked Naruto as he was still concerned about Hiruzen. The purple barrier was still up, so that meant they had to be fighting still. It should be about over. Stage 3 is in effect and that'll pretty much end the fight inside the village. So since they have the village taken care of, why don't we go check on Sensei, said Jiraiya as he noticed Naruto's attire. Nice scarf, and is that Gamakichi on your head? You're a weird kid, you can come too, Sasuke. With that said, the trio headed back to the stadium to check on things there. Kage Tower, 10 minutes later. Naruto, Sasuke, and Jiraiya appeared on the rooftop as they saw 3 other Anbu standing outside the barrier. Naruto scanned for the Hokage but couldn't see him due to the large forest blocking his view. Forest? Is Tenzo-sensei in there? No, it couldn't be. The forest is too large. Sensei couldn't do something like that. That can't mean, thought Naruto, fearing the worst. An Anbu turned toward the new arrivals. Jiraiya-sama. What's going on in the barrier? Asked Jiraiya. Sandaime-sama is facing off against Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru used Edo Tensei, reanimation, and brought back the first and second Hokages. They've been fighting since the invasion started and we haven't seen Hokage-sama since this forest sprang up a while ago, said the Anbu. Have you not tried to get in? Asked Naruto. That barrier is impossible to get into unless you can stop the ones using it. But since they put a barrier around themselves, it's difficult to get to them, replied the Umbu. As he finished speaking, Naruto vanished in a shunshin. Where's he going? Did you guys ever think to attack them from underground? Asked Sasuke as he followed after Naruto. The Sandaime was important to him too. Hiruzen had helped in getting Sasuke back on his feet after the massacre. Naruto appeared in front of a corner of the barrier as he looked at the shinobi inside. Sasuke showed up behind him as the shinobi spoke. Hello shitheads, said the red-headed Kunoichi as she smirked at the two arrivals. What the hell are you gonna do, fuckers? You can't get in the barrier, so get the fuck away from me. Naruto said nothing as he slammed a hand into the ground. Naruto used Mokuton, Daijirin no Jutsu, wood style, great forest technique, to morph his left arm into a wooden branch. Shit, shouted the redhead as a branch appeared in front of her and she had to dodge it or die. However, upon dodging, she had to let go of the jutsu, ending the barrier jutsu entirely. We have a problem. Shit, said one of her teammates who seemingly had two heads. The barrier had been comprised, but it had been perfect timing since Orochimaru was needing to leave anyway. He rushed over and grabbed Orochimaru as the redhead and the other two ninjas covered their exit. Sasuke wanted to go after them, but Naruto insisted they go check on the Hokage. Naruto and Sasuke arrived to see Jiraiya land near the Hokage, who was lying prone on the ground lifeless. Kurama could sense Naruto's inner turmoil and knew it would lead to nothing good. Naruto, don't do anything brash, said Kurama, trying to keep Naruto thinking straight. Naruto didn't respond as Sasuke found the voice to say, is he? Yes, he gave his life to defeat the first, second, and Orochimaru in battle. Though he couldn't finish off the snake, came the reply of an aged monkey, likely the summoning for Hiruzen. He left me with instructions for a Naruto Senju. After a few moments and with Naruto not saying anything, Jiraiya voiced his concerns for his apprentice. Naruto, are you alright? Asked Jiraiya, since he hadn't talked since asking the Umbu that question earlier. Naruto didn't speak or even acknowledge that he heard anybody. Naruto had just lost the one man who was practically his life. His grandfather in all but blood. The man who helped start him toward his dream of being a great shinobi, and now he was gone. Naruto gently took Gamakichi off his head as he looked to where Orochimaru fled. Naruto? Asked Jiraiya once more, trying to get a response. Naruto responded by activating his one-tailed cloak and taking off after the fleeing Sannin. Seems the boy is hellbent on getting to him. He must be the boy whom Hiruzen was telling me about, said the monkey as Jiraiya nodded. Yes, he is Enma-sama, said Jiraiya as he noticed Sasuke take off after Naruto. What was that message Sensei wanted to tell him? Enma relayed the message to Jiraiya and then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya nodded as he left Sarutobi to his Umbu guards and headed off to assist Naruto and Sasuke. Nearing Konoha's walls, Orochimaru was in pain. His plans were ruined by Hiruzen due to him stealing his arms from him. He was now being assisted by his Sound Four in fleeing the village, but as they were fleeing, they felt an ominous presence appear. Turning around, they saw Naruto cloaked in a red fox shroud running toward them at a rapidly approaching pace. The ninja with two heads spoke, Orochimaru-sama, we have a problem. The Senju boy is hot on our trail and he's clad in his bijou cloak. Orochimaru looked to see Naruto gaining on them rapidly. Orochimaru knew this wasn't going to end well for any of them if Naruto got to them. But luck seemed to be on Orochimaru's side as his remaining Oto forces appeared to accompany him in his retreat. You all stop him. Kill him if you must, just don't let him continue, said Orochimaru in a panic as everyone besides the Sound Four and Orochimaru stopped to face off against the Jinchuriki. The Oto ninjas all stood in preparation as Naruto would be there any second. Naruto arrived shortly after Orochimaru had continued on his journey to see his path stopped by nearly 100 Oto shinobi. Fire, said one of the Oto ninjas commanding the rest. All of the ninjas let loose a barrage of kunai, shuriken, and any other weapon they had at the approaching Naruto. Naruto never stopped running as he let loose a primal roar. That roar created a powerful shockwave that blew back the projectiles as Naruto continued toward Orochimaru. Naruto tried to keep sprinting through, but a group of enemies got in the way. Naruto stabbed a clawed hand cleanly through the heart and out the back of one of them, and it seemed to set something off in Naruto. Naruto then began ripping through every Oto shinobi in the area, cutting them down left and right. Sasuke and Jiraiya appeared a little ways off to watch the carnage Naruto was dishing out to the helpless shinobis. They looked to see Orochimaru gone, as that's why Naruto must have gotten angry. They stopped him from getting his retribution. Let's let him cool down before we try to stop him, said Jiraiya as Sasuke quickly nodded his head. They didn't want any piece of what Naruto was giving out. After about 5 minutes of hunting every Oto ninja and then tearing them apart, Naruto could be seen cloaked still in his chakra shroud mercilessly punching the last Oto ninja repeatedly. Naruto didn't have any blood on him due to his chakra shroud vaporizing it upon contact. Naruto continued to punch even as he heard a voice. "Naruto, stop, it's over," said Kurama trying to calm his partner down. Naruto never acknowledged Kurama as he continued to turn the ninja's head into mush. Naruto reared back for another punch as he felt his arm get stopped midway. His chakra shroud vanished immediately as he felt a piece of paper touch his forehead. It was a seal tag placed by Jiraiya. "Jiraiya-sensei, I couldn't catch," said Naruto as he fell into a deep sleep. Jiraiya nodded his head at Naruto and picked him up and placed him on his shoulder. "I know, kid. I know." 1 week later. Team 7 had been dismissed for the day as they all separated after a few D-ranked missions. The missions were to help the village recover after Orochimaru's invasion. Suna had immediately surrendered to Konoha once they knew that Orochimaru had duped them into fighting. Konoha still held the Kazekage's children captive to keep an edge in negotiation. After being dismissed for the day, Naruto had taken to wandering around the village aimlessly with no true destination. While walking around the village, he shifted his gaze up to the Hokage mountain, specifically the Sandame's face. Naruto blew out a sigh at the memory of the Sandame. Konoha held a funeral for the lives lost in the invasion with Hiruzen being one of them. That day, the rain fell as it seemingly wept for their longest-tenured Hokage. Ever since that day, the vegetation around Konoha was paler than normal due to Naruto's influence from his somber mood. As Naruto was looking up toward the mountain he felt a presence behind him, a familiar presence. "Hey, Jiraiya-sensei. You need something?" said Naruto, devoid of emotion. Jiraiya looked at Naruto as he said, "Yeah kid. I need you to come with me to find someone, and you also got another mission that you'd be perfect for." Naruto raised an eyebrow as he turned to face Jiraiya. "Find someone? Aren't you the new Hokage? Why would you leave so soon?" asked Naruto confused. "Humph, that position isn't for me kid. Though I was considered, you were as well," said Jiraiya as Naruto raised both eyebrows in shock. "What? Yeah kid, your accomplishments travel fast. You were deemed too young to hold the position though, but you did make it in the bingo book," said Jiraiya as he tossed a new bingo book at Naruto. "Page 112 kid." Naruto caught the book and opened it to the page. "Yujido ni?" asked Naruto confused as he had flipped to a page containing a girl from Kumogakure's information. "Got him mixed up, page 76, said Jiraiya as Naruto flipped to his page. There was a picture near his name. The picture of him with his orange scarf and Gamakichi on his head. "Not really threatening with that photo," said Naruto as Jiraiya chuckled. As Jiraiya laughed, Naruto read through his information. Name, Naruto Senju. Age, approximate 14. Gender, male. Origin, Konohagakure. Clan, Senju clan. Affiliated with Konoha. Ninja rank, Genin, wears Umbu outfit. Physical description, 5 feet 6 inches tall, 125 pounds. Has deep violet eyes and golden blonde hair with 2 jaw-length bangs framing either side of his face. Also has 6 whisker mark-like scars with 3 on each cheek. Elements, Futon, Doton, and Suiton. Rank, A. Approach with caution. Special talents, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Excellent control over Bijou. Can use Mokuton. Bounty, 50 million Ryo alive or dead stationed by Otogakure. Naruto looked up to Jiraiya as he finished reading over his information. "Well, that makes me seem pretty dangerous despite that picture," said Naruto as he then asked, "Can everyone read this now?" "Yeah brat, seems Orochimaru put out quite the huge hit on you and I'm sure when the other Kages get a hold of this information, they'll add their own. You need to watch your back from now on. But luckily I'm here to make sure you get strong enough to do so on your own without me like a bodyguard all the time," said Jiraiya as Naruto flipped back to page 112. "Yujido ni, why'd you want me to get to this page? Is she the mission?" asked Naruto as he looked over Yujito's picture. "Damn. She's beautiful," thought Naruto, slightly mesmerized by Yujito's photo. Jiraiya reached into his Heori. "That's right brat. On our way to finding this person, you're going to go on a side mission." Jiraiya tossed Naruto a scroll as Naruto read over its contents. "A paw print?" asked Naruto confused, wondering what kind of mission this was. Jiraiya clapped a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Yes, my young apprentice. You will approach her and ask for her paw print and if necessary, forcibly take it. She doesn't look like she would have paws, so why would I need her paw print? She's not an animal." Jiraiya deadpanned at Naruto. "If you hadn't been drooling over her looks, then you would have actually read her information and figured it out for yourself." Naruto looked sheepish at being caught like that. He then read through Yujito's info. Name, Yujido ni. Age, approximate 16. Gender, female. Origin, Kumogakure. Clan, no known clan affiliation. Affiliated with Kumo. Ninja rank, Jonin. Physical description, 5 feet 5 inches feet tall, 100 pounds. Has dark eyes and long, straight, blonde, hair bound into a ponytail by taut bandages. Elements, Katon and Raiton. Rank, A. Special talents, Jinchuriki of the Nibi. Near perfect control of Bijou. Bounty, no bounty available. Naruto looked shocked to see Yujido be a Jinchuriki as well. She's just like me, thought Naruto until he realized something. You want me to find her and ask her for her paw print? The paw print of the two tails, said Naruto as Jiraiya nodded. Who's the client for this mission? It's not you, is it? Asked Naruto. No, it's not me. Your client is a cat. This was originally a mission for Sasuke, said Jiraiya as Naruto perked up. Sasuke? Why would he give me his mission? Asked Naruto. To get you out of the village for a little while. He took the other cat left on his list and he left this one for you. And you're gonna do it. Now enough questions. Pack your stuff and we'll head out in an hour, shouted Jiraiya as he disappeared in a poof of smoke. Naruto nodded his head and vanished in a shunshin to get prepped for the missions. Naruto grabbed his bag and shut his apartment door as he headed off to the village gate. Yujido ni. This should be interesting, thought Naruto as he looked back to the Hokage mountain. Sorry I couldn't make it in time, Gigi. I miss you and I hope you're resting in peace. Thanks for everything. As Naruto was walking away, he pulled out a sealed envelope with his name on it. To Naruto Senju. From Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto decided he'd have to read it at some point shortly, but he'd do it after his trip with Jiraiya. Chapter 13, The Cat and the Fox. Jiraiya noticed a familiar mop of yellow hair heading toward the main gate. As the mop of hair got closer, Jiraiya stopped leaning on the gate to acknowledge the person who accompanied said mop of yellow hair. Looking good, kid. Though you're missing your baby toad, said Jiraiya as Naruto walked up to him in his Umbu uniform, complete with his orange scarf. But it seems you got a new addition, congrats? Yeah. Seems like I'm all but official. Gamma, member of Squad 3 under Nico Taicho, Captain Cat, said Naruto as he took off his white porcelain mask, painted orange into the shape of a frog. They figured it fit my bingo book description. I'm not official until I get sworn in by the Hokage, but I'm pretty much one. I have to wear my mask and uniform to get used to wearing it when on actual missions, Nico's orders. Jiraiya nodded as he patted Naruto on the back. Well, let's get to it, we have a short walk before we separate, said Jiraiya as he and Naruto began to walk away from Konoha. Hey! You guys have to sign out, shouted one of the gate guards as he was quickly shushed by the other guard. That's Jiraiya-sama. Are you trying to get us in trouble, Kotetsu? Said the guard in a panic. Kotetsu immediately regretted his words. Sorry, Izumo. Wait, is that an Umbu with him? Izumo looked at the retreating two figures. Yeah, looks like it. He's got some golden hair, wonder who it is, said Izumo as he went back into his booth to continue reading his magazine. Kotetsu deadpanned. He's obviously Naruto Senju, he's the only one with that hair. Idiot, thought Kotetsu as Jiraiya and Naruto finally disappeared from view. Several hours later, Jiraiya and Naruto stopped at a hotel and booked a room for the night. Upon arriving, Jiraiya left Naruto with instructions to head off for his own mission. He told Naruto it'd take him a while to track this person and even longer to convince them to come back. Naruto was currently in their room preparing himself to head toward Kumo and track Yujido ni for a paw print. Paw Encyclopedia. Sasuke was given a list of cats to take the paw print of by his older brother as a game. Then why would he want me to handle his list, thought Naruto. To get you out of Konoha, said Kurama as Naruto listened in. Ever since that old man died, you've been quite the depressed kid. I'm guessing he figured you needed to get away for a while so you could handle his death without a constant reminder. Being in Konoha, you were always looking at the mountain with his face on it. So he figured you needed to get out for a while? Naruto nodded his head until he asked, is the two tails dangerous? Kurama chuckled in Naruto's head. If you think the Ichibi was dangerous, then yes. This girl can access more than one tail and she's apparently in control. Each bijou is more powerful as the tails grow, said Kurama as Naruto nodded, makes sense. More tails, more power. And about that paw print, you better be careful cause a paw print of a cat is like asking you if you want a naked picture of yourself recorded. Naruto gulped slightly. He'd have to ask a girl for basically a nude photo. Naruto blushed at the implication but understood Kurama all the same. Naruto was putting down his mission scroll as he stiffened slightly. Naruto sensed a huge presence approaching his door with a smaller but still larger than normal presence accompanying it. Naruto felt the two approach his door as he heard a knock. This isn't going to be good, thought Naruto as he created a would Clanito go and find Jiraiya. Naruto opened the door and got nervous at the sight of the two people there. Hello Naruto-kun, said the smaller of the two. They were both donning black cloaks with red clouds on them and straw hats. Naruto could see the blue skin of the taller shinobi and only a pair of blood-red eyes from the smaller shinobi. Sharingan, thought Naruto as he said, "You're Itachi Uchiha, S-rank missing nin from Konoha who killed his whole clan in one night." The taller of the two laughed slightly. "Seems you really are that famous in that village of yours, Itachi-san." "Even this brat knows you," said the taller ninja as he took off his hat. "You're kidding me, right?" Kisame Hoshigaki, another S-rank missing nin, hailing from Kirigakure. A member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist and wanted for numerous crimes across the land of water. "Can I ask what you all are here for? It's probably something involving me since you came here specifically," said Naruto as Kisame looked giddy. "Seems I'm more famous than I thought," said Kisame as he touched the sword on his back. "Shall I cut his legs off to ensure he doesn't run away?" whispered Kisame to Itachi. Itachi took off his straw hat as he said, "Please come with us, Naruto-kun." Naruto looked for a second until he flared his chakra. The ground around Naruto cracked slightly as he dispelled a genjutsu placed on him through eye contact. "Why'd you put me under a genjutsu first? That must mean whatever I'm coming with you for has bad consequences if that was necessary," said Naruto. When Naruto flared his chakra, Naruto noticed the sword on Kisame's back seemed to wiggle. "Samehada is getting excited over the kid's chakra. Let me capture this one while you hang back," said Kisame as he took the sword off his back. Itachi looked on emotionlessly as Kisame took that as a yes. Kisame lashed out with a fast overhead strike that Naruto backpedaled away from. Naruto went out of the window as he landed on the building's ledge. "This isn't good," thought Naruto as he channeled his one-tailed cloak. Kisame stepped outside following Naruto's retreat. Upon setting his foot down, Kisame saw Naruto appear in front of him with a shunshin and a fist poised to strike. "Kid's fast. His speed with the shunshin is impressive and he can even access his bija," thought Kisame as he blocked Naruto's punch with his sword. Right before Naruto connected with the bandaged sword, he felt a strange sensation in his body. "What was that?" thought Naruto as he hit the sword and had to backflip away from Kisame's counter-sword strike. However, Naruto couldn't get away fully and received a cut across his arm. "Naruto, he absorbed your chakra with that sword. And the way he swings it, it's more powerful and faster than what you saw the swordsman in Wave do. This is not a fight you want to be in, he's only toying with you," said Kurama. Naruto felt the wound on his arm sizzle and heal due to Kurama but knew his friend was right. "If I try to channel chakra for a technique, his sword will just steal it. I can't beat him in a straight-out taijutsu fight when he has that big-ass sword. Maybe jinjutsu, but I'm not too good at it. That'll make him worry in the slightest. And even if I was able to best him, Itachi would just interfere. This isn't looking good for the home team. I hope Jiraiya-sensei gets here soon," thought Naruto as he knew he was in deep trouble. Kisame lunged at Naruto again as Naruto took out a kunai to block the downward sword strike. As they were engaged in a clash of sword versus kunai, Kisame easily began to overpower Naruto. Kisame pushed down far enough for his sword to touch Naruto's shoulder. "My great blade Samehada doesn't slice. It shaves," shouted Kisame as he retracted Samehada, tearing a deep gash into Naruto's shoulder. Blood seeped from Naruto's wound but after a few seconds, it healed just like his last wound. "I need to get enough distance to use a technique or maybe a distraction," thought Naruto. "Brat, I'm sure you know this, there's a big difference between a ninja like you and a ninja like me. Especially now, I'm your worst matchup, just give up and I'll only cut from the knee down. If not, I'll shave you to pieces until you can't heal anymore," said Kisame until he saw Naruto slam his hands in the snake seal. Kisame swung Samehada down to absorb his chakra but Naruto was too fast. "Mokutan, Mokujihiki, wood style, wood locking wall," said Naruto as a dome of wood pillars surrounded him. Kisame's sword smashed through Naruto's wall as he looked in to see Naruto gone. "Ha, seems I let my guard down. Kid's good. Took advantage of my talking to get away. Even used Mokutan. Impressive," said Kisame as he took off back through the room and back into the hallway. Kisame slammed his sword down into the ground as Naruto came flying out of it to dodge. "Samehada can smell your chakra, kid, you won't be getting away," finished Kisame as Itachi could be seen flanking Kisame now. "Shit," thought Naruto as Kisame looked ready to strike again until Itachi spoke. "Hello Sasuke," said Itachi as he turned his head to see another person at the end of the hallway. "I do not need you at the moment, Naruto's more important." Sasuke was standing at the end of the hallway garbed in his Umbu outfit just like the one during the exams. Sasuke took off his own white porcelain mask, colored purple into a hawk shape, as his Sharingan spun to life. "Itachi, you've told me to live my life with hatred to get strong enough to defeat you. Well, I haven't right now, I want to kill you so bad," said Sasuke clenching his fists in anger. "Oh ho! Itachi-san, he looks just like you and has the same eyes. Who is he? I thought you killed all the Uchihas," said Kisame, intrigued by the new arrival, though not forgetting about Naruto. My foolish little brother. I left him alive as he wasn't worth killing, said Itachi as he fully faced Sasuke. Upon looking at Sasuke fully, Itachi noticed that there was something off about Sasuke. Quite good fortune he showed up. Though it'll mean nothing as the elder Uchiha can stop Sasuke from assisting you and you were not making any progress against the fish. You better hope the pervert arrives soon, said Kurama. Yeah, it seems that way, but it does buy some more time for Jiraiya-sensei to show up. My clone got to him, he was already coming here, replied Naruto to Kurama in his head. Sasuke was shaking slightly as he stared at Itachi. I want to kill you so badly, said Sasuke as he then looked toward Naruto. But a friend of mine told me a few things that make me hesitant. What would those things be? Asked Itachi stoically. Sasuke looked back at Itachi as he asked, he made me think over the massacre again and I promised to ask this before killing you, why did you kill our clan? I've told you before, to test my capacity, replied Itachi as Sasuke looked ready to kill. Sasuke, remember our talk, said Naruto as Sasuke visibly calmed down. Yeah, I remember it. Flashback, 2 years ago. Sasuke and Naruto had just finished a spar together. They had been sparring together for a little over 2 years and had become quite good friends. Sasuke got his ass handed to him again by Naruto as he couldn't even hit him cleanly once. As Sasuke was laying on the ground with bruises, he spoke to Naruto about something he hadn't told anyone besides the Hokage. My brother killed my clan that night, said Sasuke as Naruto looked at him with an eyebrow raised. Your brother killed your clan? Asked Naruto as Sasuke nodded. Sasuke had a tear fall as he said, yes. He murdered my whole family in one night and left me alive. I saw the bodies and him standing over my mom and dad as he told me. He left me alive to live this terrible existence, but one day, I'll see him again and won't hesitate to kill him. That's why I have to get stronger, to avenge my family. Damn, that's why he's like that, but something seems wrong about this, thought Naruto as he said, Sasuke. Can I ask you a few things? After seeing Sasuke nod, Naruto continued, what was your brother like? Noticing Sasuke's look, Naruto put up placating hands. You don't have to answer that if it's too personal. Sasuke looked at Naruto apprehensively as he said, no, it's fine. I loved my brother, Itachi. He was my idol, I always tried to surpass him when I was younger. I still try. He was a prodigy, a once-in-a-generation type of guy. He was kind, gentle, and was always there for me. You remind me a lot of him. Me. Yeah, you're good just like he was at that age and you're kind to everyone just like he was. You also never seem like you're caught off guard by anything, your thinking seems to be on a whole different level. He was just like that before he killed my clan, said Sasuke as his Sharingan disappeared and a few tears appeared. Naruto nodded his head as he seemed to contemplate something. Hey Sasuke, what did Itachi tell you before he left? Did he tell you why? Sasuke had never opened up to anyone about the massacre this much before, but after the 2 years of training with Naruto and getting to be good friends, he felt he could tell him. He told me he killed our clan to test the limits of his ability, to measure his capacity. He even showed me the entire massacre through his eyes with a powerful genjutsu. He made me watch it over and over again, said Sasuke as his Sharingan came back to life and began to spin. He clenched his fists as he felt a hand touch his shoulder. Naruto said, well Sasuke, don't worry, I'll help you. What? This revenge is mine and mine alone, said Sasuke as he got slightly angry. I know that. It's just he may have a partner that could interfere and I'll be there to stop that person, said Naruto as he held a fist out to Sasuke. Sasuke bumped fist with a nod. Though you have to promise me something? What's that? Asked Sasuke. Make sure you know Itachi killed your clan for those purposes, said Naruto as Sasuke looked shocked. Seeing Sasuke's face, Naruto explained, well, if we're talking about the same Itachi Uchiha, the Umbu captain by the age of 13. Then I find it hard to believe he killed your clan for that reason. It doesn't make sense, especially if you're saying I remind you of him. He seems like the kind of person who wouldn't do something without a good reason. And if he was as good as the records say, then there weren't many shinobi better than him anyway. So why would a guy like him kill his clan just to test his ability? He already didn't have much more powerful than him since the age of 13 and he was only going to grow, it just doesn't make sense. Sasuke looked at Naruto in disbelief as he spoke calmly about his elder brother. Sasuke wanted to shout at Naruto about how wrong he was, but Naruto was making valid points. To further implement it, Naruto said, and if he really did do it for that reason, you can still kill him. But I'm just asking you to think about it logically. When Naruto saw Sasuke nod his head, Naruto smirked. You ain't beating him as you are. If he was an Umbu captain at 13, he's probably incredible now, and if you can't defeat me, then you are definitely not beating him, Sasuke-chan, said Naruto mockingly. Sasuke returned the smirk as he got up and lunged at Naruto with a fist outstretched. Flashback end. Sasuke looked at Naruto and realized that they were in deep trouble. He had heard that Itachi showed up in search of Naruto and left after leaving Kakashi bedridden. Sasuke immediately took off to find Naruto since that was who Itachi was after. Sasuke and Naruto knew that with even both of them together, they would not be able to defeat either one of them, even 2-on-1. However, Sasuke's timely arrival did buy them some time and Naruto knew Jiraiya would be here any moment. Sasuke looked back at Itachi as he said, "I can't tell if you're lying or not, but it doesn't really matter. You're here and so am I and I'm going to get my revenge. Naruto, stay out of this is my fight and I have to know where I stand against him." Sasuke's hand sparked to life as he shouted, "Chidori." Sasuke took off toward Itachi as he lunged at him, ready to pierce him. However, Itachi caught Sasuke's wrist with seemingly no effort and snapped it just as easy. Itachi then booted Sasuke down the hallway with a kick as Sasuke struck the wall at the end of the hallway. He stopped that attack like it was nothing. Then he lashed out with a kick that sent Sasuke sailing at least 50 feet, maybe more since the wall stopped him, thought Naruto. Well damn. That was? Started Kurama in Naruto's head before trailing off. I'm not sure what would have been worst. Shaved down by a sword or that. That guy takes way less time with his opponents than the blue guy. Naruto tried to Shunshin to attack Itachi from behind but Kisame was having none of that. With a swift swipe of Samahata, Naruto felt his chakra leave him again. How about we let them go one-on-one like your friend asked? Don't worry, we'll get to you, said Kisame. Sasuke stood back up off the wall and ran back at Itachi with a fist cocked back. It did no better as he took a knee to the gut that knocked the air out of him. Itachi kicked Sasuke back down the hallway as Itachi then slowly walked toward the hurt Sasuke. Damn it, even after all that training, he's still that much better. It's just like with Naruto, I can't close the gap on either of them, thought Sasuke as he looked up to see Itachi in front of him. Sasuke threw another feeble punch but it was evaded by Itachi as he punched him in the gut. Sasuke felt the air leave him again as he got hunched over from the punch. Sasuke then received a knee directly to the face that brought him back upright. Itachi grasped Sasuke's throat as he said, "You know why you're so weak, because you don't have enough hate. You have no hope of avenging your clan if this is your capacity. Maybe you need some more motivation," said Itachi as his eyes morphed into a triple-bladed shuriken. "Tsukuyami, Moon Reader," whispered Itachi as he stared at Sasuke. A second later, Sasuke screamed and fainted with Itachi's hand still around his neck. What the hell happened? What technique was that? Thought Naruto as he heard a voice behind him. "Kuchios, Gamaguchi Shirbari, summoning, Toad Mouth Bind," said Jiraiya as the hallway slowly morphed into pink flesh. "Sorry I was late, but this is my terrain now. Naruto, don't move." The wall of flesh consumed Sasuke as Itachi had to let go. "That's how they are getting information on us," thought Itachi as he then said, "Kisame, we need to go. If we faced him, we would do no better than a stalemate." Kisame looked reluctant to agree but followed nonetheless. Jiraiya smirked knowing it was impossible to leave but was shocked when he heard an explosion. Jiraiya immediately took off to investigate and saw a huge hole with black flames burning around the edges. Jiraiya looked at the fire for a second until he pulled out a blank scroll and wrote a seal on it. "Fuka Hoin, fire sealing method," said Jiraiya as chakra seeped out of the scroll and surrounded the black flames. The chakra then took the flames and placed them into the scroll, in the center of the scroll. He used fire to escape the esophagus of a fire-breathing toad. I wonder what kind of flames those were. Jiraiya ended his technique as Sasuke came out of the wall. Naruto performed a Shunshin to catch Sasuke as Jiraiya walked over. "You totally jinxed me. As soon as you tell me about Akatsuki, they appear." "It's all your fault," said Naruto as Jiraiya laughed slightly. "Maybe you're right, kid, sorry about that." 2 days later. "Halt. State your name and business," said a ninja sitting at the gate. "My name is Menma. And I'm a writer trying to find the best cuisine in the world," said the man they were speaking to as he handed them his papers. He had on a long-sleeved white shirt and black pants. He wore a matching black haori and had on rectangle-rimmed glasses. He had black spiky hair with 2 bangs framing either side of his face and black eyes. The gate guard checked over his papers as the other gate guard searched him for any weapons. After a clean sweep of no weapons or anything volatile, the gate guard handed him back his papers and said, "Welcome to Kumo. Enjoy your stay." "Thank you and I'm sure I will," said Menma as he walked into the village. Menma walked around the village for a little while until he spotted a sushi restaurant. Arriving at the restaurant, Menma was greeted by a waitress as he sat down. "Hello, welcome to Kumo Sushi Bar, I'm Amy and I'll be your server. Can I start you off with a drink?" asked Amy as she pulled out a notepad. Menma smiled a warm smile as he said, "Sure Amy, what would you recommend?" Amy blushed slightly at the handsome face of her customer. Gotcha, thought Menma as he and Amy debated over what he should eat. About an hour later, Amy was laughing with Menma as Menma boasted an incredible claim to the pretty waitress. "You can eat a whole chicken leg in one bite?" asked Amy, giggling slightly. Menma smiled. "Of course. I'm quite talented," said Menma as he then asked, "Hey Amy, I have a question for you. Do you know Yujido ni?" Amy looked at Menma with a questioning gaze. "Why do you ask?" Menma put up placating hands. No, I'm a writer, remember? I'm writing an article on Kumo's most prominent female ninjas and she's on the list my boss gave me to interview." "Oh yeah. Sorry about that, I forgot. It's just Yujito is important to us here, she's our #1 customer, and we protect our own here," said Amy. "She's usually training in the mountains if she's not here or on a mission. So I'd check there," said Amy as she saw Menma placing down a few ryo for the meal and her tip. "Thanks so much, Amy-chan. Maybe I'll come back when I'm done. I really enjoyed our time together," said Menma smiling at Amy as he left. "Come back anytime," shouted Amy as she saw him leave and remembered something. "I never got his name." Menma walked around a little after leaving the sushi bar to find a hotel. Eventually, he found a hotel to check into and proceeded into his room's bathroom to take a shower. Upon stepping out of the shower, he looked in the mirror and saw his golden blonde hair appear again, along with his whisker marks. Naruto had disguised himself as a writer named Menma to infiltrate Kumo and find Yujito. He dyed his hair jet black and wore makeup to hide his whisker marks. Naruto toweled off as he put on his umbu uniform. "Now's it's time to find a cat. But I need to be careful because I'm in foreign territory and this could spark a war," thought Naruto as he placed on his mask and disappeared into the ground. 1 hour later. Standing on the peak of one of Kumo's surrounding mountains was a Konoha umbu with an orange scarf flowing behind him. He was scanning his surroundings looking for something, or rather, someone. "Matatabi is over there," said Kurama in Naruto's head as Naruto looked to see a blue ring of fire in the distance. "Matatabi as in the Nibi? So Yujito's over there then. Well, let's get to it," thought Naruto as he performed a series of shunshin to get to where Kurama said Yujito would be. Upon arriving about a few hundred feet away, Naruto scanned around for her. Situated in the center of the ring of fire, Naruto saw the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She had blonde hair, slightly paler than his own, tied back into a ponytail by bandages. She had on a tight, blue jacket that matched the flames around her and black fitted pants that both clung to her body, accenting her amazing curves perfectly. That photo in the bingo book did her no justice. Is that a C-cup? Damn, Jiraiya-sensei, thought Naruto. Jiraiya had put lessons with the ladies into his training and measuring cup sizes from a distance was in there. As Naruto was looking Yujito over from a distance, he heard Kurama chuckle. Well, it did only show her face Ningen. But it's time for a confrontation, not time to measure her assets. Remember, be careful, said Kurama as Naruto nodded. Before he could leap down and make his presence known, he heard Yujito speak. I know you're there. I could sense your presence when you landed, so just come out, said Yujito as Naruto stiffened slightly. Of course she did. Now it looks bad, as if I was trying to kill her or something else devious, thought Naruto as he landed in front of Yujito on the platform. Yujito looked at Naruto with narrowed eyes. What is a Konoha Umbu doing in Kumo? To spy on me? Asked Yujito with a slight edge to her voice. She took a ready stance when she saw him move to pull something out of his kunai pouch. I mean no harm. I didn't come to spy on you, I'm just here on a simple mission, said Naruto as he tossed a scroll to Yujito. My mission is to retrieve a paw print from the Two Tails, and you happen to be the Jinchuriki of her. That is all I'm here for, and I'll promptly disappear afterward, leaving Kumo. Yujito read over the scroll as she listened to the Umbu speak. Just a paw print? That seems simple. He needs it for his client, Nikoba-chan. She's the grandma cat who came here before and spoke to us, she was so kind. She needs your paw print so she can complete a paw print encyclopedia. What do you think? Thought Yujito as she spoke to her own bijou. Sounds reasonable, but why not rough him up a little, kitten? He did enter your home and got here with ease, so why not show him that Kumo isn't that weak? Plus I sense something in him that feels familiar, but it's hard to find out because he is suppressing it well. Spar with him first, said the Nibi inside Yujito's conscious. Yujito nodded and looked back at the Umbu. You have a deal, but you have to spar with me first, said Yujito as she tossed him back his scroll. A spar? Asked Naruto, internally excited to face off against a powerful ninja that wasn't wearing an Akatsuki cloak and trying to kill him. Sounds good, what are the rules? Asked Naruto as he had to immediately dodge a punch by Yujito. None, just no killing or maiming, said Yujito, attacking Naruto with a flurry of punches and kicks. Naruto dodged or parried every attack with practiced ease. Yujito threw a right jab at Naruto as he caught her punch in his palm. Someone's eager, but I'd suggest coming at me with more than that. You won't touch me at that level, said Naruto as Yujito smiled slightly. You asked for it, said Yujito. She kicked it up a notch as she and Naruto engaged in a fierce taijutsu battle. The two traded blows with one another with neither person gaining the upper hand over the other. Yujito had impressive speed and flexibility and a very offensive taijutsu while Naruto had more of a swift and precise defensive taijutsu. Eventually, Naruto grabbed Yujito's leg when she tried to kick him and threw her away. Seeing Yujito land on her feet with grace, Naruto laughed slightly. "Seems cats do always land on their feet," said Naruto as he thought, "she's pretty good. She actually can hit me as much as I hit her." Yujito was thinking the same, "He's tough to hit, I can't land a good enough blow on him. Maybe it's time I spice this up?" Yujito ran back at Naruto as she attempted a hand swipe at his face. Naruto leaned his head back to evade the strike but was surprised when he saw Yujito smirking. Shit, thought Naruto as he felt his mask falling off in segmented pieces. Yujito had extended her nails when she swiped at Naruto. It didn't cut into his skin but it did cut through his mask. "Gotcha, now let's see that face," thought Yujito before her breath caught in her throat at the Umbu's face. That mask was new too. "Luckily, I have another but there's no point in putting one on if you're just going to take it off," said Naruto as he looked at Yujito with a smile. "Nice claws. Should have known you could do that and they must be pretty sharp to cut off my mask, impressive. Shall we continue?" asked Naruto as he got back into a ready stance. That snapped Yujito out of her shocked state as she smiled. "Oh, we're just getting started, handsome," said Yujito as she raced through hand seals extremely fast, ending in the tiger seal. "Keton, Enden, fire style, flame bullet," shouted Yujito as she blew out a huge ball of blue fire at Naruto. Naruto clapped his hands together as he blew out an equally as big water ball. "Suiton, Suidan, water style, water bullet," said Naruto as his water went against Yujito's fire. Steam clouded the field as the two techniques smashed into each other, canceling each other out. Upon the steam clearing, Yujito noticed Naruto was nowhere to be found. She scanned her surroundings for him but couldn't find him at all, not even a trace of where he was. "Kitten! Below you!" shouted the Nibi in Yujito's head. Yujito jumped out of the way as Naruto popped out of the ground right below her. Naruto was faster than her though and snagged her ankle in midair. Naruto pulled Yujito back down to the ground in front of him as he lashed out with a punch. Yujito dodged the fast strike by moving her head to the side but was unprepared for Naruto's leg sweep and subsequent kick to the midsection that sent her flying back. Yujito rolled through the landing and stood up to notice Naruto already standing in front of her. "He's taken it up a notch," thought Yujito as she decided to do the same. As Naruto was about to hit Yujito again, she exploded with chakra that sent Naruto sailing backward. Naruto landed on his feet after being blown back to see Yujito cloaked in a chakra shroud similar to his own, with one tail swaying behind her. "Shall we?" asked Yujito as she came at Naruto even faster. Yujito threw a punch that Naruto caught in his palm. Yujito smirked when she realized Naruto caught her chakra-enhanced punch. "You can't just catch my punches. This chakra will burn you," thought Yujito until she saw Naruto unharmed by her Biju's chakra. "How are you unharmed by my chakra? You should be getting burned by it," asked Yujito. She blushed slightly seeing Naruto smile at her again. "Maybe I'm just lucky," said Naruto as he had channeled a bit of Kurama's chakra to his palm to keep the chakra from hurting him. "Sorry about this," finished Naruto as he kneed Yujito in the stomach and sent her sailing with a kick to her midsection again, in the same spot as earlier. Yujito laid on the ground feeling the effects of Naruto's powerful blows. She would have been able to dodge them if she wasn't so shocked to see him catch her punch earlier. "He's been holding back on me. He's so fast and strong and he was only toying with me earlier. How can he not be affected my chakra?" thought Yujito as she began to get up and saw Naruto already in a ready stance. "I figured it out. He's a Jinchuriki as well. He put his Biju's chakra into his palm and attacks to stop himself from being harmed. That's why he got faster and stronger. Oh, and it's the Nine Tails, strongest of us Biju. Be careful, kitten, you wouldn't win if he uses his Biju too unless he can't fully transform," said the Nibi as Yujito looked shocked. "You're the Jinchuriki of the QB?" asked Yujito, slightly shocked to see another Jinchuriki besides herself and Killer Bee. Her Biju cloak disappeared as she stood up fully. Naruto put a hand behind his head as he chuckled slightly. "Seems I've been caught." "Yes, I am. Now that you know that, is this fight over?" "I really don't like harming beautiful women," said Naruto. Yujito smiled at his words but got ready to fight some more. "No, it's just getting started. I want to find out what else you can do," said Yujito as she ran back at Naruto. Naruto got prepared to defend against the female Jinchuriki as she ran back at him. Naruto calculated her arrival and threw out a quick jab. Yujito came to a stop as she ducked it and noticed Naruto's legs were a little too far apart. Yujito grinned at the opening and entwined her leg together with his. Naruto knew what Yujito was planning as she attempted to force him to the ground. However, Naruto was too strong for Yujito and pushed back. Naruto overpowered Yujito as she was sent to the ground. On her way down though, Yujito used Naruto's momentum to make him fall over as well. Due to Yujito's move, Naruto tripped and fell forward. Naruto stopped himself from hitting the ground with his hands but noticed that he had come face to face with Yujito, who fell on her back underneath Naruto. Their faces were inches apart as they stared at one another. Both stared into the other's eyes, Naruto into Yujito's dark blue and Yujito into Naruto's violet. They both thought the other had beautiful eyes. Yujito could even feel the warmth radiating off of Naruto from above her, and Naruto could smell Yujito's perfume that was scented of flowers. After a few seconds, Naruto hopped off of Yujito as she stood up as well. Naruto and Yujito stood a ways away as Naruto had gotten some distance between them. Both were blushing as Naruto said, "Hee hee, that was, yeah." Yujito looked away from Naruto as she said, "Yeah it was, but this spar still isn't over," said Yujito as she said, "Nozumi Ketama, mouse hairball." Yujito looked back at Naruto as she let loose a blue fireball with what appeared to be a mouse inside. Halfway to Naruto, the fireball split into dozens of smaller flaming hairballs as they all continued toward Naruto. Naruto jumped to the left to evade but was shocked when the fireballs followed after him like homing missiles. As Naruto was evading, he noticed Yujito's hair flare wildly as a blue flame surrounded her. "Seems she can change into her bijou at will," said Kurama as Naruto fired several water balls to extinguish the hairballs. "You're kidding me, right? Well, I needed her to do that anyway because I couldn't get the paw print without it. I need a way to loosen my seal. I want to be able to turn into you." "Who wouldn't want to be a mythical beast of nearly infinite power?" replied Naruto as Kurama laughed slightly. He saw the fully transformed Yujito open her mouth and fire a huge fireball at him. "Water ball won't stop that, so..." "Doton, Dorihiki, Earth Style, Mud Wall," said Naruto as a huge wall rose from the ground in front of him. The fireball blasted its way through Naruto's mud wall as Naruto had to use a shunshin to get out of the way. "Naruto, you need to end this quickly. I'm sure people in Kumo feel her, they'll be here to investigate. You need to end this fast," said Kurama as Naruto nodded his head in agreement. Naruto then slammed his hands into a snake seal as his chakra flared. Yujito watched Naruto evade her fireball and looked to the left to see him cracking the ground slightly with his chakra. "He should just quit if he can't access his bijou like me. I'll kill him if he's not careful." But that is impressive chakra, to be able to crack the ground like that, thought Yujito until she felt her bijou panic. "What's wrong?" "Kitten, his chakra reminds me of only one man." "You need to dash," started the Nibi, but it was too late as huge wooden pillars wrapped around Yujito and a circle of 10 wooden pillars rose around her with spikes pointed toward her. "What's going on? Is this wood?" thought Yujito confused as she couldn't feel her bijou anymore. "What are you doing?" asked Yujito as she noticed Naruto appear on her nose in a shunshin and touch her between her eyes with his palm. Yujito felt her chakra begin to recede as Naruto spoke. "You were gonna find out eventually when your Kage told you about me in the newest bingo book. I'm a user of the bloodline, Mokuton. Mokuton is a Kekai Genkai that allows me to convert my chakra into a source of life, creating trees and other things like it. It also has the ability to suppress the influence of bijou. Kakwan Nit Tenshur Shu, 10th Edict of Enlightenment, is what it's called, and that's what you're feeling now," said Naruto as he was suppressing Yujito's chakra. Naruto created a clone at the same time as it fell to the ground near the Nibi's huge foot. "How in the..." thought Yujito, feeling unconsciousness setting in. "No. I can't get suppressed, I won't lose," thought Yujito as she struggled against Naruto's jutsu. As Yujito was resisting Naruto's suppression, the Nibi was able to make contact again. "That's it, kitten, keep fighting," said the Nibi as she joined Yujito in resisting Naruto's technique. "This is so much harder than taming Gaara," thought Naruto, sweating slightly from the exertion. Naruto felt himself beginning to lose as the Nibi was too strong for him at his current level. He'd need more work on his Mokuton. "I got your back, kid," said Kurama as he funneled his chakra into Naruto. Naruto gained a one-tailed cloak as he immediately began to dominate Yujito in the battle. "Kitten, it's too much. He's too powerful, I can't," said the Nibi as she fell into a deep sleep. The fire cat that was Yujito began to transform back into a one-tailed Yujito that turned into an unconscious Yujito laying on the ground. Naruto panted a little as he looked at the downed form of Yujito. It had taken nearly 5 minutes to suppress her, and it would have only happened with Kurama's help. "That was tough as hell, thanks for the help, Kurama. I owe you 1 inch," thought Naruto as Kurama grinned and fell asleep. Naruto felt several powerful chakra signatures approaching his location and knew it was assistance for Yujito. Damn it. A tall dark-skinned man, garbed in Kage robes and hat, landed with several other shinobis flanking him on the slightly destroyed platform to see Yujito laying on the ground. Upon looking around, he noticed there was nobody else around. The Kage then barked out orders. Get her to the hospital and let me know when she's awake. I need to find out what happened here. One day later. Yujito awoke the next morning before sunrise in a Kumo hospital bed after her spar with Naruto. About an hour after waking, the Raikage arrived and debriefed her on the events of yesterday. Yujito didn't tell him that she had a fight with the Konoha Umbu but said she just went overboard using the Nibi. Yujito received a light, verbal scolding from her Kage and orders to come to get an important diplomatic mission tomorrow. So Yujito laid in her hospital room alone as she thought of yesterday. Damn, he was so strong. And smart in the way he fought. He also was hot and charming. And so, Nibi, shouted Yujito in her mind realizing she had been tricked by her bijou. I didn't even get his name, said Yujito to the Nibi. She was cut from her thoughts as she heard a ribbit. Looking to her window, she saw a small orange toad sitting on her windowsill. How did that toad get up here? I'm on the 5th floor. Yo! Are you Yujito? Came the voice of the toad as Yujito gasped sharply. Yes, I can talk. Are you Yujito? Asked the toad once more. Yujito nodded her head dumbly at seeing a toad talk. How can you talk? Why are you here? Did someone send you? Asked Yujito as the toad held up a hand to silence her questions. Great. I got it right on the first try. Here, this will explain everything, said the toad as it tossed a scroll toward Yujito. Bro was right, you are smoking hot, finished the toad as he disappeared in a poof of smoke. That was weird, said the Nibi in Yujito's head as she nodded. Yujito then opened up the scroll and read its contents. Hey Yujito-chan. It's the Umbu from yesterday. I had fun sparring against you, you were so strong and a real challenge. We should do it again sometime. Thanks for the paw print. I snagged it with a clone while I was suppressing you. Sorry, I couldn't say goodbye in person but you know, Konoha ninja in Kumo, standing over a downed Kumo ninja, doesn't look too good. Either way, I had a great time yesterday and I hope to see you in the future, I'm sure I will. Naruto Senju, future Hokage, winky face. Yujito looked at the note and smiled happily at its contents. Ah, a winky face. I hope we meet again too Naruto-kun and it'll be sooner than you think, thought Yujito. That toad said his bro, Naruto Senju I bet, called you smoking hot, said the Nibi as Yujito blushed. She smiled slightly as she looked out of the window at the rising sun. Naruto was a few miles outside of Kumo when he stopped running to look back at the sunrise. Naruto smirked slightly as he thought, ah yeah, the ladies love winky faces. 1 week later. Naruto reunited with Jiraiya 6 days ago as Jiraiya finally found a lead on the person he was searching for. They arrived in a town called Tanzakugai as that was the last place the person of interest was seen. After searching for a few hours and night about to fall, Jiraiya decided to find a place to eat. So Naruto pointed to a random bar and upon walking through the flaps, Jiraiya smiled as he recognized a familiar face. Oh, this was the perfect place, brat, good choice, said Jiraiya as he patted Naruto on the back. Naruto looked confused as he thought he just picked a random bar. Naruto was wearing a black long-sleeved shirt with a zipper fully zipped. He completed his outfit with beige pants that connected to his black shinobi sandals. He had his forehead protector around his forehead as he had stopped wearing his Umbu uniform when he met back up with Jiraiya. Why's this place so perfect, Jiraiya-sensei? Asked Naruto. We found who we were looking for, said Jiraiya as Naruto walked her over to a table with a blonde woman sitting in a booth with a dark-haired woman, and a pig? Tsunade. Nice to see you again, said Jiraiya as the blonde woman turned to face them directly. Jiraiya? What do you want? And who's the kid with the shocked face, said Tsunade as she looked at Naruto. You're Tsunade Senju, said Naruto in a weak voice as he looked at a member of his clan.